Good morning, good morning, good morning. We are ready to go live for the Karen Read trial. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, y'all. It's early here in Texas, okay? But we are about to go live with Karen Read, day 23 of testimony with the same witness we've had on the stand for the last 2 days, Dr. Judson, and he is going to continuously be browbeat by the defense. So welcome to the alternate point of view. My name is Tracy Lee. If you are not joining yet, just get on in here. Like I said, we are waiting for the trial to begin. It is a half day today for Karen Read and the jury. One of the jurors has an appointment to get to. So we are getting ready for this to begin. The ceiling fan is on, which means the trial is about to begin. So let's get in there. Yep, I see the ceiling fan. So that means that this trial is about to get started. So let's see what old Judson's got to say today. Remember yesterday he said that the Lexus could have shot off into space. So that was a possibility. And also he didn't have enough information. He couldn't have said that enough times yesterday that he didn't have enough information. He didn't have enough information. He didn't know where John was standing. He didn't know where anything originated. He didn't have anything. So how in the world he came up with this entire scenario of how John was hit to begin with, I will never, ever know, because he didn't have enough information, not enough information. So if you don't have enough information, how can you come up with the fact that John was hit by the Lexus? And also, if he didn't have enough information, like he said, the Lexus could have been shot off into space. So here we are waiting for Karen Read's trial to begin with another day of Dr. Judson on the stand, going to be destroyed again by the defense, and also going to be talking to him as if he is a child that you're trying to teach how to build a freaking space shuttle. Or it's like talking to Elon Musk. I don't know. It's just like talking. It's just, I don't know. He thinks he's the smartest man in the room, and it's like teaching me math. That's how difficult this conversation is going, because he is not answering a question with a simple yes or no. He has to explain everything and then explain the explanation that he's explaining. It's really difficult to talk to this man. He is not answering anything with anything. It has no sense. And I'm sure that the jury is ready to just, I'm ready. We're all ready to, I think they wish they all had pillows to like scream into, because it's awful, absolutely awful to talk to this man. And then the calculations that they're throwing out there, the jury doesn't have calculators. So they're not able to sit there and go, oh yeah, and carry the one and add the two and throw in the E and the MC square and all this stuff. I don't know what is going on. And they're also having all these spreadsheets up there. When the jury takes all of this information back, I don't know if they're going to be able to understand, unless they have a mathematician or whiz on the jury that can take this information back there and go, oh yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. It just doesn't make sense. You don't have an engineer on the jury that's able to look at his spreadsheet and go, oh yeah, now I can see how he's saying. And he's saying that she backed up 87 feet, but he's calculating the amount of feet that she also went forward to back up. So that's not 87 feet that she backed up completely over to allegedly hit John. This is a very pain in the butt conversation he's having with the defense. So, but we're waiting. It's about to start. Hopefully it's a half day. Don't forget. So it's only a half day of having to listen to Dr. Judson talk to the defense. So that is what we're waiting for, is this half day. Oh, it's going to be a nightmare though. So we are waiting. just like everybody else. And I'm so welcome to the alternate point of view. Oh.
You are unmuted.
Woo. Okay, it is beginning.
Now open and be seated.
Finally.
All right. Good morning, Council. Good morning, Ms. Reed. And all right, Mr. Alessi, I will hear you on your argument on the voir dire.
Okay, so they did voir dire yesterday after the jury left for the day. They talked to Dr. Judson alone.
Your Honor, I am going to address the Trooper Paul aspect, and then I'm going to address the Dr. Scorti-Bello aspect of Dr. Welcher. With regard to Trooper Paul, I would like to draw the court's attention to the following documents for the straightforward proposition that Dr. Welcher has not only reviewed, he has not only considered, that he has adopted. I went back and looked at the documents, and the basis for this is as follows. Slides 22 and 23 do not just depict Trooper Joseph Paul himself. They show Trooper Paul conducting the CARS analysis on February 1st of 2022. Importantly, these slides highlight the mileage odometer of 12,665, and I respectfully request the court to anchor into that odometer reading, because I'm going to show the path that that odometer reading takes through all of the documents, but I want to emphasize the start, the genesis of the odometer reading of 12,665 miles is with Trooper Paul as he conducted the CARS analysis on February 1st. Now, here's where Dr. Welcher comes in. Dr. Welcher then uses this key data point, odometer 12,665, as the basis, the starting point for his determination of the locations and times for the events of January 29 of 2022. Dr. Welcher uses his scenario analysis of Ms. Reed's travels, and that's detailed on slides 24, 25, 26, 27, and 28 to calculate and then deduct 36 miles from the odometer according to Trooper Paul on February 1st of 2022 to arrive at an odometer reading of 12,629, which obviously is different from the start, the anchor I talked about of 12,665. So the assumed odometer of 12,629, again, is based on Trooper Paul's CARS analysis in slides 22 and 23. Are then used as a tether, a connection to the events recorded by the VCH and the Lexus on the following slides: 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 35, and 36. I elucidate this and I explicate the slide numbers to show how many there are in Dr. Welcher's report that are rooted in the anchor point and then the change in the deduction of the odometer. So the events memorialized by Trooper Paul on February 1st, including the odometer reading, provide the foundation for Dr. Welcher's entire analysis of the VCH events. The entire analysis of Dr. Welcher's VCH events. That is the adoption aspect of what I started with. Two more points. In addition, Dr. Welcher testified on his voir dire that the image on the left of slide 36 from his January 30th 2025 presentation came from a file marked carsj.pol. Now, he did contend that it wasn't the exact same image, but I want to go to this. In fact, the image on slide 36 is from the drone used by Trooper Paul, and the citation for that is page 4, item 11 of the CARS report. That's where the drones are from. Dr. Welcher didn't do any drone activity. He took the drone that he had in his report that was just a little bit different than the one I was showing him. It comes from page 4, item 11 of the CARS report. And I quote, "The crash scene was documented during the on-scene investigation by utilizing Alicia's GNSS GPS mapping system and a DJI Mavic 2 UAS. This data was input to a computer-aided diagram program, which is IMS 360. Here's the key: to produce a scale diagram of this collision. So the DJI Mavic is the CARS team drone. This image of Dr. Welcher's slide 36 is clearly and indisputably from the drone. And the only drone extant is the drone of Trooper Paul and the CARS team. Last point with regard to the Trooper Paul basis in adoption of Dr. Welcher. Mr. Brennan asked Dr. Welcher on voir dire if the image from slide 36 actually came from the CERT team, which is simply not true. The CERT team, actually Lieutenant Tully with the CERT team, took about a dozen photos of the taillight in the snow in the dark around 6 p.m.
Welcome.
On January 29, 2022. Lieutenant O'Hara said that the CERT team never traveled back to the scene again. So there were very obviously no photos or images taken by the CERT team in the daylight from the drone. And I again refer to slides 22 and slides 23, where Dr. Welcher said it was more likely than not that it was Trooper Paul in those slides, but the point, whether it's Trooper Paul or not, is completely overwhelmed by what I just argued and presented as specific factual basis for a review, a consideration, and an adoption of the work of Trooper Paul. Unless your Honor has any questions, I would now move on to Dr. Scordi-Bello. Thank you. Dr. Scordi-Bello will be much shorter. Mr. Woke, do we have the
I remember Dr.
the,
Judson said that
Dr. Scordi-Bello
he didn't use, he would never
presentation
with
her name on it.
I think something like someone like that, talking about the medical examiner. He would never use someone like that.
Please. So it is slide 131. I almost know it verbatim, Your Honor, so I will continue. If Ms. Gilman has slide or someone could turn it on. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. So with regard to slide 31, at the very top, and this again is a slide presentation of Dr. Welcher. So up at the very top, and so Dr. Welcher admitted that he not only reviewed the autopsy report, he admitted that he not only considered the autopsy report, he admitted that he adopted it, and I'm going to put adopt in quotes, to the extent that he used it in his slide presentation, and he actually, to show the depth of those three verbs, he's got in orange highlight under final diagnosis, multiple skull fractures, base of skull, and cavallarium. He testified, obviously, about the rear wounds of Mr. O'Keefe. He testified about how he believed those wounds came about, and he cited as corroboration the highlight of multiple skull fractures, base of skull, and cavallarium. It couldn't be any more obvious, his rooting in this document and reliance upon it. Why else would he have it in his slide presentation? And he's got the name of Dr. Scordi-Bello. And frankly, Your Honor, he didn't fight that whatsoever in the questioning of him. Then you go to underneath cause of death, blood impact, injuries of head, and hypothermia. He essentially repeated that on his testimony. And then if we could, Mr. Wool, just go to the right.
If you're new, say
And
hi.
so you've got highlighted head, skull fracture radiating from the right occipital skull and into the right parietal bone, right and left occipital foci, and bilateral anterior foci and orbital plates. Again, the highlighted means something. He's adopting it. And lastly, the depiction of the skull here, I believe that's Dr. Welcher's handwriting. I believe that's his green, the LR, because I've never seen this green highlighting before. And it could also be Dr. Scordi-Bello's. That's another possibility. I'm not sure. But let's assume sort of the most conservative part that it's Dr. Scordi-Bello's. The key part is he's got it in there and he is referencing it. So, Your Honor, the last point really for both of them, and I wanted to save this point because it applies to both. With regard to experts, the law is clear. So I think the easiest part to show what our position here is the adoption. But in it, it's clearly shown. Adoption doesn't mean you have to agree with it. You just have to put your expert hands around it, wrestle with it, deal with it. And there is no rule of law that I'm aware of that says you can't question an expert witness unless it's something that the expert witness agrees with. If the expert witness has reviewed it and considered it, and especially if they've rejected it. The easiest is obviously reviewed, considered, and adopted. But it's certainly permissible and important to a defendant's constitutional right, Sixth Amendment to cross-examination, if an expert says or even infers, I reject this. I reject what Trooper Paul did, or I reject what Dr. Scordi-Bello did. That is decision-making of an expert that the attorney has a right to be able to test. Why did you reject it? What was your thought process in rejecting it? And that applies to both Trooper Paul and Dr. Scordi-Bello, because as I understand it, this witness, Dr. Welcher, is not, he says, I'm not relying upon Dr. or Trooper Paul, which is completely false based upon what I just showed. But even if he just rejects it, in addition to what he has done, we have the right to test and get answers as to why he did it. And the same with Dr. Scordi-Bello. Once he goes to this level, Your Honor, I believe it's a straightforward right, especially of a defendant in a criminal trial, and especially of the stakes and the charges this high, that we get to test it. What I think, lastly, my point here, Your Honor, the Commonwealth is doing is this. The Commonwealth knows Trooper Paul and Dr. Scordi-Bello are problematic for their theory and their narrative. Trooper Paul has got, if you work backwards from his key cycles, you end up with 1162.2, their key cycle. that ends up being not in front of 34 Fairview, but it ends up when the Lexus is in the possession of the state. That is the result of that. And that was something that was addressed square head on in the first proceeding. We're not coming up with some fanciful ghost in the second trial. This was gone through extensively in the first proceeding. And I understand this is a new trial, but it goes to show it's not something coming out of the blue, etc. And with regard to Dr. Scorti-Bello, it was remarkable on the redirect that I've never seen a prosecution essentially go after the opinions and conclusion of their own medical examiner when they basically said, the medical examiner, I can't call this a homicide. The manner of death is undetermined. And the medical examiner says, I don't see any motor vehicle impact injuries. There couldn't be anything more apt, more probative than whether or not the injuries to the decedent are from a motor vehicle. The Dr. Welcher himself is saying they are. That's the essence of his opinion. It's the essence of his test. We get to be able to respectfully, Your Honor, say, well, wait a minute. You said you looked at the autopsy. You said this. You highlight it. But you're going against the medical examiner on whether there's motor vehicle injuries. The experts can't, Your Honor, cherry pick and choose from documents. They can't use it as a shield and a sword. They can't put up, for example, Dr. Scorti-Bello's autopsy report, cherry pick things that benefit from them, and then and they did it on direct. And then all of a sudden on cross, when we want to go and test that, they say, oh, no, you can't do it. Your Honor, this whole argument is absurd. And it's antithetical to the Sixth Amendment. And even if, and this is my last point, even if this were merely a civil case, this would be routine cross-examination against the expert on the side. So in conclusion, Your Honor, I respectfully request that Ms. Reed and her team be allowed to exercise their constitutional right to cross-examination, the keystone of a defense in a criminal trial, cross-examination, and that they be able to take the shield that the prosecution is trying to put on us and be able to combat the sword that the prosecution has put forward with regard to trying to cherry pick from this information, and that we get to proceed, and we get to proceed undaunted from all the serial objections yesterday that interrupted my cross-examination. Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, come on. What you got? Because y'all are full of garbage.
What arises from the litany of complaints by the defense is that there is no constitutional right to usurp the rules of evidence. There is no case law, as much as they urge the court and yell out the word case law and constitutional right and Sixth Amendment right. There is no case law to support what they are trying to do. It is a simple endeavor that is clouded by all the rhetoric that they offer. And it is clear, and the court knows what they're trying to do. They are trying to pit the inadmissible opinion of a non-testifying witness against a testifying witness. They have asked Dr. Scorti-Bello what her opinion is. And although it's not consistent with our reading of the case law, they were allowed to introduce that it was an undetermined cause of death or mechanism. That evidence is already in front of the jury, but they can't simply repeat it because it sounds good to them or they think it's helpful. Simply because a witness uses a document or looks at it or uses part of an autopsy does not let them regurgitate an opinion that's already in evidence to try to phantom cross-examine an expert. Dr. Welcher is clear. He did not rely on Dr. Scorti-Bello's conclusion that this cause of death is undetermined. In fact, as an aside, he said, I wouldn't, because she's not qualified for that.
She's the medical examiner.
This is a simple game. Let's pit one witness against the other and suggest that the Commonwealth's witnesses are inconsistent. They take it a step further. They want to relive what they think is their past success last year in this case without actually calling the witness.
What?
They want the jury to hear their perspective that a past witness had confusion in his analysis, but they don't want to call the witness. They want you to allow them to do that, not just shouting it out and have sustained objections, which has happened this entire case.
Oh my
But
gosh.
they actually want you to be able to allow them to ask Dr. Welch these questions, which he did not rely on. We had a voir dire. He was clear. He did not rely on the analysis of Trooper Paul. He did not rely on that determination or undetermined determination by Dr. Scortibello. It is that simple. They try to throw some fluff out and they throw around some documents. We have slide 22. Simply because there's a suggestion that Trooper Paul might be the hand in the picture is not an anchor. It's not a tether. It's not an adoption. It's no such thing. In fact, if you look at that photograph, it was taken by Zach Clark. So by the rationale of the defense, they should now be able to ask Dr. Welcher any question they want about Zach Clark's opinions, efforts, what Zach Clark did. It is a photograph that he considered, not an opinion, not an analysis. It has nothing whatsoever to do with Dr. Welcher's analysis or opinions. In fact, the evidence is to the contrary. He came out, conducted an independent analysis, did all of the work himself, considered documents, and he was specific about what was part of his opinion and what was not. And this information was not part of his opinion. They turned to the Google map. Bit misleading. This was generated by Google. Two separate people used the same program, but when you look at the CARS report and you look at Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint, it's different. Dr. Welcher's has a map on the side, and when you look at the numbers themselves, the CAR report says minimum 36.1, maximum 38.8. Dr. Welcher's slide, 37.9, 38.1. So in no way did he adopt, anchor, tether, use as any basis. In fact, his is different and separate as all of his analysis is.
So Google
And
is,
so
you can't depend
the
on Google.
portrayal of this necessity of information so they can sneak in inadmissible opinions with no witness is simply improper. There is no case law. There is no legal support for it. They cannot reach back into last year and manipulate a witness and ask him about something that he didn't rely on because it feels good or it sounds good for their case. Dr. Welcher did not rely on Trooper Paul's analysis or reports, and he did not rely on the conclusion of Dr. Scortibello of undetermined. If they want to call Trooper Paul, well, maybe they can try to do that, but Dr. Welcher is not the right witness for it. These opinions to try to do a credibility value is a core preclusion in criminal law, a core preclusion. You cannot vouch for the credibility of another witness. You cannot comment. It's like asking, did the police officer lie when he said the light was red? It's the absolute same analysis. It just has a lot of icing on it.
See what I mean? He's literally saying
Very
their own
briefly,
medical
bring the jury-
examiner
Start getting the jury ready, please.
is not credible. That the
Your
medical
Honor,
examiner.
with regard to Trooper Paul, Mr. Brennan did not address 80% of the slides that I addressed that showed the basis. When he talked about the picture, making it seem like the picture is the only thing we're relying upon, there's clearly other items, but even the picture, Your Honor, the purpose of the picture is it's got the odometer reading. That's why they took the picture, and that's the tether. So the photo is completely relevant. It's not who's in it. It's the fact that that's the odometer reading they're using. Next point with regard to case law, Mr. Brennan presents none to go against the common sense law and that has been there for years. The other thing, Your Honor, is with regard to Mr. Brennan keeps trying to put my arguments into a credibility, like we're trying to attack the credibility of Trooper Paul. He says that we're trying to redo last trial. To the contrary, Your Honor, it's the Commonwealth that brought Trooper Paul into the second trial through Dr. Welcher and Dr. Welcher's reliance on all the work of Trooper Paul. They've brought it in here, and because of that, we get the right to cross-examine it. Last point. This is not about credibility. He keeps saying something that's not happening, that we're going to attack the credibility of Trooper Paul. What we want to do is to say to Dr. Welcher, you have brought up Trooper Paul. You have used his odometer reading. That odometer reading tethers through to Google, it tethers through everything you're doing. It's the foundation. But what you're ignoring, Dr. Welcher, are all the key cycle results that come from that odometer reading that you relied upon. Dr. Welcher himself can't cherry pick, grab things that he needs from Trooper Paul to do his analysis, and then the Commonwealth say, but you can't go after that because it somehow has Trooper Paul's name on it. It's illogical, Your Honor, and it's incorrect under the law. Thank you.
So I disagree with you, Mr. Alessi. I'm not allowing in the line of questioning regarding Trooper Paul, and I'm not allowing the line of questioning regarding Dr. Scordi-Bello. So that's my ruling. Let's bring the jury in. Well, come over here because they're on their way.
Okay, so the prosecution is basically saying that their own medical examiner is not a qualified witness. Are you serious? That is the most... So they're disqualifying the medical examiner and saying that this guy, who's not a medical examiner, knows better than the medical examiner. Honestly, I don't know why I can't believe that I hate looking at the ceiling fan, that the defense is not asking for a dismissal, like just dismiss this case altogether instead of asking for treating him like basically like a hostile witness is what they're asking, and ask him straight out questions. I'll go back. I just don't like to look at the ceiling fan. I'm watching to make sure they come back. So if you're new here, welcome. Say hello. This is the alternate point of view. My name is Tracy Lee. I am not a lawyer. I just love watching trials and covering crime, and I give my alternate point of view of things. We are also keeping track of the Sade Robinson case as well. That is going on right now too. I do not know much about that case. I've only heard bits and pieces. I tried to get a little more information yesterday, but I decided that I am going to go into that case blind, like a person who doesn't know anything about it, because I don't, and give my alternate point of view about it. And right now, my point of view is he is innocent until proven guilty. So what I have heard so far, I watched the trial yesterday, and as far as I can tell, just based off of my lack of knowledge and ignorance of this case, I don't see any evidence yet that he did anything other than go out on a date with her. From what I can tell, he didn't leave his house that night based on the cell phone data. And like I said, I don't think data is the deal breaker in cases right now. I think that is not as solid as DNA. I don't trust the data. So from what I can tell, he hasn't done anything. I don't know if they have the right guy. So hear ye.
Before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court before the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Court is now open. You may be seated.
If you don't know about the Sade Robinson case, it's up in Wisconsin. It's the first date case where they went on a date and she never came home.
So I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or no.
And he was charged because he was basically the last one to see her.
Refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Everyone said no or should.
Yes, you did see, hear, or something about it. You just didn't.
Feel free to go to the podium.
No way you didn't see, hear anything about it.
It doesn't look like it's turned on.
Oh, okay, good. And smart watches.
So this one.
Here we go.
Sir, I'll remind you, you're still under oath.
Thank you. Good morning, Your Honor.
Ugh. We're gonna keep talking to this 5-year-old.
And Dr. Welch, we're going to ask you to not turn on your computer yet.
Oh my gosh, this guy.
And Your Honor, if I could, smart watches that are receiving text messages during his direct, if we can make sure that that does not occur.
I can get my email. I'll take all the time.
Okay, or just don't look at your watch.
He can't help
Thank you.
himself.
Morning, Dr. Welcher.
Good morning.
Do you know whether there was glass found on the bumper of Miss Reed's Lexus SUV?
My understanding there was, yes.
Did you reach a conclusion on whether the glass on the bumper came from the drinking glass that you assert Mr. O'Keefe was holding at the time of the alleged impact?
I didn't have an opportunity to inspect the glass, but the glass was broken and there was glass on the bumper. That's all I know.
So you, as you sit here today, you have no basis to conclude that the glass on the bumper came from the glass that you depict as having been held by Mr. O'Keefe at the time of the alleged impact. Is that correct?
Well, you're mixing a couple things.
No, Dr. Welcher,
So can
if
I-
you can just answer my question.
I'm
If
trying
I
to.
need to rephrase it, I will.
Um,
I'll ask it a different way.
please.
You have no basis as you sit here today to conclude that the glass on the bumper came from a drinking glass connected to Mr. O'Keefe, do you?
Well, we have a picture of a broken glass at the scene. So I wouldn't say we have no basis. We don't necessarily have enough to conclude it's from it, though.
Good morning, everybody.
Do
Here we go.
you had depictions in your test with Mr. O'Keefe holding a glass, correct?
Correct.
My question is, you have no evidence to show at all other than, and I'm talking evidence, testing information. You're saying you have no evidence that shows that the glass on the bumper is not the same glass as you showed on your slides as being found supposedly at the scene. You have no test evidence that that's the same glass, do you?
So again, the one I
Oh
have
my
at
God.
my testing obviously was not the same glass. We have pictures of a
Oh.
broken bar glass in the snow near where Mr. O'Keefe's body was. We have glass fragments on the rear of the bumper. That's the extent of my knowledge on the correlation between those two.
So do you said you reviewed the reports and testimonies of various Commonwealth representatives, correct? That's in your report. Like-
Correct. In the initial.
In the initial, right, correct.
He doesn't.
And
He's
some
like
of those
does not like to be
reports
wrong.
included forensic
He's one of those.
scientists
telling you
who work for the
equals underwear.
Massachusetts State Police, correct?
I believe that's correct.
And you put those in your report as documents that you reviewed, correct?
Correct.
And as you sit here today, it's your testimony. You don't know whether in any of the reports of the Massachusetts State Police, there is an answer to the question of whether there's any connection at all between the glass found in the snow and the glass on the bumper.
I recall it being inconclusive.
Oh, so you recall that the testing was inconclusive?
I don't remember what testing they did, but for example, when they put the taillight fragments back together, they were able to deduce that the fragments were from the taillight. I don't think they attempted to do that with the glass.
Oh
Assume
my
that there has been testing
God.
of the glass on the bumper,
Mhm.
and assume that that testing conclusively determines that the glass on the bumper is not the glass that was found in the snow.
Okay.
Assume that.
Okay.
How would that affect your analysis?
I'd want to know where the glass came from, but we still have a whole bunch of other elements. So I don't think it would affect the end results.
This guy makes
So-
me want to fight somebody.
Would it have any part in your analysis with my assumption that the glass on the bumper is not the glass that's associated with the broken glass that was supposedly found in the snow?
Yes, I mean, we always want to have as much answers or as many answers as possible. So I would want to know if we could figure out where it came from.
And wouldn't the fact, assuming that the test results show there's no connection, meaning the glass on the bumper is different from the glass in the snow, wouldn't that be contrary to your theory of what happened in some way?
It depends on when the glass was actually broken. The glass was in his hand, at least that's the testimonial evidence I have seen. So it depends on whether it's broken from contact with the rear of the vehicle or broken with contact on the ground.
Assume that the glass on the bumper
Mhm.
is not the glass that was found in the snowbank. Doesn't that, at least in part, contradict your hypothesis as to whether there was contact by the Lexus with Mr. O'Keefe at 34 Fairview?
So if you recall on my slides, nowhere did we discuss that in my slides. So no, it wouldn't contradict it. I would want to know where that glass came from.
But you didn't seek that information, did you, sir, in your analysis to determine where the glass came from?
Well, of course I did. I read the reports about it.
But you sit here and you say you don't know the answer. There's steps you could have taken to get that answer quite easily. Couldn't you have, sir?
Not me. That's a material science expert.
Oh my
You've
God.
been communicating with Lieutenant Tully, haven't you?
Correct.
You couldn't have asked Lieutenant Tully that question?
To my knowledge, he's not a material science expert.
Oh,
But could he have told you the result of testing on that glass on the bumper and whether it was any way associated with the glass found in the snow? Wouldn't that have been an easy question to ask him? Just, has there been testing? And if so, what's the results?
Yes, but my knowledge from reading the reports was it was inconclusive.
But you didn't read all of the reports, did you, sir?
Apparently not.
Let's turn to another topic, laser scans.
oh my God.
Part of your analysis involved conducting laser scans of portions of 1 Meadows Avenue, the house of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Those laser scans were used, at least in part, to answer the question of whether the collision between Miss Reed's SUV and Mr. O'Keefe's Chevy Traverse at 1 Meadows at approximately 5:07 a.m. on January 29, 2022, caused the right rear taillight of the Lexus to break, correct?
Correct.
And in that analysis, inches literally matter, correct?
You want to get it as accurate as possible.
And the reason why inches matter is because, and we're going to get to this, you try, and you did it in your slide presentation on Direct, you tried to see whether the Lexus lined up with the Traverse such that there could be a break of the taillight. That was part of your analysis, correct?
So the main part of the photogrammetry was to determine the speeds and the angles and the degree of overlap on the vehicles. And then we also looked at the damage from the video, or actually it's just where the snow was knocked off the rear of the Chevy Traverse, and document the height of that.
You said the main part. I don't want to engage in semantics. I want to go to my question of, isn't part of the laser scan analysis to determine whether or not those two vehicles align sufficiently such that the Lexus could brake, the taillight of the Lexus could brake coming into contact with the Chevy Traverse. Wasn't that part of your analysis, at least in part?
Yes.
Okay.
Finally.
And in that analysis, inches literally matter, correct?
It can, depending on which way you're going inches.
So the Ring camera at One Meadows, you're familiar with that Ring camera, right? At
Correct.
One Meadows? That Ring camera at One Meadows was used as part of the laser scan process that you and your firm Aperture performed at One Meadows on October 2nd, 2024. Do I have the date correct?
I believe so, but like the videos were not literally used during the laser scans. We took the laser scans, the video, combined them together in the process called photogrammetry.
Okay, let's get this down to the fundamentals. You used, and that was my question, Your Honor, if we could publish the exhibit with regard to the Ring camera.
Sure. What exhibit is it?
I've got my,
Oh, you're right, China. The judge should really just be like, yes or no. Answer yes or no.
Dr. Welcher, you recognize that Ring camera as being at One Meadows. You discussed it, as a matter of fact, on your direct testimony, correct?
Yes.
Now, that Ring camera was utilized as part of your laser scan process, correct? It was used.
So you're confusing laser scan and photogrammetry. The video, the laser scanners are together used in the photogrammetry. The camera and the laser scans are not used necessarily with each other.
Was that Ring camera used for any part of your work?
Absolutely, the photogrammetry.
I just need to be able to finish my question, sir.
Woo!
Was that
Sorry.
Ring camera used for any part of your work at One Meadows on October 2nd, 2024?
Yes.
And it was used for what purpose?
In the photogrammetric process, to establish the position and dimensions of various things in the video. So then we could go back and overlay the vehicles and track the tracks in the snow, as well as look at the damage to the vehicles.
Right. So this was used as a basis, not the only one, to establish dimensions of the other work that was done in analysis at One Meadows, correct?
Correct.
You can take that down, Mr.
Oh my God, Alessi has the patience.
You know that the Ring camera at One Meadows, in existence when Aperture did the work on October 2nd, 2024, was different than the Ring camera that was in existence on January 29th of 2022, the date where you went through to see if those two vehicles align. Is that correct? The cameras are different.
That is correct.
And you know that the cameras are different, and you knew that as part of your analysis, correct?
Correct.
Did you document the differences between the two cameras as part of any work performed at One Meadows?
Yes.
And did you measure any differences there might have been between the location of the newer Ring camera from the older one that was in existence on January 29th of 2022?
No, what we did is use the current Ring camera in conjunction with the old Ring camera, and with the laser scans, we're able to, again, map the points onto the scene. That's why I showed you the report from the photogrammetry software that reported our error.
Sir, my question was just measurement, not your process.
Oh.
Did you measure the difference
I don't believe so.
between where the old camera was and where the new camera was?
No, it was angled slightly more to the right, though.
How would you know that if you were not retained on January 29th of 2022? How would you know where the original angles were?
Because when you look at the first camera, the one on January 22nd, it's here. The new one is slightly over to the right.
That's an eyeball approximation analysis. That's not a measurement, correct?
Well, I don't know that we actually measured it, but we accounted for it and corrected for it. But you can see, for example, what the original one shows, for example, to the left-hand side, compared to what the new one shows to the left-hand side, and it's angled more to the right.
Sir, you have experience with Ring cameras, correct?
I do.
And I think a lot of members of the public have experience with Ring cameras. You can move just the camera portion ever so slightly and change significantly the angle of the camera, can't you, what it captures? Just a small turn.
Potentially.
Right. Even a millimeter turn can make a change. A 2 millimeter, a 1 inch can make a significant change with regard to what the camera captures, correct?
Could, sure.
So, did you measure whether the newer camera that was present on October 2nd, 2024 was installed to the left? And I'm talking measure. To the right, to the top, or the bottom relative to the camera that was there on January 29th of 2022?
So we solved for the camera position.
I'm asking if you measured, sir.
Oh, no, we didn't measure.
So let's talk about some other differences with regard to cameras and Ring cameras. Different Ring cameras can have different levels of distortion, correct?
Potentially.
Oh my God.
Cameras, well, are you saying that all Ring cameras have the same level of distortion?
No, but again, they're mass produced. So you could have some that have the same exact distortion. You could have some that have different.
And you don't know the comparative distortion between what I'm just going to now refer to as the old Ring camera that was there January 29, 2022, and the camera that you saw on October 2024, which I'll refer to the new camera. You don't know the difference in the distortion between those cameras as you sit here today, do you?
So we know enough information that if the distortions had been different, our errors would have been too high. And so the fact that our errors are within acceptable, or what's called an RMS error, we know that the distortions are similar enough to give us accurate measurements.
Sir, that is speculation. That
It's
is
not.
not data. That is not a measurement. You didn't measure the distortion, sir, did you? If the cameras, you didn't have the old camera to do it.
We didn't, but we had images from the old camera. And then when we get images from the new camera and solve those camera properties and then overlay data from the old images to the new images with the point clouds, if that distortion is too great, we will have too high of errors in our project, which is why I showed the error report from the photogrammetry process to show that we have checked for that and documented that our errors are in acceptable range so that we have confidence in our results.
You do not have information from the manufacturer of Ring. You didn't present it and you don't have it as to what is the acceptable level of distortion for the analysis that you did, do you, sir?
The
You have that from Ring.
And I don't have it for Ring, but I
Thank
don't need
you.
it from Ring.
So now let's go to, if cameras have different levels of distortion, that would change the analysis in reconciling the difference between their angles. That's a pretty straightforward proposition, sir, wouldn't it?
So it depends on how much difference it is, but we have accounted for that.
With which model of the Ring camera was present at One Meadows on January 29, 2022? Which model?
I don't know. I'd have to go look through the data.
Do you believe you, I'm not going to take up the time to have you look, but do you really believe you've got the model of the Ring camera that was in existence on January 29th of 2022?
I don't know. I
You
need to
didn't
look through the
present it
report.
in your direct testimony, did you, sir?
I did not.
So do you have the model of the Ring camera that was present at One Meadows on October 2nd, 2024?
No,
So you don't have even the model for either one of them.
nope, but we have videos from both of them and scans of the scene.
So now let's talk about another
You've got
aspect
the
of
exact
Ring cameras.
Lexus and Traverse.
They have mechanisms, as I was talking about earlier, that allow the user to adjust the camera angle, correct?
Correct.
And do you know whether there was a difference in the camera angle between the two cameras?
Yes, as we already discussed, there was a slight difference in the
But
angles,
you don't have a measurement of that, right, sir?
Correct.
Okay.
but we accounted for it.
So wouldn't a difference in models of Ring cameras be relevant at all to your analysis of trying to reconcile any differences between them?
So if you have video from both of them and you have laser scans with three-dimensional geometry of the scene, you can go in and it's called a reverse camera analysis and solve for the distortion properties. The scans give you the real world dimensions. So once you know the real world dimensions, you can then go in, you can go in and then solve for the camera lens properties based upon the real world distortions. So for example, if there's a little bit of bending at the end, the laser scan data will show that, and you can correct for that knowing information about the laser scanner.
I'll
Or
ask
the
the
laser
question.
scan data.
I'm sorry, I thought you finished, sir. I'm going to ask the question again because it's a narrow question. Wouldn't knowing the difference in the models be relevant? That's all I'm asking. Wouldn't it be relevant to your analysis of reconciling the differences to them? Wouldn't
No.
it be relevant?
No,
So you think the different models are irrelevant to any process you occasioned at one? It's irrelevant.
so the analysis of the video itself is more important than the models?
I'm not asking if it's more important. I'm just asking, would it be relevant?
No, I don't believe it'd be relevant.
Now let's go to another aspect of the cameras. Are key parameters in a camera that the software needs to know focal length?
It is.
Is imaging size something that is an important parameter in a camera?
Yes,
Are sampling characteristics an important parameter in cameras?
can be.
Is the principal point, you understand that concept, sir? Is that an important parameter in a camera?
Define how you're using principal point.
Sure. A principal point of an image is the point where a camera's direct line of sight, called, as you may know, the optical axis, intersects the image plane. Does that
Gotcha,
sound
yes.
familiar?
Mhm.
So isn't that the image's mathematical center, the principal point?
More or less, yes.
And for high accuracy photogrammetric work, it's important to know if the lens is mounted centered over the image sensor due to the small manufacturing variances, correct?
Could be important.
And if the principal point is the center of the image.
Okay.
That's relevant. So doesn't that affect the mathematical calculation of the light ray geometry?
It could.
So the variance in manufacturing between cameras is a known issue. Do you agree?
I do.
There's small manufacturing variances that affect one of the key components of the fundamental parameters of the camera, namely the principal point, right?
Correct.
Did you perform the camera calibration of the camera in place in October of 2024?
Yes. So within photogrammetry, we calibrated the photogrammetric analysis to the camera.
Did you address the principal point in that calibration? Do you have documentation that you addressed that important factor, the principal point?
So the checking of the RMS error in the software takes into account, sums up all the potential errors in the measurements, which would include that.
Okay. Sir, You know the importance of all of these topics because the output of all the work Aperture did at One Meadows, almost all of it, springs from that camera, correct?
It starts there.
Okay, it starts there. And if the
Spring
starting
starts-
point is wrong, then where you go from the starting point is going to be at least potentially wrong, correct?
Potentially.
Would you agree that Ring cameras have a swiveling mechanism so that the user can adjust the camera angle?
Some do.
Do you know whether the camera that was in existence on January 29, 2022 had a swiveling mechanism?
I believe it did.
Believe? Do you know?
I do not know for a fact, but
you-
those style of Ring cameras on the surveillance have adjustability that includes angle.
But you don't know whether the camera that was there, the specific camera on January 29, 2022, had a swiveling mechanism or not, correct?
Correct.
And do you know whether the camera that you saw in October of 2024 had a swiveling mechanism on it?
It did.
And where did you document the fact that it had a swiveling mechanism?
I think we have photos of the camera.
Did you document it in writing, and did you document the tolerance of the swiveling mechanism?
No.
Let's go to, and again, all of the camera, this camera that you use is the starting point for your laser scan and photogrammetry process, correct?
Correct.
All right. Let's go to another topic. On
It's
your
only a
direct
half day.
testimony, as I recall, you stated essentially from various information that you lined up in the video, and we're talking about the lining up of the Lexus with the Traverse. And this is at One Meadows. And so, as I understand what you did, sir, is you took what are called point clouds, 3D images, created them for the Lexus. You took created 3D images, synonym point clouds of the Traverse, and then you attempted to line them up to determine, among other things, whether they would align sufficient so that the Lexus could line up and potentially hit the Traverse such that the tail light of the Lexus could be broken. Was that at least part of your analysis?
That was part. There was more.
So you showed a slide, a few slides, and with your honor's permission, what I'd like to do is to start with slide 90.
Say hello if you're new. Welcome.
I have no problem with the printed copy, your honor.
I'm sorry, what slide again?
90.
Your Honor, my printed copy tiny. Can I pull it up? Yes. Yeah.
He always has to look at his stuff. This is wild.
Does that slide that's part of your presentation depict the view from the top of the
Hi, Gloria.
Lexus on
Welcome
the
to
right
Alternate Point of
and
View.
the Chevy Traverse on the left?
Correct.
And is
Hi,
that
Tracy.
depicting contact between the two vehicles?
It is.
Now let's zero in a closer look, and that is a contact point. Am I correct?
Correct. I mean, there's multiple points. There's more than
Multiple
one.
points, but it shows more clearly the contact
Correct.
between the two vehicles. Now, if we could,
Have you been watching the whole trial?
the next, and that is number 91, Mr. Wolf. So Your Honor, 91. I think these are just going to go in order for a few, and I'll keep announcing them. So this is 91, same vehicles, just a different viewpoint. Is that correct, Dr. Welcher?
Correct. This and the next
I
slide.
just want to stay
I know.
with this one. I just
Hold on a
asked the
second.
question, does it show the contact?
Yes or no?
Go ahead and answer now.
This slide and all the other slides, we're trying to show
Yeah,
the
same.
angle of contact, but because it's two-dimensional image, you're losing some perspective. For example, here you're seeing the chrome piece on Mr. O'Keefe's Chevrolet, which is on the right. You're seeing it obviously behind where the Lexus is. So we were trying to show it at a whole bunch of different angles to try and illustrate the degree of closeness or lack thereof.
All righty. So
Thank you.
is it correct that on your direct examination, you said in sum and substance, we looked at the degree of overlap and there's only about a 2 to 3 millimeters of overlap between the vehicles? Is that what you recall saying on direct?
That is correct.
And that you stated that supposed 2 to 3 millimeters of overlap was insufficient to cause the tail light of the Lexus to contact the rear of the Chevrolet. Do you recall saying that?
That's correct.
Now, I would like you to look at that. This is from your slide presentation. Is that not showing contact between the two vehicles?
Oh, it absolutely is not. What you're seeing is a portion of the vehicle that is behind the area. Keep in mind the angle, the Lexus is angled off to the left. So the area that you see here is actually
We're also keeping
in
up
this
with the
case in
Sade
front of
Robinson
where the
case,
tail light is.
Gloria.
This is why we tried showing
know
it
about
from a
that
whole bunch
one.
of different angles, because when you try and take a
And
two-dimensional image and look at it, you see stuff in the background. So and again, this is why in the computer, we overlaid them, looked at the measurements, in the computer where you don't have this, we have the three-dimensional measurements and it does not hit.
Where did you show in your slide presentation?
Because
what
Karen
you
Reed is
just
taking
said,
over
that it
everything. The
doesn't
Sade
show
Robinson
an
trial is going on right now as well.
So
Where?
it shows a contact. It definitely contacted, I'm sorry, Mr. Reporter, down below here. It does not show a contact here. So to answer your question, all the next slides were our attempt to do that. So all the next slides is your answer.
We're going to go to those next slides. So you're, just to be clear, you're
That's
saying
the
that
first
that
date murder trial.
depiction does not
I don't
show
know a whole
any
lot about it, but
contact between
I'm on the fence
taillight of the Lexus
of guilt or
and the
innocence.
Chevy
So, I mean, he is innocent
So
until
the
proven
upper
guilty. So,
taillight, just to be clear, because the lower taillight,
Sade
is much
Robinson,
closer.
it's the first
Well,
date
it's
murder
not
trial.
only much closer, it's in
It
contact.
happened in
isn't it, sir?
Wisconsin.
it's
the
very
first
close.
date
It's probably
where
within an inch.
He went
being
on
in
a first
contact.
date.
Oh, so
never came
you
home,
state that even the lower
murdered,
part of the
and then
taillight is
dismembered,
not making
and they
contact?
say it's the guy
So,
who took her out
if-
on their first
Again,
date.
maybe there's a photo we could show or a scan. That is on the rear of the vehicle, and
We're
it
gonna
contacts
watch
on the
that trial
corner, which is just
well.
around, so maybe like
This
an
is a half
inch or
day
so
today.
in front of
Karen
it on the
Reed, so we're
corner.
going to switch over to Sade Robinson.
I'm just
after
going
this.
with what you presented in your slide
Well, let's go to the next
presentation.
slides and then
Sir,
maybe
I
we'll see
will
it.
determine which slides we go to on my question.
I'm just hoping
So
to
now
answer your
let's
question.
go to Mr. Wolf, the next slide.
He's such a jackwagon.
In your presentation, my question is zeroing in.
Yeah, I don't know much
Are you
about that
saying
case
that
either,
that
Gloria,
slide
but
does
that's
not
why I
show
want to look at it. 'Cause to
between
me,
the tail light of Ms.
they don't have
Reed's
enough
Lexus
evidence,
and
but
any
that's just
part of
my
the
point of
Chevy
view.
Traverse?
Yeah, absolutely. It's exactly what it shows. You can see a little better here. Again, we tried all these different angles, which is why all these slides are in there. But you can see some of the geometry of the light. This structure, and again, remember I said the Chevy kind of curves in as it goes up a little bit.
Let's go to the next slide. 40. 40, yes, please.
But we are going to check that trial out because to me, they don't have enough evidence. But I mean, that's just me looking from the outside and because I don't know anything about the case. So that's why I want to watch it because I want to look at it from that point of view. A lot of people are like, he's guilty, but
No,
I don't
It's not my slides.
I mean, just because he was the last person to see her, but they don't have any actual
So,
physical
Mr.
evidence.
Alessi, is this
So
exhibit number 41 or
kinda
is this
weird.
from the PowerPoint? Because,
Slide 41. Slide.
okay.
yeah, it's really weird. They have
Yes.
they just have text messages. They went on a
So-
date.
I'm putting this up because I want to
Really
show
awful what
an
happened to
actual
her.
photograph
Girl, stop.
of
China,
that tail light.
you don't know.
And I would
You
like you,
don't
sir,
know
to
I'm
focus
saying,
on
I don't know.
the quarter panel tail light in east. Do you see a jutting out of the quarter panel tail light in that photo?
I
Do you see
mean,
it jut out?
because they went on a date. Dang,
So I
China.
don't know if you and I are talking the same thing. There are little fins here.
Correct. Now, what I'd like to do is
I need to see
go
the
back
evidence.
to the depiction we were just looking at. And that depiction doesn't show the jutting out, does it?
No, it does. Those are actually more on the side of the vehicle. You can't see them in this image.
Correct. You
But-
can't see that.
Hold on a second. I wasn't finished.
Oh,
They are 100% there. We actually did special hand scans with a hand scanner of the taillight to put it back on to the vehicle.
You say they're 100% there, but you can't see it in that depiction, can you? The jutting out that you could see in the two-dimensional one we just saw. You can't see it.
I can't see who's behind that wall because it's being blocked by something. I can't see on the side of the taillight because it's on the side I can't see. It's being blocked.
Sir, my question is simple. You cannot see the jutting out of the tail light in this depiction, can you?
Correct.
Okay, now let's go on to the next question in this.
well, I'm glad, Gloria. Welcome to
You
our
could
group.
have easily
We usually have more people, but I've been
solved
gone a long
what
time.
you consider
So
to
we're
be
back.
the issues you had with trying to show it lining up. Couldn't you, sir? You had an easy solution for that.
I took the best solution. I'm not sure what
You
you're referring
had
to.
3D images, correct?
I did.
You could have shown and measured 3D images to get almost the exact contact point and almost the exact dimensions if you had just used the 3D images that you had available to you. Isn't that correct?
That's exactly what we did. When I went through the video analysis, I showed you how we overlaid the point clouds, the 3D scans on top of each vehicle. So we took the, I'm sorry, we took
Sir,
the vehicles.
please don't interrupt.
Hold on.
Your Honor, he keeps referencing my hand and saying I'm doing something when I'm not. And I think that's distracting to the jury. I'm
So,
not interrupting
Hold
him.
on. Let the witness.
Ooh, we
answer
got a
the
Why
fight.
am
question.
I just holding my hand like this, Your Honor? He keeps saying that I'm doing
Mr.
something.
Alessi, please.
Woo, let's go, Lizzie.
Finish the answer, Dr. Walker.
Again, in the photogrammetric analysis, I showed the video. I showed how we overlaid the point cloud on top of the video. That proves that the way we solved it, correct camera characteristics, matches. Otherwise, that would be distorted. We overlaid the scans of the Lexus into the photogrammetric analysis. We overlaid the scans of the scene into the photogrammetric analysis. We overlaid all that stuff into the analysis. We did exactly what you're suggesting.
You could have easily addressed this issue by the following. If you really believe there was no contact or not sufficient contact, you could have produced a graphic that shows a gap between the two vehicles. A graphic, couldn't you? That's not a graphic.
What is that?
Sir, I get to ask the questions and you are to answer them subject to the judge's ruling. So my question is, couldn't you have created a graphic that
That's-
would have better shown the issue that you are creating or talking about today? That's my question. Couldn't you have created a graphic?
We did. We created a whole bunch of graphics.
You called what we just saw a graphic?
Yes.
Well, if there's a gap, why isn't there then something that shows a clear gap?
because when you have the angulation of the vehicles, you have perspective. When you're looking at it, even if you do a top down, you see everything projected onto a single flat plane. So you can't tell the height of things. So when you see things in this dimension, you can't necessarily see depth of things. So you lose in two-dimensional images, you lose one dimension depending on which way you're looking. That's why I showed it from all these different angles to try and show exactly what you're saying. We had graphics to do that.
3D images allow you to show perspectives for 360 degrees, correct? Is that correct?
That is correct.
So none of what you presented in your slideshow shows the contact points from 360 degrees, does it?
I don't understand your question. Are you asking if I showed it at every single, I went through 360 slides that showed it at every single degree?
Sir, let's move on. I think I've made the point.
So I'm going to strike the comment,
Okay.
Mr. Leslie.
Dr. Welcher, let's go to the next topic.
Oh, man.
And keep with these two depictions. Are these two images point clouds or 3D images? Are these two?
Those are one and the same thing. They're yes.
I would use them as synonym. Which term of the two do you want to use? Point cloud or 3D images?
Both are fine. It's a 3D image composed of points, which
Okay, so let's just call them 3D images so we
Okay.
can do this more quickly. The Lexus and the Chevy Traverse that are depicted there are both 3D images of those vehicles, correct?
correct,
And Aperture created the 3D images, correct?
correct.
Sir, did you do these scans and did you personally create these images?
No, one of the assistants at Aperture did.
So you're speaking about what somebody else did at Aperture, correct?
They were doing it at my direction. And for example, the Lexus scan, I showed the photographs. You can see the gentleman that works at Aperture, Mike Morelli, was scanning them for me while I was doing the rest of the inspection. And then the hand scanning of the rear tail light was done by another engineer. I was out there with him doing it, taking measurements. And then same thing with the Chevy Traverse.
My question is, you didn't do the creation of these 3D images, did you?
The individual images, no.
All right, so let's go to these individual images. These are 3D images. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
Let's look at the tail light.
Okay.
That's not a 3D image. That's a Photoshop, isn't it?
Nope.
Oh, so it's your testimony that that tail light is a 3D image.
That absolutely is a 3D image. The way you can tell is when you get up near the chrome, because lasers don't like shiny objects, you start to get a scatter. So see all these dots here? If that was a photo, you wouldn't have these dots.
Let's go to the Chevy Traverse. Mr. Woke, zero in on the content. Yeah. There's grain on that tail light, in the tail light. That's a 3D image of a tail light, isn't it, sir?
They're both 3D images.
Well, I just want to stay with one. That tail light is a 3D image, and one of the ways you can tell is it's because it's got all that grainy material on it, correct?
Correct.
Now let's go back, Mr. Woke, to the Lexus. Let's now go to the bumper.
But do you want me to explain the difference?
No,
No,
thank you.
he didn't
I
ask
would like to
you.
go to the bumper. Do you see any grainy, the predominance of any grainy
Welcome
image
to the
on the
alternate
bumper?
point of view. Say hello.
There's a little bit. So for example, when you get near edges, it has a hard time with
Oh my
edges.
I'm
God.
sorry, the bumper
Yes
cover.
or no?
See the bumper cover up
Th-
above?
This whole thing is the bumper cover. That's the step pad. That's the rear body panel or the rear deck lid.
I'm talking about the step pad, sir. Just the step pad of the bumper?
Are you asking about just from here to here?
Correct. The bumper step
Can we
pad.
zoom in on it?
Oh my
Pardon me?
Can
God.
we zoom in on it?
Sure. Do you see any?
Yeah, I see graininess.
Let's go over to.
Right in here. You can see it all through here. You see it through here.
Well, I'm talking about the step pad, not the entire bumper. I'm just talking about the step pad.
Right. So you're zooming in on the bumper.
Right.
The step pad is this structure up here.
We're going to move up. It just
Oh
takes
my
a while.
gosh.
So your testimony is that is a.
Can you zoom in more?
Oh my gosh.
That's you would like it zoomed in?
Yes, sir.
Sure.
Let's see. Does that look
Your
like a 3D image?
testimony is that is a 3D image, not a Photoshopped step bumper cover. Is that correct?
So we have mapped the color over the 3D scans. We used 2 separate scanners. If you recall, when I got out to Miss Reed's vehicle, that taillight was gone. So we had to replace the taillight.
Talking about the bumper cover, not the tail light.
Okay, I'm explaining the process.
I'm just asking about the bumper cover, not the process.
So focus your answer on the bumper.
That is a laser scan.
Okay, so your
That's a 3D
testimony
model.
is the step part of the bumper cover is a 3D image from a laser scan, and it's not a Photoshop. That's your testimony.
Absolutely.
And you didn't perform the work for the 3D that you claim the bumper step up is. You didn't do that work to produce that depiction, did you, sir? Somebody
So-
else in your firm did it.
So this is all done at my direction. The engineers that work for me, so I'm telling them what to do. I'm not the one punching the keys.
That's
I'm
my
saying,
question.
I need you to do this, and this.
Exactly.
Use the hand scanner, go scan the light. I need to put this back in because it was missing when we got to it. So no, I'm not punching the keys.
Okay, so
Okay. Come on over, please.
Okay, so the Sade Robinson case is from in Wisconsin. That's the case that it's Maxwell Anderson is the guy that took her on a date April 1st of 2023, I believe. It was the day of election. It was election day. I know he's gonna make me drink, and I don't drink. So he took her out on a date, April 1st, and yeah, okay, last year. China knows more about it than I do. So apparently he was the last person to communicate with her. They went out on a date. She went back to his house, and she had a Life 360 app on her phone. She didn't show up to work the next day on April 2nd. Everybody was looking for her. And then what's weird is somebody found a human leg out on Lake Michigan, the beach of Lake Michigan. And then people started to realize that maybe this possibly was connected to her missing. Then someone found her car set on fire at a place where people dump stuff. And a witness said they saw someone walking away from the car. And so the only connection now, seriously, the only connection to him and her murder is that they have a video of him on a bus leaving and going home. I don't know if he actually did it, but she was last at his house, and then she was dead. And
with regard to, no, we don't need to back up, Mr. Rope. Isn't it correct
China says he did.
that 3D
I don't know.
images
There was nothing found in his
allow
house.
for proper
That I
and
know of.
most accurate measurements as opposed to 2D images? Is that a correct general statement?
I mean, generally, yeah.
Okay, that's my question. So let's go to the next topic. Let's talk about hydraulics on the Lexus SUV. What type of hydraulic system does the Lexus SUV have?
So it has a mechanism, I believe it's actually pneumatic. It's air-based system that raises it up and down.
Do you know what the name of that system is, sir?
No, not off the top of my head.
Do Do you know how it works
I do.
specifically?
Well, I mean, I know generally that there's a button on the interior where you can raise and lower the ride height.
And is that the extent of your knowledge of that system on the Lexus?
No, again, I know when you park it, it'll drop down the ride height. When you adjust it for different roadway conditions, it'll change the ride height.
Do you know what the height tolerances are? In other words, the lowest to the highest?
I believe it's around 1.25 inches. At one point in time, I measured it. I don't remember off the top of my head.
So you believe it's 1.25 inches up and 1.25 inches down? How do you apply the 1.25 inches?
I recall the total being like 1.25 inches, but I measured it at one point in time. I just don't remember off the top of my head.
Would you be surprised to hear that the tolerance is 5 inches on that vehicle?
I would be surprised. I don't recall it being that much, but I would need to double check.
Assume
Mhm.
that the manual, as well as other informations, support that the tolerance is 5 inches and that specifically the vehicle can be raised 3 inches high and it can be lowered 2 inches. That's the basis for the 5. What was the suspension height of Miss Reed's Lexus that you used for your accident reconstruction analysis out front at 34 Fairview between 12 a.m. and 1 a.m. on January 29, 2022 to determine whether it was possible for the spoiler on the back of the Lexus to make contact with the eye of Mr. O'Keefe? If it was even possible, what did you use for a measurement of the suspension?
Matched the measurements from when the vehicle was tested, I believe on February 1st at the Canton Police Department.
What match did you make?
So we aligned the bottom of the taillight, actually the sheet metal right below the taillight. So we adjusted the height of the Lexus to match that.
Did you in any place document what level the Lexus was at the time of any testing, meaning the suspension? Did you document at all?
Yes.
Where?
You're supposed to say, may I refer to my notes or my report?
Slide 107.
Can we have slide 107, Mr. Wolf?
And then if you could zoom in on the lower photograph, the gentleman with the blue shirt. Zoom in a little more, please.
Oh my gosh. This guy is like,
So if I may, we matched the bottom of the sheet metal here to photographs when it was at the Canton Police Department.
Sir, my question is, where did you document
where did you document it?
whether the suspension was at 0, whether it was +3 or -2? Where did you document that?
Right here.
What? Año.
And what are the numbers of the documentation of that?
I don't know. We were matching the photos. So I don't care what the numbers are. I care that the height is the same.
Okay, so I just heard you say, if I heard correctly, you don't care what the suspension is at. Is that your testimony?
No, I don't care what the suspension number is as long as the heights match.
I understand. So
Eagle.
what was the suspension height of Miss Reed's Lexus at 5:07 a.m. on January 29th, 2022?
Okay, we'll see you in a
while
bit,
at
Maria.
One Meadows and colliding with the Chevy Traverse? What was the suspension height then?
We assumed it was the same as when it was at the Canton Police Department.
Exactly. You assumed, but there's no measurement like was just on that depiction. There was no note that said, okay, we're doing this very important and inches sensitive measurements to see whether the tail light on the Lexus makes contact with the Traverse, but there's no measurement and no documentation of what the suspension height was at One Meadows, correct?
So we took the closest measurement in time to the One Meadows event, which is when it was at the Canton Police Department. That was the best information we had.
Well, that information isn't very good because the vehicle had to go from Canton to One Meadows. And when the vehicle drives, the way the suspension system works, it's automatic. When you go above 20 miles an hour, the suspension comes up. And when you turn off the vehicle, it goes down so you can get out easier. So it would be improper to assume that the suspension at One Meadows would be the same at another location.
That's the only, sorry.
Was there an objection? Go ahead and answer, please.
That's the extent of the information we had. We had it when it was at the Canton Police Department.
That's-
We matched that height.
Sorry, sir. I understand.
But actually, you brought up a good
Great.
point. It's going so slow
Be right back.
when it's backing up that it wouldn't raise up. So the static position when it's backing up would be the static position.
But it wouldn't be going in backup from the Canton Police Department to One Meadows. It wouldn't be going back up when it's going in other locations, sir, right? It would be driving forward. It had to get from point A to point B.
Right. But as you pointed out, when you turn it off, it drops down. And then you turn it on. And then once you go above 20, as you indicated, it goes up. But when she's backing up, she never goes more than a couple miles an hour. So it's going to be at the same position as when you start, which is approximately the same position when it's off at the Canton Police Department a couple days later.
Do you know whether the suspension system locks when there is testing of the infotainment system?
Whether the suspensions, I don't know.
Okay, let's go on to the next topic. You're aware of the vehicle control, excuse me, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. I want to go, I'm changing topics to go back now to Fairview, 34 Fairview. You don't know what the suspension ride height at 34
welcome in.
Fairview
Say
was
hi.
on January 29th of 2022, do you?
Correct.
So therefore, if you don't know what the suspension height was, because of course you weren't there on January 29, 2022. Therefore there's no measuring stick, as you say, you assert that you would have accounted for it in your methodology. So you don't have the suspension height for that key day, do you, sir?
I only have it 2 days later.
All right. So when you talk about key measurements, such as the spoiler on the top of the Lexus and the inches that are important as to whether things such as, is there a contact with the front eye, you don't have some data that would be relevant to that calculation, the sum data being the suspension height of the Lexus at that time, do you?
So we have some data. We have photos of the vehicle 2 days later. We don't know the exact height outside because, as you alluded to, we don't have a measurement on January 29th of it, but we do have it 2 days later. That's the source of the measurement.
You don't have the suspension height or the setting of the suspension of the Lexus that existed on January 29th, 2022, do you?
Correct.
Now let's go on to another topic.
Hi, welcome to the alternate point of view. Say hello.
Within
join
the
chat.
34 Fairview on January 29th of 2022, I'm not going to go over them, but you asserted various measurements.
We are
height,
watching a
width,
master
with
class.
regard to the Lexus, correct? It wasn't just for the spoiler at the top, correct?
Correct.
And for all those other measurements that you talked about, you did not have the suspension height and the suspension setting of the hydraulic system of the Lexus on January 29th, 2022, did you?
So the hydraulic's only going to affect the vertical dimensions. It doesn't change anything left to right. It doesn't change anything down the side of the car.
Understood. But for the measurements that are affected by vertical, you didn't have the suspension height of the Lexus system on January 29th, 2022.
Again, I only know what it is 2 days later.
So now let's go on to vehicle control history. Sir, you understand what I mean by vehicle control history of
This is
VCH?
text stream information.
Are you aware of what is called the Bosch crash data retrieval system in Lexus vehicles?
Of course, we showed it on my slides.
And the Bosch crash data retrieval system in Lexus vehicles is sometimes referred to as the black box.
Here we go.
No, you're mixing up two things. So the Bosch is like the tools.
It's a question, sir.
So can you answer that with a yes or no?
Is the Bosch crash data retrieval system the black box on Lexus vehicles? I just wanted to repeat it so we can.
I didn't hear what the objection. You objecting?
I'd like him to be able to finish his answers.
Oh my
The
gosh.
question was just asked. Can you answer that question?
Yes or no?
It doesn't make sense.
Okay, next question, Mr. Wilson.
I'm going to ask the question, sir. The Bosch crash data retrieval system in Lexus vehicles, you're familiar with that? Are you familiar?
What happened? Why did he freeze?
You objecting?
I'd like him to be able to finish his answers.
Yeah. So the question was just asked. Can you answer that question?
No, it doesn't make sense.
Okay, next question, Mr. Wilson.
I'm going to ask the question, sir. The Bosch crash data retrieval system in Lexus vehicles, you're familiar with that? Are you familiar with it?
There is no such thing in the Lexus.
A Lexus does not have a Bosch crash data retrieval system?
No.
Have you read the report of Trooper Paul,
Yes.
the May 2023? Does that report not use the exact words posh? Let me ask this. Do you recall?
Sustained. The objection is sustained.
Let's go to the VCH system in Lexuses. Is the VCH system intended by Lexus as a diagnostic tool for their technicians, Lexus technicians, to assist in vehicle repair and maintenance? Is that what that is created for?
That's their stated purpose.
Right. And is a synonym for VCH TechStream?
Sort of. TechStream, similar, like Bosch is the hardware and software to access the black box data. TechStream is the software to access, for example, the pre-collision system, the PCS system, and the VCH, which is the vehicle control history. So TechStream which does a lot of other stuff, but does access that information.
You just mentioned Bosch, didn't you, sir?
So Bosch is not in the Lexus. You use Bosch stuff sold by Bosch software and hardware, and you walk up to the Lexus with all the Bosch stuff and plug it in and download the event data recorder, the EDR, the black box. That was my problem. There is no
Understood.
Bosch stuff in the Lexus.
I understand, sir. That was going to be the question that I was trying to get to, but you've
my
explained it, so I don't have to
God.
answer the question. Let's go to the VCH database that you say the stated purpose is to assist technicians at Lexus in vehicle repair and maintenance.
So I didn't say that was a stated purpose. I'm saying that's what Lexus or Toyota says is a stated purpose. It's being used in litigation all the time. All I know is that's what Lexus and Toyota says. But again, it came about right when we started seeing all the sudden accelerations in the Toyota vehicles.
So my question is the VCH database specific to Toyota and Lexus vehicles?
So it's not a database, it's software.
Is the software specific to Lexus and Toyota? The VCH?
Those particular acronyms are, yes.
This man alphabetizes his spices and medications. Okay. This guy folds his underwear.
Want to move to another
Freaking-
topic, and we are almost finished. We have just 2 more topics, sir.
Oh my God. Thank you. Holy moly.
How common were VCH events when Miss Reed owned the Lexus?
In 2022,
Do you know the ownership period of Miss Reed with respect to the Lexus? Do you know how long she owned it?
I have that documentation. I don't off the top of my head.
Do you have an approximate?
No, I mean, it was a 2021 vehicle. Our accident's January 29, 2022. But I did get that information.
Do you know how many VCH events were associated with the Lexus of Miss Reed?
I did not count them, no. I have them all.
Do you
I was
have-
only focused on the ones around our time period.
Exactly. But do you have the number of events? Do you know how many there were?
I could get it for you.
How long would it take, sir?
3 minutes?
Why don't we come back to it
Okay.
and we'll see if it's.
How about I start this so that we don't have to wait for it to boot up? And then when we come back to it, it's ready to go. You
As
okay
long
with
as
that?
that's all you're looking at, sir.
Yep.
Thank you.
Oh my
And then-
gosh.
Pick your head up, please, so I can finish these 2
Please,
topics.
go ahead.
So how often were VCH events recorded on the Lexus before January 29th of 2022?
Man, I have to pull this data up.
Fair
to-
enough,
to
fair enough.
answer that
I
question.
assume that's going to be in what you're also pulling up.
That's the goal here.
This guy is, I'm telling
Would the
you.
number be about 15? Does that sound right to you?
Let's see. 1, 2.
This is like teaching a 5-year-old how to do brain surgery. He is so hard to talk to. I mean, seriously. I bet he separates his food on his plate to not touch each other. And he eats things in a certain order. He's freaking, this is weird. He's a very controlling.
There's 18.
18. So there were 8, your records show that there were 18 VCH events recorded on Miss Reed's Lexus, correct?
Before the subject one.
Right. Did you conclude that any of those events, other than the 1162-2, were a collision?
No.
Now let's go to reverse recorded events. Can you tell how many of those 18 events were reverse recorded events? And you know what I mean by reverse recorded events?
Yes.
The vehicle going in reverse? How
Correct.
many of those events were the vehicle going in reverse?
And this is before.
4. Other than,
He asked
No,
you,
I
is
said
this
before.
before?
yes, I'm sorry.
Oh, I would have to pull up the PCS file.
Could you start that and I can continue on with the questioning?
I got to. So the PCS file is I have a second laptop that
Here's
has
what I'm
text
going to
stream.
do.
Oh my
That's
goodness
not
gracious,
important for
wow.
me to keep going and get through it.
Okay.
So let's just stay on the events, okay? Only one of all of those events, those 18, are you concluding that there was a collision associated with them, correct? Just one.
No, all those 18 are before. The collision is number 19.
No, I'm saying, I understand what you're saying, but for all the other events that are recorded, you're not, other than the January 29, 1162-2, you're not concluding that any of those were collisions, correct?
I didn't look at them. They were so far mileage away from everything.
But you're not concluding, even though they were so far away and you didn't look at them, you don't conclude from the information you have that any of them were a collision, correct?
Yes.
Sustained.
Let's go to 5:07 a.m. on January 29th, 2022 at One Meadows, the home of Mr. O'Keefe.
Okay.
There was a collision between Ms. Reed's 6,000-pound Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's approximately 4,500 Chevy Traverse. That's undisputed, correct? They collided, they made contact.
They touched.
Right. But the actual collision at One Meadows did not register the recording of an event on the Lexus VCH system, did it?
Correct. It's too minor.
So, however, you want this jury, sir, to conclude that the glancing blow that you contend occurred at 34 Fairview Road by the same 6,000-pound Lexus in contact with a mere 216-pound man did register an event on the Lexus, correct?
No, the impact didn't register the event. As I pointed out, the trigger was from when the accelerator pedal went to 30%. The tech stream does not register crashes at all. It registers excessive acceleration, excessive steering, excessive braking, things like that, things that would be part of the maintenance system. So the tech stream will never register an event, even if you hit a wall at 100 miles an hour necessarily. I mean, it'll cause fault codes and things like that, but that's not what it does. The trigger here was transitioning into reverse and then gunning the accelerator pedal in reverse. And so when it went from 30 up to 74% throttle, once it went over 30 in that transition, that's what triggered the tech stream. It had nothing to do with, and that's why I'm telling you, I don't know when in that event the impact occurred, because the tech stream doesn't tell you that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Exactly. The tech stream information doesn't tell you when a collision occurs, does it?
Correct.
Or if a collision occurred.
That's all the questions I have at this time, Your Honor.
All right, why don't we take our morning recess?
Okay. All right, so that is man, y'all. Okay, so while we're on this break, we're gonna go to the Sade Robinson case. Oh my goodness. So again, not enough information. He can't prove there was an actual crash or anything. This is just a train wreck. I can't even with this expert, and he literally thinks he's the smartest man in the room when he is not. It's a nightmare. So this trial volume is really bad.
You can do it for a short time, or you can share it for like indefinitely. And she just had shared it with me indefinitely, so you can see the pinpoint location of exactly where that person is when you look.
So this is talking about the
So
Life
you're
360
utilizing
following
that
Sade.
You'd be able to see where someone was at any point in time.
Yes.
At
So
some
this
point,
is the first date
on April
murder trial.
2nd, in those days surrounding April 2nd, did you learn that Sade was missing?
Yes.
And what did you do after learning that?
I just looked at my phone and looked at anything. Well, I remembered that she had shared her location, and so I looked at that right away.
And what did it show you?
Warnemont Park, 4 a.m. And I think I had checked it the morning of the 3rd when I found out.
So at 4 a.m., her phone location information was at Warnemont Park.
Yes, and so I knew that at that point her phone must have died or something, otherwise it would show her location at that time when I had checked it, it would say this morning, right now at 9 a.m. or whatever it is, it's at this location, but it didn't say that. It said 4 a.m.
On what day
The morning of the 3rd, I believe.
is when you checked that application?
Yes, I think she was reported missing on the 2nd, and then I didn't know about it until the morning on the 3rd because one of my coworkers had sent me the missing report.
In your experience using the Find My iPhone app, if someone's phone goes off the network or goes dead, turns off, their location information, does it stop sharing?
Yeah, if someone's phone dies, it stops right at that time when it died. Usually, yes.
In your experience, would that person's last location prior to the phone dying still be shared with you, the user of that app?
I guess I'm not quite sure what you're asking.
Okay, so if someone's,
I'm going to object on foundation grounds as well.
I'll sustain the objection, lay the foundation.
you use the Find My iPhone app yourself?
Yes.
How many people approximately do you think you've shared your location with?
Right now, I would say probably like 10 of my friends and family.
Is this something that you check on a regular basis?
Sometimes I think more so my family and just sometimes my female friends. I think women, we're more so concerned about our safety, just in general, especially young women. So it's something that we have utilized for our safety.
How old are you?
I'm 23.
In your experience using the app, if someone's phone goes off the network or dies, does their last location still show up on your iPhone app, Find My iPhone app?
Yeah.
Okay. So you don't know the 4 a.m. at Warnemont Park. You're unsure of what day that was 4 a.m. on, correct?
I believe it was the morning of the 3rd. I believe.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Cross?
Yes, thank you. So you had been friends with Sade for about a year or so
Yes.
because you worked together at the Wisconsin Club,
Yes.
and you also talked to the police, right?
Yes.
You actually made a phone call to the Milwaukee Police Department on Thursday, April 4th, right?
So I get the days mixed up because I have very poor memory from that time. So
Okay,
as soon as I had found out she was missing, that is when I called.
sure. Data is not that important. So as soon as you found out she was missing, you made a phone call to the police department and expressed your concern, right?
Yes.
Never met Maxwell Anderson, have you?
No.
And Sade didn't speak
No.
to you about Maxwell Anderson?
No.
Only person she spoke to you about was Josh Stortz?
Yes. That was
Man-
the person that she had told me most recently who she was speaking to.
Sure. And you were also aware of the fact that, well, you actually helped her set up dating profiles, right?
I did at one point. Yes.
Tinder and something called Hinge.
Yeah.
That's all.
State?
Nothing further.
Thank you, ma'am. State your next witness.
Detective John Galat.
Hello, welcome. We're watching the Sade Robinson trial while we're on break from Karen Read. So if you don't know about Sade Robinson, she went on a first date with Maxwell Anderson and never came home. She was murdered and dismembered, and they believe that Maxwell Anderson is the one who did it. I do not know. I'm watching this trial like everyone else. I don't know. I think innocent until proven guilty because I don't know what kind of evidence they actually have against him. A lot of people say he is the one who did it. I, on the other hand, am like, show me the evidence.
Please be
So
seated,
this
state
is
and spell your name for the record.
just watching from my point of view.
Detective John, John, Galat, Guillot.
You a detective with the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office?
I am, yes.
How long have you been with the Sheriff's Office?
Approximately 9.5 years.
Did you participate into the investigation of a reported missing person, Sade Robinson?
I did, yes.
At some point early on in the investigation, did you come to learn that she lived at 1858 North Commerce Street
Yes,
in apartment 309?
that's correct, yes.
Did you ever personally go to that apartment complex?
I did, yes.
And did you become aware through your investigation that she had a job?
That is correct, yes.
She was reported missing on or about April 2nd, correct?
That is correct.
And where was the job she had last worked, to your knowledge, prior to being reported missing?
Ms. Robinson worked at Pizza Shuttle, which is an establishment on the east side of Milwaukee. I believe the actual address is 1827 North Farwell Avenue.
That's not very far from her apartment, fair to say?
Correct.
You could just go up Commerce Street East.
Karen
to
Reed is
Humboldt
on a break.
and get there
We're
pretty easily,
watching this
correct?
trial.
That is correct.
Did you go to Pizza Shuttle at any time to attempt to get video?
I did. When I went there, I spoke to a general manager and also obtained video from her last shift at Pizza Shuttle.
What was the name of the manager you talked to?
The gentleman's name was Philip Wilder.
You said you got video from her last shift. You were informed that her last shift was on April 1st. Is that fair?
That is correct, yes.
So the video footage you would have been collecting from Pizza Shuttle would have been from April 1st.
Correct.
Were you aware whether she showed up for work the following day?
She did not.
Okay, so no video from that day, just April 1st.
That's correct, yes.
I'm going to pull up on screen here. This is exhibit number 37. While that's coming up, were you also aware or made aware at any point of what kind of car Ms. Robinson had?
Yes, it was a Honda Civic. I'm not exactly sure what year the Civic was, though.
Okay. I've got exhibit 37 on screen. The video title is titled Cam 6 2024 4/1, timestamped 9/15/36 at the bottom. Are you good with that TV where it is?
Okay, Karen Reed is on a break, so we're watching the Sade Robinson trial while we're on breaks with Karen Reed. And Karen Reed is also a half day today, so we're going to switch over to the Sade Robinson trial. I'm going to put that in my title too.
Okay, detective, what are we looking at?
We are looking at the, I guess you can call it a parking structure underneath the Pizza Shuttle. It's just parking. And again, that's underneath the actual restaurant itself.
And this is the video from Pizza Shuttle you recovered?
That's correct.
I'd move exhibit 37 in.
Any objection?
No.
37's received.
The layout of Pizza Shuttle, we've got this parking structure, which would be, or parking slab, if you will, on street level, right?
That's fair to say, yes.
And then when you would go out off to the left side of the screen here, that would be Farwell.
That's correct, yes.
There's a stairway that leads from Farwell up one floor that gets you into the restaurant.
That is correct, yes.
Out the back here, that's just an alley, right? Even though you can't see it because of the glare here?
Correct.
Okay. Off to the left here, what is this that I'm circling?
That's Sade Robinson's Honda Civic.
I'm going to play this clip. It's less than 2 minutes. What are the shape of her taillights?
It kind of resembles like the letter C. You can notice that specifically when the taillights are illuminated.
Is that her getting out?
That is correct, yes.
Nobody else gets out of the car?
Correct.
All right. And the direction she's walking would be to get to the staircase to go up to the restaurant.
Correct.
Stop that clip at 50 seconds. I'm next going to play camera 3 from the same timestamp. I'm going to advance the video to 50 seconds. Oh, sorry. I'm just going to use the fast forward here to get to 50 seconds. But while that's happening, Detective, this is essentially the staircase we were just talking about, right?
Correct. So essentially, you have the parking structure on the bottom. You walk out towards Farwell Avenue, and those staircases that you see to the left are essentially what you walk up to enter into Pizza Shuttle.
This would be right after she left her car.
That is correct.
Are you able to tell or provide a description of her clothing?
Yes, Ms. Robinson's wearing what appears to be blue jeans. They appear to be having some kind of cuts in them. And then she has a black puffer jacket and then some type of white shirt.
All right. Sort of like a cable knit sweater?
Yes, that's correct.
What kind of coat?
I would classify that as like a black puffer jacket.
Shoes?
White in color.
And she's carrying a large purse, correct?
That is correct, yes.
So she arrives at work at around 9:16 in the morning?
Correct.
Lastly, I'm going to go back to camera 6. This is camera 6 at 16:57:37 on April 1st, 2024. So this would be what?
Again, camera of the parking area of Pizza Shuttle. And that you can see currently, you can see Ms. Robinson's Honda Civic.
What time is this at?
16:57.
So just before 5 p.m.?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Playing this clip, it's 2 minutes, just over 2 minutes. I'm going to fast forward here. Appears she's sitting in her car, fair?
Correct.
All right. And now an employee coming up to talk to her?
Correct.
So we're looking at Sade Robinson, her final shift before she goes on this date that apparently no one knew she was going on. No one really knows how she met Maxwell Anderson. As far as I know, I don't know. China might know. She knows a lot more about this case than I do. I don't know if she met him online, if she met him at a bar and they exchanged numbers. I'm not really sure. But they ended up going on this date. They met up.
Clock just past 5 p.m., right?
Correct.
But clearly she's texting him in the car
And
while
her
she's in the car.
Taillights come on. She's pulling out of the spot, correct?
That is correct.
Employee waving bye to her.
Correct.
And now she's leaving to go meet up with Maxwell Anderson, who, by the way, she's only 19 and he's 34.
And that's the end of the clip.
That is correct.
So
That's
based
a
on that, it
huge
looks like
age
she
difference.
showed up for her work shift sometime a little after 9 a.m. and left pretty much at 5 p.m.
That is correct, yes.
Is that consistent with information you received from meeting with that manager at Pizza Shuttle?
Correct, yes.
That's all.
Cross?
No.
Thank you. State your next witness.
State calls Officer Kiana Vines.
So I will say when they charged him or tried to charge, they had no evidence to charge him, and the state did everything they could to hold him on no charges because they didn't have any evidence. So this is a very odd
Swear that the testimony
case.
you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. You could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Kiana Vines, Keyona. Last name V as in Victor, Ines.
How are you employed?
I am employed with the Milwaukee Police Department as a police officer.
How long have you been with the Milwaukee Police Department?
22 years.
Did you speak to someone named Evelyn Gertz on April 4th, 2024?
Yes, I did.
And what did you speak to Miss Gertz about?
She was telling me that her friend Sade Robinson was missing. She didn't know that she was missing, so she wanted to call and let the police department know that Sade shared her location with her via iPhone app.
Did Miss Gertz tell you what day and the time and location she last saw Sade's location on that app?
Yes, she said it was April 2nd, 2024, at 4:33 a.m. at the address of 5400 South Lake Drive. And I believe that is Warner Mounds Golf Course in Cudahy, Wisconsin.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Ross?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
State your next witness.
Alana Fisher.
Anyone need a break on the jury? You're okay? Awesome.
So they searched his house, from what I understand. They found blood, like going down the stairway. Not a lot of blood, like a blip of blood, and blood on his bed, but it wasn't hers. I mean, people have blood in their house. Like you cut yourself shaving, you could have cut your finger, and I mean, there could be blood in your house. It's not unusual. But they made it sound like, you know, he just had like this terrible house. There was a hole in his backyard. They were making it sound like he was making a hole to bury somebody in. I don't know why there was a hole in his backyard. They made it sound like he had a Dexter type lair in his basement. Yeah, they're saying that. I don't know. But I don't know. So I just have to see what they're gonna. Yeah, it wasn't hers. China's convinced he did it. I need to see some evidence, for real evidence. I don't know. It's a 50-50 odds. I don't know. As far as I can see, they went on a date. It shows her leaving, somebody leaving. I don't see where anybody's carrying.
Elena
I don't know.
Fisher,
I don't
ALANAFISHER.
Good morning. How old are you?
21.
Were you friends with Sade Robinson?
Yes.
How long had you known Sade Robinson?
Since 4th grade,
Were you two the same age?
roundabout,
Okay. What school?
Craig Montessori.
How close of a friend did you consider Sade?
My best friend.
She was your best friend?
Yes.
What sort of things would you do with her?
Talk on the phone
Hang out with her?
when we can.
Okay. Did there come a time in April of 2024 where you contacted law enforcement because Sade was missing?
Yes.
Can you tell us how you came to find out that Sade was missing?
I was at work. I checked my phone. My cousin asked me if I was okay. I called her. And then
She said that she saw something on social media about Sade went missing, and then that's how I found out.
This was around the beginning of April of 24, right?
I can't remember the exact date, but
Sure, fair enough. Do you recall how long prior to that you had last seen Sade in person?
I can't remember.
The last time you hung out?
Can't explicitly remember.
Okay. How about the last time you two talked before that?
Pretty recently over the phone.
On the phone?
Yes.
Do you remember what you talked about?
Not exactly.
Did you know that she had recently gone on a vacation prior to that?
Yes.
Where did you know that she went to?
If I remember, that's when she went to her Jamaica trip.
Okay. You found out about that from her directly?
Yes, we were on the phone when she was on the trip.
Had you talked to her from the time she got back from the trip up until the time she had gone missing?
Yes.
On the phone?
Yes.
When you found out, I think you said it was from your cousin that she was missing? Is that right?
Yes.
When you found out that information, what did you do?
I can't remember the exact timeline of events.
That's fine. I just want to know how you responded to learning that information.
I believe I called my partner to pick me up from work.
And did you eventually contact law enforcement?
Yes.
Did you meet with a detective and talk to him and share information with him?
Not in person.
Not in person. Did you talk to one over the phone?
I believe so.
Okay. Do you know what Life 360 is?
Yes.
What is Life 360?
It's an app for you and your family to keep track of locations, make sure that they arrive safely, all of that.
Did you have Life 360?
Yes.
Do you have Life 360 now?
Yes.
Did you share your location with Sade?
Yes.
Did Sade share her location over Life 360 with you?
Yes.
When you found out that Sade was missing, did you ever check Life 360?
Yes.
Did you also have Find My Phone app?
Yes.
Is that a similar kind of service?
Oh,
yes, just
sorry.
through iPhone.
So one's through iPhone, the Find My app, and then there's a whole.
We're back with Karen Reed. Sorry.
The redirect, Mr. Brennan?
Thank you.
Of course, there's redirect.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brandon.
You were asked some
Actually,
questions.
it's morning, but yes.
You were asked some questions about the ring video from Meadows, which was John O'Keefe's home. And you were asked whether you're aware if the cameras had changed over time.
Correct.
The fact that the camera was replaced, does that any way affect your opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty about your conclusions relative to that touching between the cars?
Absolutely not. It would have shown up as increased error when we overlaid the point clouds onto the photos or the point clouds onto the video. If it was an error, it would have showed an error.
Do you have any concern whatsoever that any of the information from the scan is in any way tainted, compromised, or inadequate?
That would be very hard to do. You literally press a button and stand there and watch it, and the laser does its thing. So I have absolutely no reason to disbelieve it. Additionally, again, if it was messed up, once you laid it over on top of the photograph, it would show the difference. So no, the data's fine.
Is there any evidence whatsoever that you've seen that any parts of your presentation were photoshopped?
No.
You were asked questions about the suspension of the motor vehicle of the defendant's Lexus. Do you have any information that the suspension at any point was changed?
No.
Oh, now he can answer yes or no?
Yesterday, you were asked a number of questions about formulas. You took out your calculator and you were asked about different variables. Were those variables hypotheticals or were they related to this specific case?
So they seemed hypothetical. Again, you have to be careful when you're talking about failure forces on biomechanical things. For example, if you impact the hand with a, say, 1-inch narrow metal bar, that's a lot different than if you have a broad, say, plastic taillight or a rear body panel. So when you have distributed loads, you can take much more. I told you guys about sitting on the bed, like how much you sink in. That's an example of spreading your load out. When you spread the load out, you don't sink in as much. So same thing with, forces on your body. If you take this pencil, I don't have to press very hard for it to pull in. But if I spread it out, I have to press much harder. So you have to look at the distribution of the load when you're talking about the failure. So when you look at the failure loads, it depends on what you're doing it with. If I hit you with a 5-pound 2x4 or a 5-pound pillow, they're both 5 pounds, but you'd much rather get hit by the pillow than the 2x4.
When you were asked questions about communications, when you would have communications with the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, did you ever use encrypted apps to secretly hide your communications? Apps like Signal?
No, I don't have any of those.
So the form of the question, ask it differently.
When you were communicating with members of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, did you ever use encrypted apps like Signal to communicate?
I'm going to allow it.
No, I don't even know what that is.
Would you ever use an encrypted app so those communications couldn't be tracked?
No.
Would you ever have any reason as a professional for doing that?
Sustained.
You were asked about confirmation bias. You remember those questions?
I do.
Could I have slide 33 of your PowerPoint, please?
Welcome. Say hello if you're new.
Slide 33.
Suddenly he can say yes or no to questions.
Give me a second. $33.
You could zoom that in, please.
Oh,
A little
my
larger so we can
gosh.
see it.
This is
I
a half
cannot do
day.
it with one monitor.
You can't do it any closer than that?
No, not since I took down. Oh, hold on. Here we go. Which part do you want me to zoom in?
Miss Gilman can zoom in for you.
Sorry? Which part?
Miss Gilman's going to do it for you.
Oh, there you go. Perfect.
If you could zoom in, please. Okay. On shift position signal, going forward, then neutral and reverse, does that data suffer from confirmation bias?
No, that's strictly electronic data.
When we look over at the vehicle speed, can we go to the left a little bit? Down. Vehicle speed ending at 2361 miles per hour. Does that suffer from confirmation bias?
No, again, these are direct readings from the vehicle. Again, that speed on this here, you have to correct for the slippage, which I do later on in the slide, but that is a direct reading from what the speedometer is seeing.
Acceleration at the end of that 10-second window, 74%. Does that suffer from confirmation bias?
No, that's a direct reading of a sensor. That's objective information.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Wow.
Anything, Mr. Lessie?
Your Honor.
So he could answer yes or no to the prosecution, but he had to go through these long,
Your
drawn-out
Honor.
explanations
Thank you.
for the defense. Here we go.
Dr. Welcher, you were just asked questions about slide 33, which is a slide about text stream data. You acknowledge that text stream data, what you've called a trigger, like was on that slide, does not tell you if a collision even occurred, correct?
Correct.
With regard to the topic of confirmation bias that you were just asked about in slide 33, am I correct that all of the questions that Attorney Brennan just asked you were about data on that slide, correct? All that's on that slide is data, correct?
How do you ask me more questions than just this slide?
Oh my
Were the
God.
questions just about data?
On this slide, it was just about data.
Correct. But confirmation bias is really aimed at opinions and conclusions and alternative hypotheses. Isn't that what confirmation bias gets at?
So
Oh, here we go.
generally, yes. Again, I started this case with
It was
the
just a question.
hypothesis.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
With the hypothesis that the Lexus didn't contact Mr. O'Keefe. And so I start what's called the null hypothesis, that this didn't happen. And then I look at evidence to either include or exclude the null hypothesis. So theoretically, my confirmational bias starts with a bias that it didn't happen.
What?
Can you point to one document that shows that you analyzed whether there was no contact between the Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe? Can you point to one document? Was there one document on your slide presentation, for example, that analyzed the null hypothesis, as you call it, there being no contact at all? Was there any slide in your direct testimony?
So remember what I said, we start with hypothesis, we get more data, we whittle down our hypothesis to the final answer. I mean, I had 130 slides. I suspect I bored some of these people to death already. So I didn't include everything. There's thousands of photographs in here. There was a bunch of testing I did with the Lexus about backing, pedestrian detection that, removed certain hypotheses. So if I was able to eliminate a hypothesis, I didn't present it here.
Sir, my question is not about you.
All the slides show that, to answer your question.
Sir, my question is there any slide that says alternative hypothesis to whatever the label is, whatever the term, that says no contact between the Lexus vehicle and Mr. O'Keefe? Is there any document that you presented to the jury that shows that?
Any document where those words are written on it?
Correct.
No.
And to work through hypotheses, different ones, and to see whether there's confirmation bias, have you heard of scientists refer that as showing your math, so to speak, in working through hypotheses, documenting each hypothesis and how and why you rejected them? Have you heard of that term in the scientific world, show your math with confirmation biases and alternative hypotheses? Just a question. Have you heard the idiom, the phrase, show your math?
Your question is, have I ever heard show your math, period?
Associated with the application of various hypotheses to avoid confirmation bias. Have you heard of that term used in that conjunction?
Not really in that
Okay.
context. It's probably, I understand where you're going with it.
Thank you, sir.
Oh my
welcome.
gosh.
No further questions.
Dr. Welcher, you were awesome.
Oh my God, thank you.
Oh my God, thank you.
Give me a minute to pack up and I will be out of here.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, I am plugged in, yes, thank you.
Excuse me? Yes, you can do
Thank you.
So there's I saw a clip of the court reporter. She was doing all she has to speak all of this stuff. She has to say everything they're saying. I don't know how she's keeping up, but there's a part where she's like, oh my God. She's so like overwhelmed. I saw it on Facebook. I have to find it because it's dang hilarious. She's just like, what the hell? She's like, we are. This sucks. So I don't know if the prosecution's going to rest and we're going to get another witness, but I know this is a half day.
I'll do this out there. Yeah, step down.
Yes, you can. Thank
Pleasure
you
to
very
meet you.
much.
I mean, he's the one who made this difficult.
Mr. Brennan?
Oh my goodness. They have another witness. I thought he was the last one.
Commonwealth moves to introduce and play clip 26.
Oh, this is another interview clip. Yep.
So I thought, could I have run him over? Did he try to get me as I was leaving and I didn't know it? I mean, I've always got the music blasting. It's snowing. I got the wipers going, the heater blasting. Did he come and hit the back of my car and I hit him in the knee and he's drunk and passed out and asphyxiated or something? And then when I hired David Yannetti, I asked him those questions the night of January 29th. Like, David, what if, I don't know, what if I ran his foot over or what if I clipped him in the knee and he passed out or went to care for himself and he threw up or passed out? And David said, yeah, then you have some element of culpability.
Is it a 207?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth rests.
So these interviews,
Does counsel want to see me?
We do, Your Honor.
Okay, so should we send the jury out or should?
Probably, yes.
So jurors, so everybody can sit. So jurors, the Commonwealth rests. That means that the Commonwealth's case has been presented to you for your consideration. So I need to meet with the lawyers for a few minutes, so we're going to send you back out. I can tell you that it now appears that we're at least on schedule, if not a little ahead of schedule. So we'll send you back out for a short recess.
okay, so
Can counsel come to sidebar, please?
her own words, like they're playing snippets though. So I really think that she is literally repeating what she has been fed as well. So I think it's really sad that she doesn't know she was drunk. I mean, if y'all look at her toxicology, she was super duper drunk. They were all drunk. So again, I think that this entire case is absolutely insane. So we're going to go back to Maxwell and see what, oh, she's still on the stand. Okay. This is Maxwell Anderson.
Yes.
Next page. Part of that last page, right? Same screenshot.
Yes.
This just shows her hard braking at 458 near North Jackson Street, right?
Yes.
This screenshot that I have up here, is this Find My or is this Life 360?
Life 360.
You know Life 360 to be able to give you information about the battery life of someone's phone?
Yes.
Okay, why don't you tell us what we're looking at here in your own words?
That she did a 29-mile trip from 2:01 to 2:53 a.m. That her battery was low. So what it shows is that low battery drive detection is disabled. So some of the features start to you know. And then that she was at 3335 North Gideon Place from 138 to 201. And then from 48 to 138, she did a 10-mile trip.
All right, if we go to the next page would show that 10-mile trip began near South 40th Street, correct?
Yes.
Karen Reed is doing a sidebar, so we're watching Sade Robinson's trial.
And those trips, according to the screenshot, her phone's on low battery, right?
Yes.
Can you repeat what you said about, or explain what the app does when your phone is on low battery, from what you understand?
So when it's low battery, because I know it's a different subscription that you have to have that I don't have currently, but some features get disabled, most likely as like a battery saving feature.
I'm not really sure why they have one of her friends testifying about the features and whatnot of Life 360. She's not an expert.
Says Tuesday.
I'm
3:24 a.m. to 4:35 a.m.
The bottom part of this, that was just a continuation from the last page, right?
Yes.
After that 4:35 a.m. location from Life 360, were there any future notifications for you from where her phone was through either app that you used?
No.
That was the last one?
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you, Judge.
Cross-examination?
Thank you. You knew Sade since fourth grade, you said, right?
Yes.
Best friend, right?
Yes.
And when you spoke with the police, it was your goal, obviously, to try to be helpful to the police, right?
Yes.
Because it's important to try to, for you, it was important to try to give information so the police could hopefully solve the crime, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you hadn't actually seen Sade since January. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, but you would text with her and communicate by phone, right?
Yes.
When you say text, when you would text, are we talking just you pick up the phone and you send a text message, or are there other ways in which you texting means other things?
We just texted the phone message or might have sent a message through Instagram.
Okay, that was my question. The word text can mean sending a message. Well, DM, you could DM someone through Instagram, right?
Yes.
And you can communicate through Snapchat.
I didn't really use Snapchat.
Okay, you weren't friends with her on Snapchat?
I just personally don't use Snapchat.
Okay, were you and Sade back then in April of 2024, were the two of you linked or connected on Snapchat?
I believe so. I just don't typically use the app, so.
Okay. Facebook is another way to message someone?
I don't use Facebook.
Okay. Now, because you were friends with Sade, you knew that she lived over on Commerce Street in that apartment building, right?
Yes.
And you had been over to her apartment, hadn't you?
Yes.
Now, do you guys would you talk every day, or how often would you talk or text with Sade?
Relatively often.
Yeah, daily?
Sometimes daily, sometimes once a week, depends on how busy.
Okay, and this Life 360 app, when Sade elected to use it as a tracking service, she provided you with the information so that you could keep tabs on her whereabouts. Isn't that the idea?
Yes,
Who else did she provide that access to?
I'm not sure.
Never told you.
I'm not sure.
Okay, so when you look at Life 360, when you open up the app, can you see all the different people with whom she's sharing her location?
No,
All it shows you is where she's going or where the phone is going, right?
yes,
Very good. So you don't know if it's any other people that she shares that with. All you know is that she shares it with you.
yes,
Okay. And you didn't know anything about Max Anderson, right?
no,
Had you ever gone to Victor's bar with Sade?
no,
So you'd never seen Max at Victor's?
no,
Didn't know he's a bartender?
no,
Sade never said anything about being scared of someone named Max?
no,
But Sade would talk to you about, because you're friends, Sade would talk to you about various dates she was going on and various men she was seeing, right?
yes,
That's a common thing to talk about amongst friends, right? I met this guy, I met that guy, right?
yes,
This guy's creepy, this guy's weird, this guy's nice, this guy's mean, that type of stuff, right?
yes,
Nicknames that girls have for guys. I call this one, I call this one guy Nelly because he might look like Nelly, for example, right?
yes,
And that's common, and you would discuss with her things like that on your end, right?
yes.
Okay. So the only thing I really wanted to go through. I just wanted to show you these records right here. Is this how you did it? Zoom it in, right? Okay. Thank you. This is Exhibit 39, Judge, for the record. And yeah, out just a little bit. Thank you. That's perfect. Yep. So again, what you were going through before were Life 360 screenshots that you had taken and then sent into the police to try to help them, right?
Yes,
And so, for example, and let me ask this. The night that Sade went missing, did you ever talk to her that night? Was she texting you about that evening, how it was going or anything like that?
no,
Or sending you Instagram messages, anything like that?
can't remember.
You can't remember. Okay. If she had been messaging you, you would have wanted to turn that over to the police because that would be important, right?
Yes,
All right. So what we have here, for example, is just a map of Sade's 2-mile drive, right? It says at the top, Sade's 2-mile drive, right?
yes,
And shows the Menominee Valley and then shows some place off of Juneau Avenue, but it doesn't tell you didn't have any idea where specifically she was going, right?
no,
Did you know, for example, if she was going to the Twisted Fisherman, did you have any idea?
no,
And then when we see Sade's drive details, Clybourne Street to Water Street, you're familiar with Water Street, right?
semi,
Hmm?
semi,
Okay. Well, it's a street that has a lot of bars on it. You know that, right?
yes,
And that was a place that Sade would go periodically, right?
not sure.
And then here, I know the state went through this with you, but again, it shows a 9-mile drive from Water Street right down to 40th Street, right? Very precise. Doesn't it?
Yes,
And it even shows when you're looking at it in real time, it shows a starting location and a specific endpoint, right?
yes,
And you didn't hold anything back from the police, right? You gave them every single thing that you had.
yes,
And then the state was going through the reports with you, but there's a variety of places that Sade's Life 360 app showed her going that evening, right? There's numerous trips.
Yes.
We know about the last one where it ends at Warnemont Park, but before Warnemont Park, there's all sorts of Water Street to 40th Street, and then there's North Farwell to Canal Street. You've looked at all of these, right?
Yes.
And in fact, even sometimes Life 360 even shows the speed that the vehicle was going, doesn't it?
Yes.
And it shows when phone usage is taking place.
Yes.
So it's providing, as far as you know, it's providing data, information that you can look at to see if a person is safe, right?
Yes.
Is that the idea behind it, to make sure someone's safe?
Yes.
And this is very common, isn't it? Very common amongst the youngsters, young people. It's very common to share data, share their location, so others will know where they are, right?
Yes.
I mean, that's not a unique thing to Sade. That's something other friends of yours also do, right?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all.
State?
Briefly, do you recall whether you had a conversation with Sade about meeting someone the weekend before she went missing?
Yes.
What do you remember about that?
I remember she sent me a screenshot related to some person who had her number and was saying some things that made her feel uncomfortable.
Okay. Do you remember her talking to you about a person she had met at the bar?
I can't remember the place, but I remember she met somebody.
Would that have been the weekend prior?
Like with the dates, I can't remember the exact dates. I just remember before this incident, she told me about some person who was.
That she met at a bar?
The bar part, I can't remember.
Okay, nothing else.
Cross?
No.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone need a break at this point? It's 10:40. Okay, we're gonna take a bathroom break for like 10 minutes and then we'll bring you right back. Please leave your notebooks on your chairs.
Okay, that's on a break. Karen Reed is at sidebar. So, whoo, y'all, we are 2 trials today going on at the same time. So we have Karen Reed, we have Sade Robinson. So if you, obviously Karen Reed shouldn't be at trial. We all know this, but she is at a retrial. The state is adamant that she hit her boyfriend and he flew back and hit a fire hydrant, apparently, or something, hit his head and was left out in the cold to die. And they're claiming that they were having an argument all day and she got mad while she was drunk and just hit him and left him and went home to his house and fell asleep. And then all of a sudden she just did this big to-do and was trying to claim that, you know, something else happened. So anyway, we are also watching the Sade Robinson trial where she was on a date with a guy, Max Anderson, and she met up with him on April Fool's Day last year and never came home. The claim is that she went to his house after they met up for their date, and he, for whatever reason, that he went crazy and took her life, chopped her up, spread her body parts all over Milwaukee, and set her car on fire, and went home, fell asleep, got up the next day, texted her and said, "Hey, morning, how's it going? How's your day at work going?" Whatever. And basically was trying to cover his tracks. And that's that. But there's no evidence to prove that he did it. There's no evidence in his house. There's no evidence that he set her car on fire. There's no evidence to prove that he was out there and did it. They have literally no physical evidence. His phone was at home. He never left the house, according to what they have. They just don't have any evidence linking him to her death, other than the fact that he was the last person to see her. And that's that. So I'm waiting for actual evidence. The only evidence they have is that they went on a date and that he was the last person to see her. They're claiming that there were gas cans in his house, that he had some sort of weird, there's a confidential informant that claims that he had something in his house, in his basement, but I don't know that the police found that. There's an informant that says he had that in his house, but the police did not find that in his house. There was an informant that said that they went to his house and they had this some sort of Dexter set up in his basement, but that is not anything that the police found. Also, he had another resident tenant living below him who could even hear his dogs upstairs. He could hear his TV upstairs, and he never heard anything when Sade was in his apartment above him. He never heard anything like that. So for him to have done any of that, like taking her life, chopping her up, and all this kind of stuff, he never heard any of that. But there is video of someone dragging, you can see possibly someone's body parts down to the beach. It's really haunting to see that. There is video of a car being driven to the beach. There is video, but you can't tell who it is. It's just weird. So I don't know. But there's no physical evidence connecting Max Anderson to Sade Robinson's death, as far as I can see. Just waiting. So I'm the alternate point of view saying, where is the evidence linking it? Kind of like I am about Kohberger. Where is the evidence? So I'm waiting for that trial too, y'all. So y'all just, I know a lot of people are like, he did it. But where is the evidence? I need to see it. Oh, okay. We're back with Karen Read. I wonder if they're going to just wait till tomorrow or if there's even going to be trial tomorrow. Trying to see if I can tell if they're packing up. The press still has their badges on. Oh, okay. She's directing the bailiff guy. Oh no, he's sitting. Okay. Are they going to call a witness today? I can't tell. Are we packing up all our toys and going home? Once this day ends for Karen Read, we're going to switch fully back over to the Sade Robinson trial. I'm kind of trying to see if the defense is going to start today in Karen Read or if they're just going to pack up and go home, because it looks like I'm looking at the defense table, trying to see, 'cause it looks like they're kind of organizing all their stuff. Okay. We're going to find out. Oh, ceiling fan again. I love looking at the ceiling fan. It's my favorite. Because this is supposed to be a half day, so it's already 11:48 there. So and she said they are ahead of schedule, so I wonder if she's just going to go ahead and end it today so this juror can go wherever they need to go.
Hi, so jurors, we all, happens several times a day, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you are in.
So we don't want to waste anybody's time. I know we've spent a lot of time at sidebar and we've had times that we've kept you in the deliberation room because we've been trying to sort through everything, trying to make this trial as efficient as possible, but also honoring and respecting all the hard work of the lawyers that's gone into preparing this trial. So sometimes I do understand that it's frustrating for you. But today we were able to spend some time this morning. I know we kept you in there almost half an hour and we've just spent some time now. So I can tell you that we are ahead of schedule right now. I still need to talk to the lawyers about something tomorrow morning. So we're going to send you home now and have you come back tomorrow morning at 9:30 because today I know we kept you until 9:30 and it doesn't make any sense where I already know I need to talk to the lawyers tomorrow morning to have you here for a 9 o'clock start. So tomorrow will be a full day and we'll have you here ready to start at 9:30. Okay, so those same cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. And also please continue to be careful with your social media use. So we'll see you tomorrow morning.
Rise for the jury.
I knew it. Okay, so the rest of the day, we're going to watch the Sade Robinson trial. We're going to see what is coming up after this, because I know she's going to talk to the attorneys here in Karen Read. I'm still waiting for the Sade Robinson trial to come back from break.
All right, so Ms. Little, if you can get me whatever you're going to get me within the next hour, so that would be great. And I'll see everybody tomorrow morning at 9.
Thank you.
Okay, so this trial's done. Okay, so we're going to go back to Sade Robinson and get that on the screen so we can make sure we're there when they come back from break. If you guys are not aware of Sade Robinson, I'll go back through and tell you guys what this is about. Sade Robinson went on a date April 1st of 2024 with Max Anderson. They met up at a bar and called the Twisted Fisherman. I'm not positive on the name of the bar, but they met up at a bar. They went to another bar and then they went to his house and she wasn't seen again. Then all of a sudden body parts started showing up in Milwaukee, in and around Milwaukee, and they found out they belonged to Sade Robinson. There was also a car that was set on fire and it turned out to be her car. Now, Max Anderson was the last person to see her, and they decided that he was the one who did it. There is no evidence that he did it, from what I can tell. They just have evidence that he was the last person to text her, the last person to see her, and they don't have anything linking him evidentiary-wise to her death. But they say that he went on a date with her and for whatever reason got mad, went crazy, took her life, chopped her up, and threw her body all over Milwaukee, set her car on fire, and decided that he didn't want her to exist anymore and wanted her to disappear. That is what the theory is, from what I can understand. Again, I don't know a whole lot about this case, so I'm looking at this from the aspect of he is obviously that's what we have to look at all of these cases is they are innocent until proven guilty. So I am not a lawyer. This is my alternate point of view. I'm looking at this as if I'm watching it from looking at evidence that I don't know anything about. I literally don't know a whole lot about this. So other than this is what happened and this is what they have. And as far as I can tell, they don't have much. Their theory, from what I can tell from the opening statements, is that he did this in his house, but there's no evidence that he did this, other than he was the last person to talk to her. So I have no idea. So Karen Read is done for the day. Now we are doing the Sade Robinson trial. Okay, I'll be right back. They're on a break. I'm going to go take a quick break.
There was apparently a safe with 47 pills of, it's labeled in Detective Bjerke's report, 47 pills of meth, 18 grams of THC. I don't plan to make a big deal about it, but I do plan to go through it.
State?
The drugs were never lab tested, which obviously we would be required to do if we were trying to put those into evidence and assert that they were drugs, real drugs. On top of that, as an offer of proof, there were no drugs found in her system, those specific substances. So I don't know how it's relevant. I would say it's not relevant.
Well, if I can respond first, I'll use the phrase suspected meth because it wasn't lab tested. So I think that solves that. Yes, that's true. There were no drugs found in her system. I think what you'll learn when you sit through this trial is the reason for that obviously has to do with more the dismemberment than anything else and the loss of blood. But in any event, she does live in a studio apartment. The testimony so far has been that she was the only resident of that apartment, and her ID was found in that place. So I don't think there's a real question about ownership here or another person possessing them. Again, I don't plan to make a big deal about it, but I do plan to discuss the things that were found in the apartment.
How do you find it relevant, other than just what was merely located?
I think the best argument for relevance is that it, Your Honor, obviously sat through a rotation in drug court. There is a tie between drugs and violence. We don't know who committed. Obviously, it's our position that Mr. Anderson didn't commit the crime. And I think that somebody who is involved in, I don't think it's unreasonable to suggest that somebody who's involved in purchasing meth or suspected meth, whatever that is, that drug, could potentially expose themselves to bad elements in our community. It's not a legal drug. It's not something you can purchase at a store. That would obviously put her in contact with people who are illegal drug dealers. Those people do often are armed and violent people. That's sort of common knowledge and something this court has presided over. Again, to be clear, I don't plan to go beyond that and inquire of witnesses who is her supplier, how did she get them. I don't have any knowledge of how she got them. I simply would know that a person would get meth from an illegal drug source, a drug dealer, and that would create the possibility that Sade was connected with bad elements in our community, and that could be an alternate explanation for how she came to be missing.
Any response?
Just that, just to add one thing, that they're at her apartment and there's no, she leaves her apartment, she's not, so there's no evidence that she had any drugs with her either. So that would add to them being not relevant.
So it's always a concern when we cut away the truth, right? Whenever we're asked to tailor the evidence, it's always a concern. Relative to this matter, the first inquiry has to be relevance under 90401. The defense has indicated that the admission of the items could potentially be part of the defense that they intend or anticipate arguing. Based on that, I think it's a concern to preclude the defense from having the ability to move forward with their defense. And I'm going to find under 90401, it's relevant. As to admissibility, the state has already introduced evidence through other witnesses that there were at least 2 searches already conducted prior to the search warrant, if not more. There's already been evidence relative to the fact that the apartment contained her identification, that it was a studio apartment, that it was messy but not apparently ransacked, that clearly at this point in time that evidence is admissible. The last analysis has to be under 90403, a balancing of probative value versus prejudice. And defense is right. I mean, if those drugs are found at Mr. Anderson's house and we hear that, I'm going to allow admissibility for the state to introduce that information as to Mr. Anderson. So in all fairness, I'm going to allow the defense to introduce that relative to this matter, or the state if they so choose.
I am finding that the probative value will outweigh the prejudice, and I am going to allow the admissibility of that information. Of course, the fact that the drugs were not tested, either the questioning can be, were these suspected drugs, or on cross or counter, it can be gone into that those drugs were never tested, and there is no proof as to specifically what it actually is. And I'll allow that to be done through the means of questioning. Okay, anything further?
No, thank you.
No,
Defense?
no.
Okay, we can bring the jury in at this point. Yes, please.
Okay, so they are going to allow that they found drugs in her apartment, apparently. So the defense can use that as an alternate possibility because, I mean, like I said, the prosecution, okay, also, yesterday, I think, the defense pointed out that something about the data, here we go again with the data, that just because the phone was somewhere doesn't mean
with the same appearances,
that the person had the phone.
Chief State, are you prepared with your
The
next
prosecution
Yes,
pointed
the
that
state would
out.
recall Detective Blanchard.
So the prosecution hurt their own case when they said that. That means just because Max Anderson left his phone at home, again, doesn't mean he couldn't have been, you know what I mean? Just because your phone is at home doesn't mean you're at home.
Blanchard,
So-
JOSEPH, Blanchard, BLANCHAR.
Okay, Detective Blanchard, another role that you played in this investigation was to go to Sade's apartment building, is that right?
That's correct.
You first went to her apartment building on what date?
The first, when we found out, I believe, when we found out she was missing for the welfare check, I believe. I could be getting my dates wrong, I'm sorry.
It would be the day after she was reported missing?
Yes,
Okay. So that would have been April 3rd, right?
the third,
Okay.
apologize, yes.
When you went to her apartment building, did you speak to a woman named Christine Shuda?
I did.
Who is she?
She's the complex manager, individual. who
That's
runs
Sade's
the
mom
residence
in the
center.
black jacket.
After speaking to Ms. Shuda, did she allow you to conduct a welfare check of Ms. Robinson's apartment?
She did,
Did you do that with people from the Milwaukee Police Department?
yes.
After conducting the welfare check, did you find Sade?
We did not.
Did you then attempt to retrieve video from the apartment?
Yes,
It's a large apartment building, right?
yes,
And it borders North Commerce Street on the Lower East Side?
it does.
I have up on the screen here, I believe it's Exhibit 35. All right, is this the video you got from the Commerce Street Apartments or one of them?
Yes, this is an angle, it looks like, from one of the videos.
I'd move it 35 in.
Any objection?
No.
35 is received.
What are we looking at?
This looks like the lobby with elevator access to Sade's apartment.
All right, and now this isn't the only camera you got, right?
That's correct, there's more.
What other cameras did you look at?
There's a lobby exit, it's basically the front of the building, and then a northern view parking lot of where all the residents' vehicles are parked.
Did you come to learn from Ms. Shuda or anybody else who worked for the apartment building whether Sade had a parking spot in the lot?
She did have a parking spot.
I take it then you also came to learn that she had a vehicle registered to that parking spot.
That's correct.
Was that a 2020 dark blue Honda Civic?
It was.
Did the video you got, did you attempt to obtain video from when she left the apartment that day?
Yes.
Is that what we're about to see here?
Yes, I can't see the numbers. It looks like it's
Very
yeah.
small up in the corner. I can zoom in briefly.
I believe it's roughly 9 o'clock. I believe.
Oh, I guess I can't zoom in on that. Zoom back out. Are you able to see it now?
Yeah.
What is the date and time stamp on there?
This is April 1st, 2025, and roughly 9 o'clock in the morning.
In the morning?
I believe so.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your answer.
The 1st of April, and this is 0900 hours.
Playing that clip. And that's Sade leaving?
That is.
She's got a black coat on, white top, looks like ripped jeans and white shoes.
That's correct.
She carrying anything in her hands?
It's like her cell phone and keys in her left hand.
How about her right?
Her right, it looks like it's got a, she's got a shoulder bag, looks to be darker color. Bigger than a purse, but a type of bag.
All right. That was the clip titled Robinson leaving lobby. And the next clip is Robinson leaving lobby exit. Now this clip, the time and date stamp is basically just picks up where the last clip left off, correct?
That's correct.
Off to the left side of the screen here where my mouse is that where that elevator would be?
Yes, with a short hallway to what we are now viewing.
Playing this clip. It's 11 seconds long. And what does it show?
Shows her exiting the front of the complex.
That would be the exit out towards Commerce Street, correct?
That's correct.
The next clip is titled Robinson leaving lot. All right. This clip is about 2 minutes long. What are we looking at? Can you orient us?
Yes, this is a northeast facing camera system. And you can see Sade just in front of that black, I believe it's SUV, and walking north towards Commerce Street is going to be in the upper portion of the video screen.
All right, so we got the parking lot, obviously, the street at the top here, that's Commerce Street?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and do you know where Sade's parking spot is?
Yes, it's right in the middle of the frame. I kind of point to it here.
Yes, please. Right about here. Okay, and in fact, there's kind of a reddish car there. It's actually the one behind that. It's kind of blocked by the camera, right?
Yes, it is.
This over here, this street, Commerce Street, kind of travels northeast, right?
Yes, it does.
This bridge over here, that would be the Holton Street Bridge, right?
It is.
What business or building is on the right side of the screen if you kept going up that street?
Water Street Brewery, I believe, or one of the breweries to the right. Yes.
Okay.
I'm unfamiliar which one. I'm sorry.
All right, and then this individual here,
That is Ms. Robinson.
this timestamp, really hard to read, April 1, 2024, 9:00:44.
Yes.
Play this clip. Does skip in the middle. But what are we seeing here, Detective?
She is currently walking north to her vehicle through looks like the center of the lot.
This would pick up right after the last clip that we watched her walking out the front, correct?
That is correct.
Now it's froze. What's happening now?
So she's entered her vehicle and now it's making a partial U-turn to go to the exit of the lot, which is north on Commerce Street.
What happened now?
Now it's just making a east turn through the, out of the parking lot and onto Commerce Street, heading east.
Are you familiar with where Pizza Shuttle is?
Yes,
Would that be the logical turn you would make if you were on your way to go work at Pizza Shuttle?
that would, yes, be.
All right, I paused that clip at 1:29. So it appears from those clips, she left her house somewhere right at around the 9 a.m. hour, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you then also obtain camera footage from a different camera we haven't seen yet to try to discern whether or not Miss Robinson returns to the home or to the apartment?
I did.
Can you describe the information you had and what segment of footage you sought out from these apartments to do that?
It was the nighttime hours and trying to ascertain whether or not she came back to her apartment at the time of 1 to 8, 1 p.m. to 1 a.m. to 8 in the morning.
Why did you pick the time period of 1 a.m. to 8 in the morning?
From other records that we disseminated, that was the time that, she should have been home, or, something that we went off of. Maybe she would return to the apartment.
So based on records you had, you thought the period after 1 a.m. would have been the time that her phone kind of traveled back towards the area of Commerce? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I believe that's what you're asking. I apologize if I didn't understand that correctly.
I'm going to bring up the last clip. It's titled N_lot, and then some numbers. Okay. Detective, we're looking at the same parking lot, correct?
Yes, we are.
Just a different angle?
That's correct.
And if we're orienting ourselves to Sade's parking spot, her spot would be somewhere right around here, correct?
Yes,
And then, so this street at the top, that's Commerce?
that is still Commerce, yes.
And this bridge-looking thing over here is that same bridge we could see in the daytime video?
Mason Street, yes, correct.
This video picks up at 1 o'clock. And if you look down on the timestamp here, it says it's 5 hours long, but you said this is a clip from 1 to 8?
I think that it should be near that, and the video is compressed different. I'm not sure why the time is different.
Does the video speed up at times?
I don't know if it does. It might have a motion sensor thing, kind of like that. Sometimes those are part of the camera system.
All right. So what time period of video did you review? From 1 a.m. to when?
1 to 8, I believe. Is that what it is?
And that's what this is?
Yes.
At any point in time, through reviewing that video, does Sade Robinson's car return to her parking spot?
It does not.
I'm going to play just a brief clip. Actually, before I do that, the timestamp on the video from this camera, do you know whether it's accurate or off by any amount?
It is behind, I believe, by just a couple minutes.
Okay, just a couple minutes behind?
Yes.
But generally showing around what we see here to be the 1 a.m. hour?
Yes, that's correct.
Play the start of this video.
So we're watching the Sade Robinson.
And I'm going to play it kind of in
trial.
fast forward here.
If you're not aware of Sade Robinson
It's
and
3 times sped up.
Wisconsin, she went on a date and then she was found. Her body parts were found scattered all over Milwaukee.
Going
And
to 4 times.
the guy she went on the date with, Max Anderson, is being tried for her murder and dismemberment.
There's a car driving by, right?
Correct.
But I am not
Another car
sure
around 102.40, right?
he did it.
Do you want me to back up?
No, I could see the taillights on.
I'll go back to 102.20. You able to see that car?
Yep, on the left side there.
Going which way?
There was one that went on the left side of the screen.
Okay. Speeding back up.
They don't have any evidence linking him to this from what I have seen so far. But again, I don't know a lot about this case, which is fine because I'm watching this as if this is the first time
104:30, what are we seeing?
I've seen anything.
What do you see on the screen?
See a car traveling.
So I don't have any
on Commerce.
type of bias in any
Then the
way
camera speeds up right after that, right?
other than what I'm seeing.
Car
in this
doesn't
trial.
stop in the lot.
It does not.
I'm gonna speed back up to 4 times.
I'm just looking at the prosecution's case from what they're presenting, and right now all I see is a lot of phone data that her phone was traveling, obviously in the places that her
106.50, fair?
body parts were found.
Like
There's a lot of tracking of her phone.
108.
There's a lot of tracking of her movements. They went through some text messages between
one more
her and Max
109.
before they met up for their date.
All right, and I'm gonna stop it at 1:10:11 a.m. Again, this is a couple minutes behind, so this would be around what, like 1:12-ish, 1:13 or what?
Yes, 112, 113, that would be accurate.
All right, and if I go all the way to the end, I've taken it to the 4-hour, 55-minute, 41-second mark of the clip. On the screen here, it's April 2nd at 7:44:53, correct?
Correct.
So this clip must, by that math, travel in fast increments at times, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what your testimony is here today is that you've reviewed all of this footage and her car never returns to that lot?
That is correct.
Nothing else?
Cross?
No.
Thank you. State your next witness.
State calls Detective Kayla Berkey.
So again, they're just tracking a lot of her movement, all of her movements. They have video of everything she's done. But I haven't seen anything to show anything he's done other than their text messages of meeting up for their date. So I really don't know where this is going.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Detective Kayla, Kayla, last name Bierke, B as in boy, J as in John, Erke.
How are you employed?
As a detective with the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the Sheriff's Department?
It's about 7.5 years.
How long have you been a detective?
About 2 or 3 years now.
Can you describe some of your general duties as a detective?
Follow up with any cases that may be assigned, help with other cases that are as assigned, and just be a support role with other detectives.
Judge, I think we could turn the lights on.
I think they're doing that right now.
Okay, thank you.
you.
Were you working on April 3rd, 2024 in that capacity?
I was.
As part of your duties that day, did you participate in obtaining a search warrant and then executing it at the location of 1858 North Commerce Street, apartment 309?
I did.
Is that in the city and county of Milwaukee?
It is.
And a search warrant gives judicial authorization for law enforcement to go into a location and search it, correct?
Correct.
And you received that authority?
I believe Detective Donner got the warrant signed. I went to the residence to execute the warrant.
But law enforcement got a search warrant signed?
Yes.
Okay. What is at the address of 1858 North Commerce Street? And as you're saying that, can you describe how big that building is and what it consists of?
Yeah, it's a multi-story apartment unit building. It's near Lakefront Brewery. On the east side, it faces the rivers. The river's right behind the apartments. So it's easily a multi-floor apartment building.
Prior to going there on April 3rd, were you aware as to whether or not another law enforcement jurisdiction had been inside that apartment?
Yes.
Who was that and when?
I believe that was Milwaukee Police Department, and I believe it was the day prior.
And what, were you familiar with why they went there?
Yes, for searching for Sade Robinson.
Something that would be termed a welfare or a wellness check?
Correct.
Do you recall approximately what time you went there?
I believe it was mid-afternoon.
The reason why the sheriff's department obtained a search warrant and wanted to go search that apartment was what?
To look for like DNA, and then just to check the status of the apartment, see if we could find anything that would help locate her.
Okay. And you're talking, when you say her, who are you referring to?
Sade Robinson.
So you mentioned looking for DNA. Why was that important for you at this time?
So that we could use it for a comparison if we found anything of hers, such as we found the leg, so we could use that for comparison.
Welcome.
So at this
say
point, is it fair
hello.
to say that you were searching her apartment to aid law enforcement in the search for her?
Correct.
Can you describe her apartment?
Yeah, it was a studio apartment. So the bed, how it worked is you open the door, and right away to your left was a bathroom. The bathroom was quite large, had a shower, every toilet, everything like that. And then if you kept going forward, past the bathroom, on the left side was the kitchen. After the kitchen, it was a studio apartment. So the bed was right there on the right side wall, while the closets were on the other side. And then she had a couch that faced the windows, or that faced against the windows. And then you could see the river on the other side.
Can you describe how the apartment was furnished, what types of contents it contained, what types of personal items, just in general?
Yeah, anything personal you would say of like a 19-year-old girl. So all clothes, shoes. It had some Nintendo Switch games. It had food in it, bed in it. The closet was fully stacked with clothes. The bathroom was fully stocked with like hairbrushes, makeup accessories, everything like that.
Upon entry, was one of your goals to determine whether or not there had been a struggle or a forced break-in, anything of that nature?
Yes.
And did you make any of those determinations?
No, we determined that there was no force of anything, of like a break-in or anything like happening.
Did it appear that any struggle had occurred inside?
No.
And can you describe what you did in order to execute the search warrant?
So to execute a search warrant, we take photos. So when we start to take photos, we start on the exterior of the building. So I took pictures all around the building to make sure that you understood where our location was. And then that would include then going up to the floor, taking pictures outside the door, and then overalls of the rooms, just for everybody to understand what the room looked like, what was in the room, if anything was moved in the room or anything like that. So that's how we started off. And then we would start a search of the room.
So you document the apartment as is before you start searching?
Correct.
And did you locate anything in your search to indicate what had happened to Sade or where she was?
No.
And those are specific things that you were looking for?
Yes.
Okay, what did you find and what did you collect?
We did collect a toothbrush. We did locate and saw some like different credit cards and debit cards. We found a Nintendo Switch. We found just different cups and materials that we believe she could have drank out of. We just weren't sure if at any time she drank something that she wasn't supposed to, whatever it may be. So we collected a bunch of cups and other materials that would have her DNA on it.
Okay, so the toothbrush Were any other brushes recovered?
I believe one other brush we grabbed.
Toothbrush, other brushes, any, and then receptacles to drink out of. You're searching and recovering those for what purpose?
To collect, or we could use for that comparison DNA.
Because at this point you were aware that there was a human leg that had been recovered at Warnemont Park, correct?
Correct.
So were you recovering these things in an effort to try to connect her DNA to the DNA of that human leg?
Yes.
What else did you locate in the apartment?
We located a pink safe. We located, she had a TV in the apartment. We left all of that. And then anything that might have been valuable. So we weren't sure
Welcome,
who
join
had
the
access
chat,
to the
say
apartment and
hello.
took out of the apartment.
What was inside the pink safe?
Inside the pink safe was, I believe she had some cash as well as she had some narcotics inside the pink safe.
And what do you refer to when you say narcotics?
I believe it was pills. I believe they came back as positive for meth, and then some THC. So that was it.
Okay, and THC is the active ingredient in marijuana, correct?
Correct.
And when you say come back positive for those two drugs, what does that mean?
You use a test to test the narcotics, and it's I can't remember the test for the meth, but for the marijuana was the Decoys-Levine test to test the marijuana.
Those are called presumptive field tests, correct?
Correct.
And were these ever sent out to the state crime lab for conclusive testing?
I'm unaware.
Was there anything to indicate how long those items had been inside the safe?
No.
Was the safe locked?
Yes.
You indicated that there were photographs taken, correct?
Correct.
Now, just to, so the record is clear, we stipulate to all the photos being introduced into evidence, Your Honor.
What numbers are those?
They're 41 through 50.
I will receive into evidence 41 through 50 then.
Showing you exhibits 41 through 50, can you, first of all, do you recognize what those are?
Yes.
And can you identify what those are?
That's the 41 is the exterior of Sade's apartment building.
That's a photograph, correct?
Yes.
Are all of those exhibits photographs?
Yes. Yeah, they are.
I'd ask that exhibits 41 through 50 be admitted and permission to publish.
Already received and feel free.
Okay, this is exhibit number 41. What is that?
That's the exterior of Sade's apartment. So that would be like the front entrance to the apartment building.
Showing you exhibit 42. What is that?
That would be the door to her apartment.
Exhibit 43.
That was the bathroom right upon entry of the apartment. That was on the left-hand side.
So is that one of the first things that you see when you walk in?
Yes.
And anything, what was recovered out of that room?
That's where we were located, the toothbrushes and the other brushes.
What about exhibit number 44?
That was her kitchen. That was on the other side of the bathroom.
Exhibit number 45?
So if you turned around, if you're looking at the kitchen, if you turn around and look the other way, that was her closet next to her bed.
Okay, and so this is the end of the kitchen counter, correct?
Correct.
Where my pen was?
Yes.
And then this is her bed?
Yes.
Exhibit number 46?
That was her bed, and then you can kind of see the end of her kitchen counter there.
Exhibit number 47?
That was, you can call it a makeshift living room with her couch and then TV.
Exhibit number 48?
That would be the toothbrush that we collected.
What did you ultimately do with that toothbrush?
I inventoried it and placed it into property, which was.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, sorry. It was then taken to the state crime lab.
Okay. Exhibit number 50, what is that?
That's her couch and her bed with all of her clothes on it.
And exhibit number 49, what is that?
In one of the drawers in the kitchen, she had a bunch of IDs located. So we took pictures of all the different IDs that were located.
One of those is for the Milwaukee Area Technical College, correct?
Yes.
And then right above it is what?
It looks like a probationary ID.
Based on your knowledge, what is a probationary ID?
Just means you're not 21 yet.
So that's a Wisconsin state issued ID.
Yes.
And does it specifically designate that
Hello,
the person is under
welcome.
21
Say
in some
hello.
obvious way?
Yes.
Where?
The top left-hand corner, it says U21 and then probationary driver's license. And then it says age attained at the bottom.
And you found that where?
In her apartment, in one of the drawers.
So in theory, if one were to try to get into a bar with that ID, they should be denied, correct?
Correct.
Welcome to the alternate point of view. Say hello, join the chat. We're watching the Sade Robinson trial.
All right, I'm showing you.
This is day 3.
In a minute, I'm going to show you something.
She went on a date and never came home. They found her dismembered body parts all over Milwaukee.
Do you recognize what this is?
Yes.
What is it?
That's the toothbrush that we took from the residence.
How do you know?
I signed it. It says evidence collected by K. Bierke, evidence sealed by K. Bierke with my signature.
On that, that's an envelope that contains the toothbrush, right?
Correct.
On that envelope, are there other markings that are not from the sheriff's department?
Yep, there's one from on the side. It says R24-952, and I know that's from the crime lab.
I'd ask that exhibit number 40 be received.
Agreed.
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 It's received.
I don't have anything further.
Cross?
Thank you. Were you the one who took the photographs of the apartment?
I believe so.
Okay, so just with your department issued camera, basically?
Yep.
And you talked initially this morning about one of the purposes of getting a search warrant was to look for DNA, right?
Correct.
And I'm sorry, you are a detective with the sheriff's department, right?
Correct.
And DNA evidence being an important tool that law enforcement can use in cases, right?
Absolutely.
I'm sorry?
Absolutely.
And that's the reason that you said absolutely is because it can help you pinpoint one's identity, for example, right?
Correct.
And you've worked with DNA in your experience as a detective, right?
Yes, I have.
And the way in which we go about collecting DNA samples is to do swabbing.
Correct.
But you as the detective don't do the swabbing, you call in lab personnel, don't you, that go through and actually swab for it?
Depends. There's times I am trained as an evidence technician. I can do the swabbing. However, I did not swab any of these items.
Got it. But so either way, you specifically could choose to swab if you wanted to because of your training, or you could call in people to do that for you.
Correct.
And then that type of evidence, DNA evidence, when you're going through we can take down the photos. I don't need that up. When you're going through Miss Robinson's apartment, you're using your eyes to look for things that might contain DNA, right?
Correct.
Because you know that it can be shed from skin, for example,
Correct.
and it can come from saliva.
Yes.
One of the reasons you had, I don't know if it was one of the photos you looked at, but you had noted a glass, for example. We would like to test the rim of a glass because it might have one's DNA on it.
Yes.
And so that's crucial piece of evidence could help you link up as you, I think you were saying, the leg that was located to Miss Robinson.
Correct.
But that wasn't the only reason you were searching the apartment. It's not just for DNA and identification purposes, is it?
Correct.
We also wanted to look at a pink safe you testified about.
Yes.
And I'm sorry, did you say the safe was locked?
Yes, it was.
So did you yourself open it
I did not open it. One of my partners did open it.
in your presence?
Yes.
That's why in your report you documented the contents of it.
Correct.
Why did you not photograph the contents of the safe?
I don't recall if I did or did not photograph them.
You did prepare a police report, didn't you?
I did.
And in your police report, you identified, you tried to be thorough in your report, didn't you?
Yes.
And in your report, you did identify a description of everything that you found, right?
Correct.
And there were other things in the apartment of note that beyond just, well, there was a number of, we could see from the pictures, it was there was a lot of things in the apartment, I guess, for lack of a better expression, right?
Correct.
The closet was sort of piled up with stuff and there was, I mean, we've all been 19 once, right?
Right.
Okay. So, but there's a lot of things to sort of look through and read through, right?
Correct.
And including mail and letters and notes and things like that.
Yeah.
But your partner opened the pink safe and that's where the meth was located.
Correct.
Because you said on direct, I thought that it was a field test that was done that the department can use, right?
Correct.
Meaning that there's, and you wrote that in your report, didn't you, that there was methamphetamine recovered?
Correct.
And you described it as 47 pills of meth, right?
Correct.
Disposition sent to the property room,
Correct.
meaning that it gets recovered and taken into evidence, right?
Yes, it did.
What does meth mean?
Meth?
Yeah.
I just use the short term for methamphetamines.
But that's a street drug, right?
Correct.
And then 18 grams of THC, obviously marijuana is not able to be purchased lawfully either.
Correct.
And when we hear meth, they're pills though?
Correct.
Okay. Not something you'd smoke.
Not in that form, no.
And then the weed, that was just documented also, right?
Yes.
And then the various notes and letters and things like that are documented as well.
Correct.
$888 in cash inside the safe?
Yes.
And that's the same safe with the drugs?
Yes.
That's all. Thank you.
State?
Was there anything else that was drug related in the apartment that you located?
No.
And then the photos that you were shown as exhibits 41 through 50, those weren't all of the photos taken, correct?
No, it was not.
That's all the ones y'all showed.
Exhibit number 49 again. And focusing on the probationary license, are you aware of when that license would have expired?
I can look at it and see.
If you can, yes.
It's a bit blurry, but I believe it's 5/15 of 2025.
And that would correspond with Sade turning 21, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
No, nothing for us.
Thank you. You can step down.
Is it?
We have like 15 minutes left. Do you have a quicker witness?
Yes,
Awesome.
Captain Christian Hoos. Next to the TV.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Christian Hoose, CHRISTIAANHOOSE,
How are you employed?
with the City of Milwaukee Fire Department.
How long have you worked for the City of Milwaukee Fire Department?
27 years.
What's your current rank?
Captain,
How long have you been a captain?
13 years.
Were you working in your capacity as a captain with the fire department back on April 2nd, 2024?
Yes, I was.
What was the shift that you worked on that day?
It was our blue shift.
What does that mean?
It's, we have 3 shifts, 24 hours. We work and then 48 off, 3 colors, red, blue, green.
Okay. Were you dispatched to the location of 2928 West Lisbon Avenue on the morning of April 2nd, 2024, shortly after 7:30 a.m.?
Yes.
Where is your fire station related to the address of 2928 West Lisbon Avenue?
We're about 2 blocks south.
Is that both of those locations, are they in the city and county of Milwaukee, Wisconsin?
Yes, they are.
You were 2 blocks south, so I take it didn't take you long to get there.
That's correct.
When you arrived on scene at 2928 West Lisbon Avenue, were you provided any information actually before you got there as to what was on fire?
I believe we were sent to a car fire.
And when you arrived there, what did you observe?
A car burning behind the building located at 30th and Lisbon.
Was there anybody around the car when you got there?
Not that I remember.
Can you describe what the fire looked like to you as far as where in the car or what part of the car?
I believe that the fire was in the passenger compartment where all the seats are located in the trunk area.
And did you and your fellow firefighters put the fire out?
Yes, we did.
Was the Milwaukee Police Department also sent to the scene?
Yes, I requested them because the fire appeared to be suspicious.
Based on that answer, I assume they weren't already there then? When you
I
got
don't
there?
recall that they were there right away, no.
What made the fire suspicious to you?
This address is a vacant building. It's no longer there. It's been demolished, and we had been using that building for training for a number of months prior to that. There's no reason for a car to be back there. Like, no one would park a vehicle back there normally. We've had instances in past where there are cars that were burned back there, and they were also, suspicious.
What kind of car was it?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you end up cutting into any parts of the vehicle?
As standard practice, we cut into the trunk to make sure that there is no hidden fire or there's no persons inside of there. We also open up the hood to overhaul that area to make sure all the fire is extinguished.
Once the fire was extinguished, did you sort of turn the scene over to the Milwaukee Police Department?
Yes.
I have nothing else.
Ross?
You said there was a vacant building at that spot that you've been using for training purposes.
Yes.
Right on the corner there. It was right on the corner of Lisbon Avenue. It was that 2-story building, right?
Yes, the old Aces High Tavern, it was the northeast corner.
Yeah, and you were using it not to set on fire for training, but for entering and exiting a building, right?
Correct.
And then you said you've had other incidents in the past where cars were burned back there in that alley.
Yes.
So that's because you've responded to them, right?
Correct.
And those were suspicious, you said.
Yes.
Why is that alley being used on multiple occasions to burn cars? Do you have any idea?
I don't know.
Who's picking that particular alley in Milwaukee?
I don't.
Okay. How long have you been, when you say plural incidents, how many are you?
I can think of 2 recently, on either side of the date of this April 2nd.
Okay.
You can think of, we consider,
what?
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Finish your answer. I'm sorry.
I'm just saying we consider something suspicious if we don't have an owner there to say, this is my car, and there was no one there to do that. So we automatically call for the police for that.
You were saying like one before this incident in April of 2024 and one since then.
I believe yes.
When you responded, were you it was a fire engine, obviously, right?
A fire engine and a ladder truck. I'm on the ladder truck.
You said that the fire started on the passenger compartment of the vehicle?
The fire was involved in the passenger compartment. I don't know where the fire started.
Oh, involved, meaning that's where the majority of the flake?
Yes,
The
yes,
fire is happening.
correct.
That's all.
State?
One thing, how did you put it out?
With a reduced hose line of water.
Could you describe the force of the water that comes out?
It's it's an 1 3/4 hand line that we use off of our engine. About 160 pounds of pressure comes out of there.
Significant amount of pressure then?
Yes.
Nothing else?
Defense?
Sorry, just one more thing. You did speak with law enforcement also, right? Because you brought them, you called them in?
I believe so, yes.
And you remember that the trunk of the vehicle was open when you arrived?
If that's what I had told the officers, then yes, I do not recall it now, but
That the vehicle was unlocked?
yes,
You remember that?
I believe so, yes.
That's all.
State?
Nothing else?
Thank you, Captain.
Thank you.
Okay, it's 11:52. I think it's a good point to break for the morning.
Lunch.
So again, the admonitions. Remember, don't do any investigation. Don't do any discussions about this case. Don't do any blogging, emailing, texting. Don't talk to each other about the case. Don't talk to any friends or family about the case. Put it out of
Okay,
your mind until you come
so-
back this afternoon. I have just a couple of matters to handle right at 1:30, so I'm thinking we're going to start back up at 1:45. If you could come back between 1:15 and 1:45, that would be wonderful. Again, I cannot start until all of you are present. And again, remember to wear your juror badges prominently so everyone knows who you are over the lunch hour.
Okay.
A romantic encounter
All she wanted was love.
with a monstrous end.
Who the f would do something like this to my beautiful baby?
The death and dismemberment of 19-year-old Sade Robinson
It just like breaks my heart.
is the stuff of nightmares.
We still don't have all of the remains.
This week on Open Record,
And there was somebody randomly walking past the lake and saw it.
the evidence scattered across 2 states,
Our investigators have worked around
Did
the
not know
clock.
that.
and why prosecutors say it all points to one man,
This sick son of a is gonna pay.
accused of luring an innocent woman into a date with death.
This is the story. I don't know. First of all, to do this to somebody, it's a
From the
lot of
Fox
work,
6 Studios,
y'all.
this is Open
I don't know
Record.
why
I'm Brian
people do
Polson, and
that.
I'm joined here by Open Record's executive producer, Sarah Smith. Hello, Sarah.
Hello.
And we are joined by Fox 6's Bria Jones. Welcome back to the podcast, Bria.
Thank you guys for having me. It's an honor to be
So
here.
thanks to
We are
Fox
recording
6
this
Open
episode
Record
on Wednesday, May
for this
21st,
story.
6 days from now. Maxwell Anderson is scheduled to go on trial for the gruesome death and dismemberment of 19-year-old Sade Robinson. We're going to take you through the timeline of events as they happened, so far as we know, the terrifying impact on young single women in Milwaukee, and we're going to have a special guest who will take us through the key issues that we can expect in next week's trial that is certain to draw national attention. We're going to start by taking you back to that tragic event on April 1st of 2024, right after this.
Welcome back to Open Record. Little more than a year ago now, Sade Robinson was getting ready to go on a first date. And from what we know, she was excited to meet up with Maxwell Anderson. Bria, do we know how they met? How did this all start?
Sarah, we're learning so much new information as we are a year later, because people are now, I won't say more detached, but they feel more comfortable talking about the scenario. So now I was able to talk with family and to learn that no, this was not a dating app, as so many people assumed. This was actually someone that she met through a mutual friend. And so there was that level of comfort there, because a friend of hers had a relative that, this is what I'm told from a cousin, that a friend of Sade's, a coworker, had a cousin who worked at Victor's, where Maxwell Anderson was a bartender. And so she met him through a mutual friend. And we actually know Fox 6, we were able to obtain that video that shows her a day before the date on Easter Sunday, actually at Victor's nightclub, appearing to have shots with Maxwell Anderson, who was behind the bar.
So as far as we know, though, it's still a first date they were going on where this all starts, right? We've seen the text messages
Yes.
exchanged where they're talking about meeting up at a place called Twisted Fisherman, which is down along Canal Street. Is that right?
Yes. So he was getting his W-2, as he said in the text message, from the previous year.
So that's why he said he wanted to go there, but they were meeting up.
Yeah.
They were going to have some food, maybe have some drinks, and kind of get started on their date. You've talked to family. You've really been close to this throughout, Bria. What have you heard in terms of sort of where her mindset was going into this? I think we can all kind of put ourselves on a first date. You sort of know what the nerves are like, the anxiety. She's met him before, but doesn't know him very well. What do you know?
Her family, her parents, they have no idea who Maxwell Anderson is, quite frankly. They've never heard of this guy. They say they don't even know that he's not her typical type. They're not sure there's the attraction. But the interesting thing is that's also what I'm hearing from people who know Maxwell Anderson. Like, that's not his typical type as well. So, I mean, Maxwell Anderson. So it's just it's like, how did we get here? How deep were they into knowing each other? But like you said, as far as we know, this was their first date. This was their first time going out in public together alone. And unfortunately, Sade was never seen again.
So they went to Twisted Fisherman, right? And the text messages also talk about eating, right?
Yes.
So, and then they ended up going to, was that one of the bars, or were there more after that?
They went to Twisted Fisherman. There's surveillance cameras there that show them walking in, sitting at the bar. And to even go back to your point about just where her mindset was, when I went to her apartment, because she had an apartment in the Brewers Hill area, the lady who in the front office, she was like, yeah, she was talking to me. She was excited to go out. And so this was just someone young, hopeful, looking for love. They go to the Twisted Fisherman. There's pictures of them at the bar. Sade's phone, she had Life 360, something that was connected to her through several people. She was at Twisted Fisherman, then she went to Duke's on Water. And so from there,
another bar.
That's
in
another
Milwaukee.
bar. Yeah, that's on Water Street. And from there, we know that later, the surveillance, there's not actually surveillance videos of her going into his home. There's, I guess, appears to be maybe two shadows on a surveillance camera from across the street. But her Life 360 pinpoints to Anderson's home.
And Anderson's home, if I understand it, is kind of on the south side, right?
Yeah.
It's not downtown. It's not nearby. So they really have to drive somewhere. So she gets into a car. She goes with him. The theory is they go to the house. And then if I understand from phone pings or the Life 360 or whatever, they're there for a few hours.
Yes.
Right.
I want to say my notes here, they get the phone pings there at 9:30 until about 12:30. And I actually was able to obtain some surveillance video that shows what appears to be Sade's car leaving the back alley from a neighbor who was on the other side of the street. And that video is also named in the criminal complaint as evidence that officers believe show Maxwell or Sade, whoever, her vehicle leaving behind that alley.
And we know after that, our understanding is, and from the criminal complaint and all of that, they then track her and what they believe is her and Maxwell Anderson to the south side down near Warnemont Park.
Yes.
And they actually are in place in a neighborhood for a little while. Is that right? Before that vehicle leaves again?
Yes. It's the mapping of it's so intricate because you don't think, but your phone is telling, like, I mean, Big Brother is watching.
Right.
Yeah.
Like
but your phone it's literally following you everywhere. And even although, some may say, was Sade alive after she left the home? We don't know.
Right.
But her phone was very much so alive and tracking moment by moment where she was moving until it died.
So even despite it pinging, there were no real red flags until then the next day, though, right?
Yeah, this all came together because she had Easter dinner with her family. Then she was spotted out at the bar, and they went on the date April 1st. And from there, she missed her shift at Pizza Shuttle. They say she was the heart and soul of that restaurant. She missed her shift at Pizza Shuttle, and that's when she was reported missing.
Because uncharacteristic, right? Like she
Yes.
doesn't typically miss a shift.
Now she's reported missing, if I understand, on the 2nd,
Yes.
correct? And it was also that same day that there was this body part that is these human remains that are found along the Lake Michigan shoreline near Warnemont Park or in Warnemont Park. Is that right?
Yes, that's when this whole thing starts to come together, and it came together rather quickly. But at the same time, there's still more there's still more police work to do. But it came together in the sense of we have Milwaukee police investigating this missing persons case, and they have Sade reported missing, and then her car found torched. And then at the same time, sheriff's deputies later that day are called to Warnament Park. And we learned from the court documents that there is the police officer that then makes the connection like, okay, let's see if this is connected to our missing persons case in Milwaukee.
What's really interesting is I was looking at the timeline of literally the actual times of day, and you've got the leg is discovered in the afternoon, and it's that night that she's reported missing. So she was actually reported missing after already this body part had been found. And as you said, they're trying to connect the dots. But earlier that morning, there's a car fire.
Yeah.
So it's all the way back at 7:30 in the morning. There's a car fire that obviously police respond to and firefighters respond to. And that turns out later to be her car.
Yes, it's just crazy how it all came together. I was able to talk to a woman who lived in the home near where this car was set on fire. And she told me she heard a loud boom. She was in the bathroom getting ready. She walked out and she told me she saw Maxwell Anderson with the look of shock on his face before he ran away.
Well, and then there are also pictures, right, from inside an MCTS bus of him.
Yes.
Right. Where was that exactly? How did that
That's
come into
supposed
play?
to be in that same area.
Okay.
They're saying that he got on the bus near there and was able to go towards his home.
I think the thing that stands out to me, because over in the ensuing days after this, there are searches that are done, the family's involved, police are involved, the community's involved, and more of these human remains surface in different places. Much of it is actually found along the Lake Michigan shoreline further south, all the way down eventually into Waukegan, Illinois. In May, there's a leg or an arm, I believe, that washes up on the beach there. But as these remains are coming in, police have already zeroed in on Maxwell Anderson. They've said, we think this is the guy. They've arrested him. I think they arrested him within just a matter of a few days,
Yeah,
correct?
it was like 2 to 3 days.
Yeah, so they've arrested him. He's charged and ultimately charged within about maybe 10 days. But then more evidence continues to come in, and they're testing it, and they find out that these things come back to Sade in terms of DNA. So we now know that there's all of this evidence that's scattered, but it seems to me from the beginning, police knew because of those text messages, because of the circumstances, that they believed this was Maxwell Anderson.
That's what it points to. Her family, her friends, they were saying that they knew who she was with. They knew that she was last heard of going on this date with Maxwell Anderson. And so that's what they had been shouting for days. They were outside the home. They were having pink outs. They were, because we had that 10-day, I believe, that waiting period of, we had someone in custody for the severed leg in Cudahy, but we did not have a connection to the death of Sade Robinson. And so without that homicide charge, people were upset. There was outcry. People were wanting accountability. And that's what we saw for days and days before he was ultimately charged.
Has there been any sort of crime scene that's been found? I mean, you would think as body parts, I mean, that's a lot of blood and things. And so have they found anything? Like investigators?
That's what we're all waiting to know.
We're going to see if we find that out at trial, right?
We were hoping to find that out in trial. What did they see inside of that home? I have so many questions. I know her family has so many questions. Someone sent me a video of the inside of the basement inside of the home. So we kind of know a little bit of what the basement looked like, but there was not a crime scene from that video. There was no, police tape or tarp up or anything of that sort. But we do know at some point the home did become a crime scene.
Well, and we know this, I thought it was fascinating. You had told me about this search warrant that appeared at some point where there's a confidential informant who apparently says that a month before this happened, they remember, or they talked to, whoever this confidential informant is, says they talked to Maxwell Anderson and they were in his basement and they saw tarps up and all sorts of things. And there's sort of a utility sink where all of this is surrounded by plastic tarp. And this confidential informant claims that Maxwell Anderson said he was going to do this and specifically do this to Sade Robinson.
Yes, that is what that confidential informant told investigators. According to that warrant, that unsealed warrant, we learned that this confidential informant says that Maxwell Anderson told him or her literally weeks before the date even happened that it was his intention to kill Sade Robinson, to get her down into that basement. And when the person said they went into the basement, they saw several saws. So,
but they didn't tell anyone. That's the part that blows my mind. If someone says, "I'm planning to murder a specific person, and here's how I'm going to do it,"
Yeah.
That's hard to accept, hard to imagine. There's so much more we could talk about this.
Yeah.
And I want to, I know that one of the things we're probably not going to talk a lot about today, but the family has sued, or the estate of Sade Robinson has sued a couple of bars in Milwaukee
Yes.
because she was 19. She shouldn't have
She
been
was
legally
19.
drinking in a bar at all. And there's, questions of, was she overserved? Did that make her vulnerable to what ultimately happened? But in the end, I'm sure the family's number one thing is to see Maxwell Anderson, in their view, held responsible. But that's what this trial is going to be all about. There's one other thing, though, beyond the trial, and I want to talk about this when we come back, and that is the impact this has on the entire dating community in Milwaukee, because this is kind of the worst case scenario for someone going on a first date. Am I going to be safe? Is this person someone I can trust? We're going to talk a little bit about that when we come right back. We are back on Open Record. I'll just ask both of you ladies, have you ever used a dating app or gone out to meet a person you didn't know very well for the first time?
I mean, I no dating apps here. Like, I'm a little older, so that was
Lucky you.
like when I first started dating apps were very almost like taboo kind of, but that was a gazillion years ago. But the meeting someone that you don't really know, that's happened. And it's a little unsettling, but
A suspicious death investigation underway following a gruesome discovery.
It's shocking. I've never covered anything like this
It tells
before.
the story as well, but again, I'm just saying, I don't see.
Before we knew anything, people immediately started shouting serial killer.
I'm just waiting for
scary
the trial to
that,
show me.
you go on a
what
first date with
actually linked
somebody and this is
Max
what you have to worry
Anderson
about.
It's the worst feeling a mother could ever have.
taking her life, other than these text messages that they went on a date. I don't see any physical evidence. And like they said, it took them 10 days to actually charge him. They didn't have any evidence.
Milwaukee is known for being this beautiful city
don't have
on
any
the shores
evidence.
of Lake Michigan.
Lake Michigan
Milwaukee is
a
not a nice
jewel
place.
for
So
Milwaukee.
I don't know why they're trying to paint it like it's a really nice place.
We're one of the most, if not the most, racially segregated.
Being one of the few swing states in the nation, leg in a park along the southern shore of Lake Michigan in Milwaukee County.
Right over my shoulder is the access to Lake Michigan, which was blocked up until now. So here's what we know. The Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office says the leg was found in or near the water today at the park. It was east of the golf
is the
course
Sade
by
Robinson
the pump
story.
house. A 12 News camera captured detectives looking
And
near the
how
shore
they-
in that area.
Warnemont Park is in Cudahy.
Max
It's a
Anderson did
working
it.
class, blue collar suburb south of the city of Milwaukee, not associated with crime in any way.
Warnemont Park is a very popular spot. People jogging, people walking their dog, bike riding. It's one of those spots that has
You have
these
never been to
dramatic
Wisconsin?
cliffs.
I have, but it was in the freezing cold.
At the bottom of Warnemont
It sucks.
Park's steep cliff, in or near Lake Michigan's roaring waters, investigators say a park goer spotted a bizarre sight, a severed leg.
This story is much more intense than what I typically cover on a day-to-day basis. Working in Milwaukee, you learn to expect the unexpected, but that was still something that you don't see every day.
Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office immediately determining the leg belonged to a human. But who?
Yeah, I definitely have thoughts about like their family and stuff. Like, oh, I wonder who it is. Could it be somebody we've known in the past? How is their family doing? I know they're gonna want answers.
The discovery prompting countless questions from those like Nathan Mendoza, the South Milwaukee resident visiting the nearby park Wednesday.
A lot of questions tonight.
It's shocking to hear that there's a body part anywhere. Was this an accident? Had wild animals or something torn apart a cadaver that was there for natural causes?
Your mind immediately goes to who does it belong to? That doesn't sound like something that's an accident. Something very serious has happened. When news of the severed leg discovery started to spread, immediately the community was worried for their safety. People were wondering if the person that committed the crime was still out there. It's something that in a city that remembers Jeffrey Dahmer all too well really gets people's attention and gets them scared.
It's not something people want to talk about, but it's certainly in our historical memory.
The images are seared on Milwaukee's psyche.
Police found a grisly scene, a human head apparently preserved.
Jeffrey Dahmer, serial killer, cannibal. 17 victims in 13 years.
Jeffrey, I hate you!
So in the late 1980s, unfortunately, Milwaukee was the hunting ground for Jeffrey Dahmer, who's one of America's most notorious serial killers. He dismembered his victims, kept parts of them, actually consumed parts of them as a cannibal. And that drew a lot of very negative attention to the city. There was an echo of that terrible history of Milwaukee. And I think that's really one of the things that made this case stand out for people early on.
Immediately, people started shouting, serial killer. On Milwaukee's north side, April 2nd, around 7:30 in the morning, a woman that lives in the area of 30th and Lisbon is just getting ready for her day and then looks out her back window and sees a car erupt into flames.
It was catching on fire, and all of a sudden it's getting bigger, so I called the fire department, and they then you can hear the alarm going off in the car, the airbags exploding.
It didn't look like an accident. People use that area for illegal dumping, so it wasn't too much of a stretch to think that someone was trying to dump this car here.
It looks like somebody had started it. Nothing else was smoking outside the car, so it started in the inside.
The car was heavily burnt. It was a 2020 Honda Civic. Immediately, investigators thought that this was suspicious. There were parts of the car that you could still recover items that were inside and get clues about who the car belonged to. The car belonged to a 19-year-old Milwaukee woman named Sade Robinson. She didn't show up to work on April 2nd.
Robinson's co-workers at Pizza Shuttle on the east side say they called police for a welfare check. Police didn't find Robinson, but detectives did find her car burned near 30th and Lisbon.
Immediately, her co-workers knew that something was wrong. She wasn't the type of person to just not show up to work without letting anyone know.
Milwaukee police say 19-year-old Sade Carlina Robinson vanished Monday. That's also the day her mother, Sheena Scarborough, last heard from her.
I am Sheena Scarborough, the mother of Sade Robinson. A lot of people were attracted to her. She was a very beautiful young lady. Early 2024, Sade had been working so hard, working her 2 jobs, so close to graduating, and she was about to receive her Associate of Arts degree. She also was dedicated to wanting to join the military and the Air Force. We are a military family.
She has been known to be a go-getter, a very magnetic personality. She's a hard worker. She had her own apartment. Her coworkers say she was great with the regular customers.
So I was planning on doing something big with her the summer of 2024 after her graduation to celebrate. We were planning to go to Hawaii, and this was just the beginning of her life. March 31st, 2024, it was Easter Sunday. We spent the day at my parents' house. I remember the girls pulling up, and I cooked dinner for everybody. We just spent the evening talking, laughing, just catching up with each other, just family time. Then I remember it became evening, and I know they had to go both get ready for school the next day. And I remember hugging them and my parents hugging her, Sade and Adriana, and them leaving. That was our day on March the 31st, the last time I seen my baby. There were no signs or anything. And then here it is, the detective at my door notifying me that my daughter's car has been burned. Are you freaking kidding me? What is her car doing? Where is she at?
When you're talking to someone who has a missing loved one, obviously your hope is that they're going to be found safe and reunited with their family. When Sheena told me that her car was found burned in this area of town that's known for dumping, it was hard not to immediately think that something had gone terribly wrong.
I turn on the news and then I see my daughter at the top. She's missing. Like, what the heck is going on?
The 19-year-old woman disappeared on Monday.
So in the 2020s, digital evidence is everything. We can track people throughout their day.
Sade's friends knew pretty quickly how serious the situation was and how important a digital trail could become. It helped prosecutors uncover what they believe happened that night.
Sade Robinson had an app specifically for her safety called Life 360.
Like lots of other young women think about and making sure that they're staying safe, making sure other people know where they are at any given time. Sade was just like that. She had Life 360 and shared her location information with one of her friends and with her mother.
Still hadn't heard from her. And I remember asking other family members, I'm just thinking Sade had a busy day. She worked both her jobs.
The Life 360 app showed that April 1st in the evening, she went to a popular seafood restaurant in the city. It shows that she went to a bar later that night, and it shows that she went to a home on Milwaukee's south side. From there, the phone leaves the home at about 12:45 in the morning, and the phone takes a trip around the city.
Her friends log into the app Life 360 and see that she was traveling around in the middle of the night. They must have been terrified for their friend without any explanation, without her making contact with them.
Everybody in the 360 app on a circle, it's just like something was off.
I asked Sheena if she knows where Sade could be or what she knows about if anyone would want to hurt her. And Sheena says she doesn't know anything while the cameras are rolling. She's sitting on the couch and I'm kneeling in front of her, helping her take the microphone off. She's emotional, so at this point, I'm also kind of holding her hands, and we cut the cameras. And one of the first things that she says to me is, you know, I didn't want to say this while the cameras were rolling. And my stomach immediately dropped.
Milwaukee police say 19-year-old Sade Carlina Robinson vanished Monday.
I started having this feeling. It's a feeling I can't describe as a mother. You just have this heavy feeling, and I just remember reaching out and starting to ask everybody, have you heard from Sade?
Milwaukee police did do a welfare check at Robinson's apartment April 3rd. In her apartment, they found her wallet and purse. That's when we, the media, get a critical missing alert for Sade Robinson.
It's a critical missing person report, and that's basically if someone is an elder, a child, a veteran, they get a special designation. They also get a designation if someone believes that the person who is missing is in danger.
If you know something, please say something.
Police have not connected Robinson's missing persons case to the body part found, but friends and family are fearing the worst.
You have to prepare for the worst and pray for the best, And worst case scenario, Sade's not with us no more.
Sade's friends and family, as soon as they learned of her disappearance, put out a call to the community to organize these search parties to help find her. It activated the community a lot. Strangers came out to help search.
I'm so desperate. I'm trying to find my baby.
And then they found human remains.
Milwaukee police swarming 31st and Walnut after someone found a human body part in the park.
This little park a block away from where her car was found burned. A detective found a human foot near some train tracks. We were there when family found a blanket belonging to Sade.
We need y'all's support to help and find more evidence. Thanks to these people out here, we found a little bit more evidence, but we still don't know everything.
There was this sentiment from her family and friends that perhaps law enforcement wasn't looking hard enough.
We had to do what we had to do. The community had to step up with searching for her. They were a big part in finding a lot of her remains.
Unfortunately, these situations get overlooked, and hopefully this brings greater visibility and we find out more answers.
I think until we find out what we need to find out, we just come out and you just keep pushing forward, and we let the experts come and decide, determine what they know, and we're just the eyes and the ears on the ground.
Investigators found body parts. Family members say they were finding evidence and body parts.
Someone on their morning walk along the shore found a torso and an arm.
The public's looking at this thinking this is our worst nightmare.
We had body parts around the city. We had a missing 19-year-old, and then we had a burned car, but we hadn't even had that formally linked by law enforcement at this point. Like everyone else in the city, we were fearing the worst. I sat down with Sheena when Sade was first reported missing. We cut the cameras, and one of the first things that she says to me is, I didn't want to say this while the cameras are rolling, but my daughter's phone last pinged in Cudahy, in the area of Warnemont Park.
It's not a place that we just went to go visit normally. That's really not our part of town.
My stomach immediately dropped. Knowing what we knew, that's where the severed leg was found.
I knew something had happened to my baby. I knew she was gone. It's the worst feeling a mother could ever have.
What do you think happened?
Okay, so the park is where he lives.
Somebody harmed or hurt my
That's
daughter.
a connection, kinda.
Investigators swarm the area. They're going up and down the
That's
bluff
something.
best they can. Obviously canvassing.
Other than they went on a
and
date.
Looking
And
for
she was at his
something.
house.
In this day and age, there's a surveillance camera basically everywhere, and Milwaukee is no different. So after the recovery of the leg in Warnemont Park, they did what is typical. Are there any surveillance cameras in the area? Let's canvass those and let's see what it depicts. And in this case, they got lucky.
Investigators were eventually able to get a hold of some surveillance footage from in Warnemont Park.
There was a depiction of a car and a figure going down the hill into the area where the leg was discovered. It creates a part of the timeline of when that leg was placed in Warnemont Park.
April 2nd at about 3 a.m, a vehicle, it drives through the frame. They're also able to find on surveillance footage video of a figure going up and down the bluff. It appears the figure made multiple trips up and down the bluff.
Oh, say hello if you're
So an
new. We're
investigator
learning about
trying to
Sade
recreate
Robinson.
who a missing person was with will look at their cell phone text messages. Who was contacting this person?
Hey,
Were they
because we're
making any
watching the
plans?
trial.
Police
They're on break
find
right now.
a text conversation that Sade had with someone in the evening of April 1st. It sounds like she's getting ready to go on a date.
That's a huge part of this case. It shows the context of this meeting. Why was this woman with this man, this stranger, that night?
Where are we meeting? I can do 5. Downtown somewhere? Okay.
I am not convinced 100% beyond a reasonable doubt that he did it. So even based on I've already seen this too, and I still, even the reporter, you can tell, has some doubt whether or not she did it.
She FaceTimed me that morning.
So
as she was getting ready for
terrible
work.
For
I just
family.
remember her being so beautiful.
It's a
and I
horrific
remember
crime.
reminding her in that conversation, after you
can't
get off
imagine.
work, just go home and get some rest. She didn't mention anything to me about going on a date later on that evening.
As Sade was leaving her apartment, she told her apartment secretary that she was excited to go on this first date, but nobody knew who she was with that night.
It's scary that, you know, you go on a first date with somebody and this is what you have to worry about.
We also know that this person sent a text message April 2nd to her phone at around 10 o'clock in the morning, asking her how her day was going. It can be taken 2 ways. Either this person didn't know that she was deceased, or he had a consciousness of guilt and was trying to cover up what he had done. The investigator is going to try to recreate who the missing person was interacting with just prior to their disappearance. And obviously in this case, he may be a suspect in her disappearance. In modern prosecutions, text messages, cell phone data, historical cell tower data are huge. We know that Sade Robinson had an app called Life 360, which was specifically put on her phone for her own safety to track her movements. And ironically, in this case, it may be the thing that breaks apart any defense.
Police were able to link that text conversation phone number to Maxwell Anderson. Maxwell Anderson is in his early 30s.
We don't know a lot about Mr. Anderson. He worked in bars prior to meeting Sade Robinson.
He also does have a criminal history.
Anderson has a long track record of antisocial and sometimes violent history that involved law enforcement. He's gotten into numerous physical altercations, some with his own family members.
We at one point did hear from law enforcement that one of their theories is that Sade met Maxwell at one of the places he worked at while he was bartending. Her family themselves, they're still confused a little bit about how the two connected.
They weren't dating per se. They were meeting for a first date. The text messages that we see already presumes the date will happen that night.
While searching for any evidence that these two were together on the evening of April 1st, police were able to find some surveillance footage from the Twisted Fisherman. It shows Maxwell Anderson and Sade Robinson walk into the restaurant. It shows them sit down and eat together. Surveillance footage also shows them leave. Both of them get into Sade's car, and then they head to another bar, Duke's on Water. Investigators on April 4th pull Maxwell Anderson over just a few blocks away from his home. They're able to arrest him there.
So it's pretty clear that they focused very quickly on Maxwell Anderson. They weren't going to let Maxwell Anderson be out in the community. There's always the concern that he'll destroy evidence, that he could flee the jurisdiction or harm somebody else. So they swooped in pretty quickly before their case was fully developed.
It was a big law enforcement presence at Maxwell Anderson's home on 39th in Oklahoma.
Say hello, introduce yourself.
The Life 360 app showed that
We are
Sade
learning
went
about the
to
Sade
a
Robinson
home
case
on Milwaukee's south side.
while they are on
area of
lunch break
39th and Oklahoma.
for the trial.
A newly
I don't know
unsealed
much about
search
it.
warrant shows Sade Robinson's phone was at Maxwell Anderson's house the night she was last seen, between April 1st and 2nd.
Inside, investigators find evidence that just gave us more questions, really, about who this guy is.
Prosecutors say they found blood evidence in his home and are waiting on DNA testing.
Investigators find blood on a mattress inside the home. They find blood on the wall leading to the basement.
In the interest of Maxwell Stephen Anderson.
And what we saw in the court process was really unusual. They had to ask for extensions of that initial arrest past 48 hours to create a better investigative record and to create probable cause to keep him in custody. There was definitely a sense of urgency.
The probable cause statement talks about blood from the comforter and the stairwell of the defendant's residence. There's been additional blood found in the residence.
If the state wants to issue charges, Mr. Anderson has counsel. His family is here. He has strong ties to the community. He works full time.
State law requires people are charged in a timely manner or be released. Anderson's attorney, Anthony Cotton, argued his client should be free.
We were able to get a hold of a woman over the phone that said she had gone on a date with Maxwell Anderson. She said he seemed like the kind of guy that was always starting construction projects but not finishing them.
So I got a little bit of a tour, and he was like, "Do you want to see the basement?" And I was like, "No, I'm okay." He's like, "It's creepy down there." And I was like, "No, that's okay."
She recalled going back to his home and seeing a giant hole in his backyard. She said it wasn't clear what that hole was there for. To this day, we don't know what the hole was there for, but we did fly News Chopper 12 over the scene and saw the hole ourselves. And investigators also haven't said anything about the hole or his backyard.
Investigators also not detailing where the homicide occurred, a possible motive, a weapon, or what they found when they searched his home, other than blood in a bedroom and blood on the walls leading to the basement.
Here we are 9 days since this woman went missing, 8 days since the leg discovery. We haven't heard anything. Your reaction to that?
I think that it's where it should be. And if you notice, there's almost like a media blackout. There are no interviews, there are no this, and that's how it should be. You want to be pristine in your investigation to make sure that you dot every I and cross every T. The more important it is, the slower you go.
The Anderson case has really captured the attention of the Milwaukee community. You can't turn on the TV without seeing something about this particular case. I'm a criminal defense lawyer in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, so I have no relationship to either of the parties in this case. After the police execute a search warrant, they have to do a list of items that they took from the place that was searched. We have a list of things from that initial search warrant of Anderson's home: swabs of stains in the bathtub, ammunition, a large black axe, female jewelry, a custom knife, a gun box with ammunition, a blue notebook with multiple female names and information, a Wisconsin ID card for a woman not involved in the case, women's clothing hidden between a basement support beam and the foundation of the house. I think as a criminal defense attorney, there are some items that I would say are not relevant for a trial. Other women's clothing, their ID card, that type of thing. Frankly, it may be too prejudicial to bring in front of the jury, because unless they're alleging someone else was victimized, I don't think those are relevant. I'm sure the defense will try to exclude some of those items.
What's confusing and troubling is that early testing shows that the blood they found there was not Sade's.
I think it's unusual to find blood in a home. So there has to be some type of explanation for how that blood got there and whose it is.
In cases like this, you kind of expect the unexpected, but this was wholly unexpected.
Is it unusual? I don't think it's unusual. Cut themselves all the time in their house.
There have been more than a dozen search warrants in this case, including one just unsealed, and for the first time shedding new light on the investigation. It says a confidential informant, or CI, told investigators they were inside Anderson's basement in early March.
The confidential informant told a detective that he'd been friends with Anderson for 2 to 3 years, and they recalled a visit to Anderson's home back in early March. So this is weeks before Sade's disappearance.
It's kind of convenient, right? The informant happened to be a friend of his for 2 or 3 years.
The CI described a room in the basement with a sanitation sink and tarps taped to the floor and the ceiling, covering the walls and the floor.
Perhaps most shocking, the confidential informant tells detectives that Anderson allegedly confessed this plan to kill and dismember Sade Robinson.
It all indicates a pattern of behavior by Maxwell Anderson that is vile, heinous, evil, that must be furtherly investigated.
I just think that's kind of far-fetched. Sorry.
Confidential informants should always be treated very carefully. Unfortunately, there is a lot of incentive for someone to tell the police something that's not true. If you believe the confidential informant, you would have to believe that this person who had a deliberate plan to commit a gruesome homicide showed the informant his layer of murder in his own house for this premeditated, terrible event.
Why didn't the CI come forward with this information back in early March before any of this happened? And would it have made any difference? By April 12th, everyone was asking if Sade Robinson was connected to the severed leg. 10 days out, we still had no official confirmation.
Hey, Z.
It is a freaking nightmare.
Did he
the
though?
waiting process.
I mean, this is somebody saying he did. There's no evidence of it. Absolutely zero. You know, I'm gonna be the devil's advocate here. I'm gonna be the alternate point of view. I see
We
zero
finally
evidence.
get the notification
So
from
far,
law
none.
enforcement that there is going to be a press conference about the severed
This
leg
is all
investigation.
hearsay.
And every
welcome.
reporter in the room has the same question that the community's been asking for days at this point.
You know you're going to be on this
The
end and I'm going to be on
severed
this
leg
end. That's
has
always the
been
way.
preliminarily identified as belonging to Miss Robinson. Our thoughts and prayers go out to the Robinson
I mean, I
family,
gotta see it.
friends, and the Milwaukee community who have embraced this family.
I feel terrible. This is an awful situation, but I need to see
Who in their
evidence.
mind
And I have
do
not seen
something
it.
so tragic to harm my baby? Did nothing but help others.
The only thing that I
He's such
see
an
is
angel
that he was on a
who
bus
do something
coming
so
from the area where her car was. Other than
brutal
that,
and
I don't
disgusting.
see.
We
There's
also
no
learned
there's no
that
weapon, there's no crime
Maxwell
scene,
Anderson
there's nothing
is charged. He's
connecting him
charged with
to her death.
murdering and dismembering Sade Robinson and charged with burning her car.
First degree intentional homicide is the highest level of homicide that we have in the state of Wisconsin. And so they're going to have to stack up all of this circumstantial evidence and prove to a jury beyond a reasonable doubt
Circumstantial.
that Anderson not only killed Robinson, but he did it intentionally.
That's what I'm saying. That's a lot.
The informant actually came forward to detectives after news of that press conference hit the airwaves.
The informant's comments in this case gave me a lot of concern about their veracity. He is talking in great detail about Anderson having a plan, not just to kill someone, but to kill Robinson specifically. It would be very rare for someone to brag about their terrible plan to commit a gruesome homicide in their basement.
Sheena.
Yeah, see, I'm just saying, I think that is very far-fetched.
And that might be a theory that they present later in the case. The judge ultimately determined that while it could be prejudicial to the jury, it had relevance and that it was the value for testimony and admissibility outweighed that. So she allowed the testimony. The state then brings
I know
it up,
she
asks
didn't,
about it,
but
and the
I'm
defense,
just
of course, asks some
saying
questions about that as well. So the jury has.
It doesn't prove that he did it. Her phone did, yes. His phone never left. His phone never left. Also, you need your phone to get on the buses. You need your phone you have to have your phone for all kinds of stuff. So he would have had to have some type of device or something to get on to the bus, to get on to I don't know. I don't know how he managed to get around. I don't know. I gotta see some kind of evidence. There has to be a link. The phone data shenanigans. I don't know. I need to see something. That's what they say. Same thing. That's what they say. Hey, that's what I said about Jeffrey Herbstman. That he had his phone. He did. He had his phone on airplane mode and left it at home when he went to Samantha's house. But nobody buys that story. See? What are you doing your live about tonight? Oh, that's true. I'm still catching up on your lives. I'm watching the one, the Wind River one. I'm telling you, you need to get in touch with my friend. I'm sure this is the channel the trial is on. Yeah, the trial's on here. They're just not.
Testimonies and evidence that's been presented. We know there were several witnesses today. Those include law enforcement officials as well as some of Robinson's friends who testified about cell phone data that showed, Robinson's locations pinged on the day before she was reported missing, which was April 2nd. Again, this is all going on in the courthouse right now. Trial is on break until 1:45, we believe, but on the defense side, Anderson's attorneys are just basically attempting to poke holes in the state's case today.
It's crazy because, not very many people are watching this trial. Oh, I do need to give you info. Duh. Sorry. Oh, man. Yeah, I guess I could do that. I don't know. I'm looking at this situation, this trial, as a I don't know anything about it. I saw it, like I said, run across my YouTube feed, but I didn't really. I think I may have seen it when it very first happened. We may have touched on it a little bit last year, but y'all may have mentioned it or something, but I don't remember. A lot's happened in the last year. But as far as evidence, as far as a neat, buttoned up trial, like if you're going to present this to a jury, like for someone like me, so you guys have been following it, I have not, so you already have an opinion. I don't either way. I'm looking at it from, if you're presenting this to me and I have no knowledge, I'm looking at it from, you're giving me this information and this first time I'm hearing about it. I looked at it when I listened to the prosecution's opening statements. I'm looking at it. I have no idea. To me, listening to this information, I don't see a connection. I don't see evidentiary wise where he actually did it. I mean, so far, I don't see anything that connects him to the actual murder. I mean, I see where they went out together. I see where she went to work, left home, went to work, left work. I mean, I see all of her 360 travels, but as far as him and her, like him killing her, I don't see any of that yet. All I'm seeing is everything that she's done. That's all they've shown so far. That's it. I mean, I'm seeing where, they keep showing the beach where they found body parts, but they're not showing anything that shows him specifically. They're showing videos of a car going to the pump house. They're showing videos of a shadow of a person going up and down the beach area, but they're not showing him. They're not showing that is him. So again, if I'm just a juror looking at this with zero information, zero. So you have to think of it that way. Like, you guys have information, so you're convinced. I got zero. I'm not convinced. That's kind of like when I went to the Daybell trial. I mean, I'm convinced, obviously, Lori Daybell is a psycho and she did what she did, right? Like she obviously had her husband killed. So I thought the jury would come back within like 30 minutes and say she's guilty, but it took them way longer and I couldn't believe it. But little did I know that jury knew nothing about Lori Daybell. They hadn't even heard of her, which was shocking to me. How did they find 14 jurors that had never heard of Lori Daybell? So, I mean, that's what you, I mean, I couldn't even imagine. So, I mean, that's how you have to think of it. Like, I literally don't know anything about this case. So when you go into it with that mindset, I'm not wrong, Z. You're wrong. Oh, I love arguing with you. It's like the best. I was actually thinking about that last night. How you're always wrong. Oh, God.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to see, you're right on the fact that it's interesting to actually see the defense side of how they're kind of handling this and how they're approaching this. And, their approach in order to try to prove that, you know, Anderson is not guilty of this. It's interesting to hear that. And I remember from the opening statement, his attorney actually said that, and I quote, he said something along the lines of when he was making his opening remarks, he said that, you know, just because they knew each other, he said he doesn't deny any of the evidence that shows that they did, in fact, know each other and went on a date, but just because they did doesn't mean he killed her. So it was interesting.
Exactly.
And that kind of stuck with me out of the.
Exactly. Yeah, it's so weird. I was thinking about that. I was like, every time she and I have any kind of discussion, and we're always on the opposite ends of the spectrum. We never agree on anything. And I was like, and she always thinks she's right. I go, but you know what? That's fine. She's older. So of course she thinks she's right. I'll let you have it because you're old. Oh, I know you wish you could talk back to me right now and you didn't have to type it. I'm not informed. Not on this. I really am not. But that's good though. That's actually good because then I can take this information and you are. I was watching your video the other night, and also I was watching your video and you were talking about, I love how Doc is like off to the side. You can't see him and you just hear him. Oh my gosh. I was laughing. Oh, it's hilarious. I was like, I love how Doc's like, yeah, I'm here. What's up? Yeah, it's good that I'm not informed. It's good to go into a trial and not know anything about it, because then I don't have an opinion either way. Bashful. I guess he is. Mine, on the other hand, cannot stand when I mention him at all or anything about him, his name. He's like, don't use my name. Don't say anything about me. Don't anything. So I try not to say his name or anything. I thought about that too, because you have your nickname for him. So maybe I should just call him by your nickname. So my poor Augie dog is sick. I don't know what's wrong with him. I know. My poor dog is sick. I know, Bubbles. You hear me talking about you? My poor Augie dog is sick. He's been sick for the last couple of days. I don't know what's wrong with him. He's like down in the dumps. I think so. I mean, he's going to be 15 in July, on 4th of July. But I did give him a heartworm pill the other day, and it made him throw up. And he's just been blah ever since. So I don't know if it was that. He's just been kind of like depressed. It's weird. They also don't like it when I do YouTube. They cannot stand it. Neo and Augie hate when I do YouTube. They can't stand it. Because I have my setup is in my closet, right? Because I call it my cloffice, y'all know. So my setup is in here, and it's in a small confined space. So Augie can't exactly fit in here. I lay a blanket down for him where he can lay, but he doesn't like it anymore. And then Neo, he's got a blanket underneath my desk. But they just don't like it when I'm in here doing YouTube. They hate it because I'm not paying attention to them. So they don't like it. I think if I had it, I might change my setup and put it in the second bedroom. I mean, we do have a second bedroom. I could put it in there, but that's Bigfoot's room. That's where he keeps all his stuff. And I like my little cloffice. I mean, look at my stuff. I like it. But if I had it in the second bedroom, ooh, let me show y'all something. If I had it in my second bedroom, I could decorate it even more, because I don't think y'all understand how much Keanu stuff I have. But if I had my stuff in a bigger room, hold on, I will show you. What I just got was from the movie theater. I just got my ballerina poster, because you know Ballerina comes out on June 6th. So I literally have every John Wick poster, and now I have the new Ballerina poster. So I could decorate the entire room in Keanu. I have a huge, gigantic 7-foot vinyl poster of John Wick. It's probably bigger than that, actually. It covers an entire wall. So I could hang up all of my John Wick Keanu stuff if I put my stuff in the second room. So I could do that. That could be a thing. So whoop, I could do that. So if you're new, say hello, please. Welcome to the Alternate Point of View. We are waiting for Sade's trial to start back up. They have gone to lunch. So we're waiting for that. And we're discussing whether or not I'm going to move out of my cloffice and go to my spare bedroom to have more room to decorate with more stuff. I know Norman Reedus is in it. Yes, they did do a Keanu trip. They did do a motorcycle trip together. Also, Keanu Reeves, with his motorcycle company, ARC Motorcycles, is doing motorcycle racing in the Moto series. If you don't know that, he's doing it in the dang it. I'm trying to remember which motorcycles he's racing, but he is racing motorcycles. He personally isn't, but his motorcycles are racing motorcycles. So yes. But yeah, I may move my office in there. I don't know, just because my dogs hate that I'm in here. So, and now that I'm able to do YouTube full time, I just have to get off my butt and figure out how to edit and make intro videos, outro videos. I think I'm going to change my logo and stuff. I don't know if you were here yesterday, Z, when we were talking about it, but I think I'm going to change my stuff. I love pink and black or gold and black, so I might change my colors. So I'm thinking, we'll see. I just hate editing. But I was on Canva the other day messing around. So I might be doing that. And then I'm going to get rid of a couple of things I've been paying for because it hasn't really been worth it. Yeah, I love pink. I don't know why. I like hot pink, but I love pink. So I think I might do that. We'll see. I mean, I love pink. Yeah, I don't want it to be like, I was looking at the intros on Canva and they're all like, of course, because it's a crime, like when you type in crime intros, they're all like dark and loomy intros. I don't really want mine to be dark and loomy. I don't, of course, I don't want it to be like all, I don't want it to be fun and exciting either, but I do want it to just be kind of a, I kind of think I want it to kind of just be a neutral intro, not really like a necessarily. Not like my old intro was. I don't want it to necessarily just be like a crime intro. I just want it to be like an intro. Yeah. I'm still going to be making videos though. So I'm not going to do lives all the time. I'm going to do lives. I just can't do lives all the time. I mean, I could, but then I can't make videos then I can't make videos because it's a lot. I mean, I woke up this morning and I put ice packs on my eyes and showed up. So I don't know how the other people do it, like Emily and, you know, I mean, I know how the men can just get up and show up, but I don't know how, you know, the women do lives every day. There's no way. I just can't get up and put a face on and all that stuff every day. This is it. I got up and literally I've decided that in my closet, whatever shirt is hanging first is the shirt that's going on for the day. I don't even care what it looks like or what's on it, what logo's on it or whatever. That's the shirt that's going on for the day, and that's what I'm wearing. And either people like it or they don't. You're not here to watch me. You're here to watch the trial. So it's all about my personality. She's got a good personality. I know, right? Oh, I know. I don't have like my brows did and my lashes on and all that. Yeah. Yep, we are in trouble. It's all about my personality. Woo! Yep. Yeah, and if I'm going to be doing lives, I'm going to have to be like working out while I'm doing my lives. I'm going to be doing my biceps and triceps and, you know, I don't know. I'm going to be doing something because I can't just be sitting here all day, you know, doing nothing because otherwise this is just, I don't know. Maybe I'll do the Miss Shirley. I can't do that. Did you see that little girl? I don't know what she's doing. Little Miss Shirley dance. Boots. The boot. What is that dance? The boots. I don't know. Anyway, that little girl's getting it. She puts that fan out. Oh, let's see. Are we finally coming back? Nope. So I feel like this trial is obviously not getting as much attention as it should be getting because Karen Read is obviously going on right now. And I don't know if you saw Karen Read this morning, the trial, but the expert is finally done. And he was just as nails down a chalkboard, pull your hair out, annoying as he was the last 2 days. And the prosecution has rested. So yeah, yours are not very long, which is, some people do lives and they just go hours and hours. Oh, yeah, they just go for hours and hours and hours. Oh my God, I don't know how they do that. Yeah. It's like they have no life. Yeah, it's time consuming. But you have yours where you're set up, where you actually have like, you're just not sitting there doing a live and just talking off the cuff like I am. I'm just standing here talking. You actually have a topic and research that you've done about something. So you're prepared. I, on the other hand, like I said, just rolled out of bed this morning and put ice packs on my eyes and threw on the first shirt that was hanging off of my closet rack. So, and that's how it would probably be every day, because depending on what time court starts, like yesterday, we got to sleep in a little bit and I still didn't have eyes on, but I still looked better than I did today. Kind of, sort of. I swear, if I can't get my neck fixed, and I've done everything. I have one of those, like things that you do the red light, green light, blue light, purple light, that machine clearly is not working. If you are new, say hello. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the alternate point of view. Don't forget to like, subscribe. It only takes the push of your mouse, the click, click, click. I would greatly appreciate it. That would be awesome. We are waiting for trial to start back up. They went to lunch and they are late coming back, but the judge had to do something. So we are awaiting. You couldn't do life all day or live all day. We do life every day. Life is hard. I know. Come on back. So I will say the other thing too about some of the witnesses they had up, like they had her friends on the stand testifying to the Life 360 app. And only because we've watched a lot of trials and we've seen people testify. I don't think it was appropriate. And I kind of think there's some of the things the defense could have like been objected to, but like, I don't think that the friends should have been testifying to technical things about the Life 360 app. I mean, they're not Life 360 experts. So I feel like the defense should have just been like objected to be like, they don't know how the Life 360 app works. They're not Life 360 experts. But they could testify to, like, did you see that she was going from here to here, whatever, but not necessarily how the app actually functions. So that's what I probably would have pointed out. I mean, y'all know I love Life 360 because I follow. Look, I almost texted my son earlier because he was going too fast. That's what Life 360 told me. He went too fast. Like 7 miles he drove, and he drove too fast. So it sent me a notification to tell me that. I know where everybody is. Except my oldest. Oh my gosh. I've been texting him all month. His birthday was on the 7th. He turned 30. That's the only way we communicate is through text message because, I don't understand why people can't talk on the phone, but he just has not responded. I've texted him constantly. And then, of course, I've been in the hospital for, half of May. And so finally I've been texting him, I told him I was in the hospital, text him, blah, 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 whatever. He has not texted me back, not responded. Finally today, I'm like, dude, where are you? Are you okay? I am super worried. Are you alive? And he finally texted me back, oh, I'm sorry. It's been a really busy end of year. I'm glad you're doing better. What? Oh my gosh. I mean, I would say these kids, but he's not a kid. He's a grown man. But I still think of them as kids. Well, he's a teacher. So, they're finishing up school. But I mean, seriously, but to me, they're like, they're still kids. I say kids, these kids. But they're not kids though. They're grown. I have to like and he did just turn 30. But I know he's busy. But still. Like, I mean, not even a something. Like, hey. Oh, she is still out, the judge. We are still waiting. So are you ready for your live tonight, Z? What time does your live start? Because I got to take a nap. 8. Girl. You get all your stuff off of Discord, right? I don't know anything about that. And I'm not going to. I don't know how to use that. I don't know how to use Reddit. I know, it's funny how our animals are the boss of us. Even though we're like, you're not the boss of me. They're totally the boss. Eight o'clock is about when Augie is oh yeah. I do look stuff up on Google. I'm gonna I'm looking to try to interview somebody. So I'm researching where this person is that I want to interview. I'm trying to find their contact information. But that's where all this Canva, my fun Canva stuff that I don't like to do, is coming in. I've got to learn how to make these intro vidges and make it look fancy. All right. Are we coming back to court yet? No, no court. Boy, everybody says he's guilty. Man, they're talking all kinds of stuff about him. Oh, they're at lunch till 1:30 now. Well, that Wind River one has a lot of views. It's got double the views of your other ones. I saw that. and you have some faithful subscribers. I just stirred the pot a little bit in this Maxwell Anderson. At least you have a producer. I don't have a producer. I'm all by myself, and my patience is thin. Very, very thin. You said Bigfoot? No, he's not. He doesn't. He barely knows how to use his phone. He doesn't know. He knows nothing about, like, okay, he knows about motorcycles, fishing poles, motorcycles, and fishing poles. Yeah. Those are the things that he knows lots and lots and lots about. So oh my gosh. Okay, so we are waiting for this trial to start back up. Apparently they have gone to lunch until 1:30. Let's see. What time is it? Is it 1:30 yet? Oh, it's almost 1:30. So they should be coming back. So we are waiting for them to get back. Still waiting. Come on over. Right. Oh. Every time the camera shakes, I think, oh, they're about to move the camera over. I know, boo-boo. Well, this is better than looking at a ceiling fan. I guess looking at a camera, looking at me, looking at you, looking at me, looking at you is better than the ceiling fan. I should. I'm probably going to start doing that seriously because I can't sit. I go and do stretches and stuff, and I do like leg lifts, things like that. I'm trying to do it like inconspicuously. So I don't look dumb, but I'm going to have to just like start being like, okay, and we're stretching. And we're doing. And everybody break out your 5-pound dumbbells. That's all I have are 5 pounds. I'm doing good to even lift that right now. So all right, let's see. Well, she ended up having to do a lot of work. Oh, now it's till 1:45. Good grief. They took a 2-hour lunch. Okay, it says, dang it, you're gone. This is a long. Okay. So the majority of the people think he did it, much like you, Z. But I want to know why everyone thinks he did it, much like you, Z. Is it because of the confidential informant saying what they said? Is it because he was the last person to see her? I mean, where's China at? Is it because what is the what's all combined? The only, and I need to see it still, is the bus, him on the bus. But I don't know the bases around that. I don't know anything. Again, like I said, I don't know anything about this. I don't know any of the circumstances. I have no idea. So I'm going in it blind. So I have no idea. I'm looking at, I'm also seeing in the chat over there, there's a lot of people that are also same as me. Like, where's the evidence? The prosecution has not put forth any real solid evidence to say that he did this. So this is all a bunch of garbly garb that they've pieced together. I mean, it's kind of like the Karen Read thing. Like they're just jumbling up a bunch of stuff, trying to make it look like something that's not. I mean, grant you have a body parts, you have, but you don't have it. You can't actually tie that person to this person other than the fact that they went out on a date together. Much like Karen Read, she and John O'Keefe dated for 2 years. They were out that night together, but you can't say that she actually killed him. So, I don't know. Just I'm just curious. I got to see. I want to see where is I'm waiting on the boom, like it to just go boom. Okay, well, I'm still going to say that I still need to see some evidence. Anybody else wants to say, just, I mean, you know, everybody can be against me. That's okay. That's what this is about. Dun, 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 dun. Any moment now, we will be beginning this trial back. Oh my gosh. If I see another freaking pardon from Trump, I'm going to freaking lose it. Seriously, he pardons the freaking Chrisleys. But Michael's sitting in prison for freaking lying. But the Chrisleys, these rich freaking dang reality stars, get pardoned. I'm so pissed off about that. I can't even see straight. You're just going to pardon freaking rich people, of course, because they're, I mean, rich people. And what are they in prison for? Tax evasion. Freaking Michael's just sitting in prison for supposedly lying. Trump's just going to be like, oh, here you go. Just let them out. Like I give two rats patooties about them, or even, I don't care. But I need, back to this trial. Where, are they? Oh. Oh my gracious day. So anyway, over here in this chat, I wish they would come over here and talk to me because they are not Cool. So their explanation over there, is that because she's a black girl and he's a white guy, he's going to get off basically based on color. I personally, I don't give two rats patooties about what color he is or what color she is or whatever. It is about the evidence. Color does not matter. It is sad. This entire situation is absolutely awful. It's disgusting. And it's a horrible, horrible crime. And oh my gosh. And I mean, that is a horrible crime. That's awful. Oh my God. I could not imagine, like, oh, that's disgusting. First of all, to go to somewhere and there's a leg wash up somewhere and a foot over here. And that's gross. That's awful. But it does not matter what color she is or what color he is or whatever. And honestly, let's be real. The person who did this is probably white. Okay. It's probably a white dude because, 9 times out of 10, that's who commits this kind of crime. But it doesn't matter what color he is or she is. The fact of the matter is they don't have enough evidence from what I can tell that he did it. But if he gets off, it's not because he's white. Okay, if color matters, no. Jordan Henning, that was a good strategic defense. That was a good strategic defense. I hate to tell you, but I watched that trial. I covered that, and that was a good strategic defense. They had a much better strategy, and the prosecution failed her. Sorry, that sucks, but they failed her. They really, really did. And you can't have it all the ways because everybody says that you have to have a jury of your peers. So if you have to have a jury of your peers, and when you have, like, let's say you have a black guy on trial as the defendant, and if there's not enough black people on the jury, people get pissed off, right? Oh, well, he didn't have a jury of his peers. There wasn't enough black people. Okay. Well, Jordan Henning, the entire jury was technically a jury of his peers. So now people are pissed off because there wasn't any black people or black women or anything on his jury. Well, that's not a jury of his peers. So you can't argue that. You can't have it all the ways. You can't say that a black guy who's a defendant who didn't have enough black people on his jury didn't have jury of his peers. And then when a white guy is a defendant and he doesn't have any black people, black women on his jury because the victim was black and a black woman, that was racist. That's not fair. You can't have it. You cannot have it all the ways. Sorry for your luck. Technically, Jordan Henning had a jury of his peers. And that is the way it is. Period. Hands down. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. What happened in the Jordan Henning trial, as sucky as it is, and as pissed off as we are all about it, he had a better defense. Better defense. Period. That's right. That's what I'm saying. Bigfoot, as a matter of fact, tells me all the time that technically he thinks we should have professional jurors, that we need to stop with this, like, pulling people, random people, because people just don't get it. Yeah, you're exactly right. We should have a different set of people to be jurors because this is we can't have it all the ways. We cannot have it all the ways. Period. So if people are going to say you have to have a jury of your peers and they're going to bitch and complain because you didn't, a black person didn't have all black people on their jury. So here's another thing. If you say I need a jury of my peers, that's another thing. If you had a jury and you're sitting there saying, what if you were the defendant? But yet you have people who are judging you. Okay. So I'm just a regular me, just regular me. Do you think I want some snotty, snooty, bougie bitch judging me? Or do you, I mean, I don't want people who don't know, who can't relate to me judging me. This is just so we can't have it all the ways. This is just tough. Which, by the way, funny story, Bigfoot got called for jury duty. Ha! I have not been called for jury duty ever in my life. But he got called for jury duty. Yeah, he has to go in like August or September. I beg to differ. I am not. Just because I make fun of people's weird short bang haircuts and other stuff. I know, right? He is not poor Bigfoot. I am super duper jealous that he got called for jury duty and I have not been called for jury duty. I was so excited for him. He was super pissed. But yeah, so. I mean, I can be if I want to be, but no. I think people would just, oh man, if I was on a jury, holy moly, could you imagine if I was on a jury? It would be something else. I tell you what, because I'd be like, man, we would be in there for a hot minute. People would be like, we've got to go. I'd be like, nuh-uh, we're looking at this and this and this and this. Yeah, no. Wait, there's no way we would be, no. I'd be so super careful before we decided on something. There's no way I would decide somebody's fate in a span of just a few moments. But I've never been called. Y'all know that. I've always wanted to be called, but never been called. But Bigfoot got called, and he's not happy. But anyway, yes, a lot of people want to make it about, race and color or whatever, but I just don't think that's what this is about. I mean, it's sad. It's awful. It sucks. But I will say, if anything has to do with race or color, if I had to guess, just by a profile based on history, 9 times out of 10, a middle-aged white guy probably did commit this crime. Was it Max Anderson? I don't know. What I would be interested in knowing is, are there other Black females missing in that area, in the Illinois, Wisconsin area, that they have not searched for, or that match the description of Sade, or similar in age, that possibly nobody has, paid attention to or noticed or whatever. That would be interesting, because they could be related. There could be somebody out there that is doing this, and because honestly, Z, this as well as I do. This isn't this person's first time, and it wouldn't be their last. If this is their first time, they probably learned very big lessons from how they did this, and are doing much better job going forward. So, I mean, and also, did they check any other cameras, any other footage, like green light footage, to see if her car popped up anywhere on any other cameras? Do they have her license plate number? Do they know if she drove from his house to anywhere else? Do they look at that? I would be interested to know that. Find out if you watch Dexter. We can just look at his Netflix. I was actually thinking about watching Dexter again. It's back on Netflix. I was going to go back and watch. That's a good show. But I mean, honestly, did they go and look at any other camera footage through Milwaukee and see since they have her live 360? Can't they go and look through any of the green light camera footage? I'm sure there's camera footage to show her vehicle going to any of these places through any red lights, green lights, whatever, and see if her car goes through any of those and who's driving it. That's what I'm talking about. If you're going to do an investigation, don't just depend on the 360 app. How about we go through and look at some camera footage? See, there's cameras everywhere. That's what they just said in the prosecution. And there's
going on the
cameras.
record, same appearances. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a lovely lunch. We are still on the state's case in chief. State, are you prepared with your next witness?
Yes, the state calls Officer Derek Kolb.
So I would just think there would be camera footage of that car driving through Milwaukee.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this?
And if he has a good defense, I would think they would point that out.
I do.
You can please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
All right, I'm Officer Derek Kolb, DEREK-KOLB.
You a police officer with the City of Milwaukee Police Department?
Yes, I am.
How long have you been an officer?
Since August of 2023.
What district are you assigned to currently?
District 3.
Have you always been assigned to District 3?
I know, right? I was like, he's
Since
just a
start of 13,
baby.
yes.
What would be the geographical area that encompasses District 3?
It starts from the more northern part of Center Street, goes down to about St. Paul, Canal Street, and then various streets out west to about 106 to about 7th Street.
And you work patrol?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe your general daily duties?
Generally, we'll be patrolling around, taking calls for service, doing traffic stops, anything that dispatchers dispatch to on a daily basis. So any sort of calls that we need on the day.
The calls for service come from a dispatch center from the city, right?
Yes, sir.
Were you working on the morning of April 2nd, 2024?
Yes, sir.
Were you alone or did you have a partner?
I was with a partner that day.
What was your shift?
I was assigned to day shift, which is 8 a.m. to 4 p.m.
Shortly after your shift began on April 2nd, 2024, were you and your partner dispatched to 2928 West Lisbon Avenue in the city and county of Milwaukee, Wisconsin?
Yes, I was.
What was the nature of the call that you received?
We initially get a call for service from Milwaukee Fire calling us for a request MPD. Usually that results in us being told that we need to investigate a fire of some sorts.
Did you know what kind of fire this entailed when you were going there?
Yes, initially our CAD notes read that it was a vehicle fire.
Are you familiar with what's at the address of 2928 West Lisbon Avenue?
Yes, when I started there, it was an abandoned building and it continued to be until it was torn down.
Do you remember about when it was torn down?
It was approximately about 6 to 7 months ago, roughly.
Okay, after April 2nd, 2024.
Yes, sir.
Your partner that day was who?
His name is Miles Kowalik.
Mileskowalik for the record. When you were dispatched to that location and arrived in that location, were you and Officer Kowalik already there, or had the fire department already been there?
Milwaukee Fire Department had already been there and extinguished the fire prior to our arrival.
Did you speak to a member of the fire department?
Yes, I did.
Who?
I do not recall his specific name.
Okay. Was he the captain that was on scene?
Captain Hoos was his name.
Hoos?
Yes.
Thank you. That conversation, I presume you just got basic information about what they encountered when they got there?
Yes.
Do you recall what that information was?
Essentially, we run down if the fire was suspicious or not suspicious, what essentially they first got there, what they observed, and essentially we just get a debrief of the situation before we do our investigation regarding the fire.
And what did they observe?
When they got there, they observed a blue Honda Civic engulfed in flames, which prior to our arrival, they put out before we got there.
Was there anything notable about the trunk that they had noticed when they got there?
When they got there, I do not recall, but when I arrived on scene, the trunk was ajar.
Was there any noticeable damage to any part of the vehicle that did not look to be from a fire?
Not to my knowledge, no.
You had a body camera, correct?
Yes, it was equipped and activated during this investigation.
And you also made contact with an individual who had called 911, is that correct?
Yes, I do.
She, at the time, was a resident of a house on North 29th Street, correct?
Yes, sir, just east of the location of where the vehicle was set on fire.
Do you recall what address?
I do not recall.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 190. What is this?
That is a aerial view of District 3, certain parts of streets being Galena to Lisbon Avenue.
Move 190 in and ask to publish.
Any objection?
No.
It's received and go ahead.
I've got Exhibit 190 on the TV screen now. Officer, at the top of the screen, there's an angled street, is that right?
Correct.
What street is that?
The angled street that runs west to east is called West Lisbon Avenue.
The street that runs north to south on the far left side, that's North 32nd Street.
Yes, sir.
And the map depicts as far east as North 29th Street, almost to North 28th Street. Fair enough.
Yes, sir.
Is the location where you found, or where you went to find this car on this map?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, would you allow the witness to point out where the car was?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so you're pointing to the building basically at the northeast corner of 30th and Lisbon?
Yes, sir, just east of 30th.
All right, and that building that's in this map, that is no longer there?
No, it is not.
And was the car on the Lisbon side or the other side?
It would have been north of Lisbon Avenue, just east of 30th.
Behind the building at this corner?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and if you go down 30th, this street here is what?
That would be Walnut.
This is Walnut Street, and then the one south of that is
West Galena.
West Galena. And then right in between Walnut and Galena is the 31st and Galena playground?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can have a seat.
Just so you know, none of the streets they're naming match any of the streets on that page. I did not see a Walnut
Show you
Street
what's
or a Lisbon.
marked as Exhibit 51. Should come up on the screen momentarily.
Oh,
What are we looking at?
That was the blue Honda Civic that we got dispatched to for the vehicle fire.
I should have asked a better question. This is a body cam, right?
Yes,
Okay, whose body cam?
that would be my personal body camera.
Where I have this Exhibit 51 queued up, you're looking at the Honda Civic, right? And the street that would be beyond that building is what?
That would be West Lisbon Avenue.
So you're essentially facing south.
Yes, sir.
Is this your body cam from when you were there that day?
Yes, sir.
I'd move Exhibit 51 in and ask to publish about 2.5 minutes of it. No objection.
It's received and go ahead.
Sorry, 3.5. When I start playing this video, there's not going to be audio, correct?
No.
Why is that?
For the first 30 seconds, when we turn on our Axon body cameras, it goes back about approximately 30 seconds to where no audio is recorded during it, just how our Axon equipped cameras are run in our Milwaukee Police Department.
You hit record, but your camera actually picks up 30 seconds prior.
Exactly.
All right, thanks.
I thought it was going to be more damaged. But she must have called like pretty quickly. Inside is that looks pretty bad. Yeah, the inside's gone.
Paused at 110. That first portion of the video, what were you doing?
Essentially looking over the vehicle, just seeing what kind of fire damage is done to the vehicle. And then initially when I looked at the front plane of glass for the front window, that's initially where I first checked vehicles for their VIN number. And then the second time when I went to the inside of the door panel is where I checked for the the VIN number. First one is destroyed in the vehicle fire, so I got the VIN number off of the door.
The purpose of getting that information is what?
Typically, and sometimes with the Milwaukee Police Department, some
You're right back.
vehicles have license plates that do not match the vehicle that it has on it. So I always double check and write down the VIN number of the vehicle and the license plate as well, just to make sure that they match if I run the license plate or if I run the VIN.
You did that in this instance?
Yes, sir.
And then did you run that information to try to figure out who the vehicle belonged to?
I did.
And who did the vehicle belong to?
We run it through a certification called E-Time, which is a Department of Transportation check. And when I ran the license plate and the VIN of this motor vehicle, it listed to Sade Robinson.
Did the VIN and the license plate match?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Playing at 110. Paused at 152. The last few seconds here, you seem to be checking the engine compartment fare.
Yes.
And on the left side of the screen where my mouse is circling here would be the front passenger rear view mirror, correct?
Yes.
And the condition of it right now at this point is what?
It's damaged.
Hanging down?
Yes.
Playing at 152.
It's pretty bad.
Paused at 225. The front hood of the car, there's a cut straight across, correct?
Yes.
The hood is cut open?
Yes.
Okay. Is that something the fire department does?
Yes.
Playing at 225.
Super weird because that engine still looks like it's in pristine condition. So. Huh? It didn't even look like, I mean that in the sense of like the fire didn't even touch the engine or any part of the front of the vehicle.
Be right back.
Paused at 3:18. At this point in the video, you're looking into the trunk.
Yes.
This item that I'm pointing out with my mouse here looks like what?
A bag of some sorts.
This black item here?
Yeah.
Okay. And this is the first time either of you had looked into the trunk, fair?
Initially, I was the only officer between us two that had looked over the vehicle, looked and inspected it, and just made sure that everything was inside the vehicle or if any personal identifiers were in it.
Understood. Playing at 3:18.
Oh, the steering wheel is gone. It's wild.
Paused it at 3:32. That last clip of you standing at the driver's side of the vehicle, how would you describe the interior of the vehicle?
Completely destroyed, essentially set on fire, complete fire damage of the interior of the vehicle.
The frame that I have on the screen right now from your body cam, it looks like there's a lot of trash. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you know this location? Is that abnormal for behind this building?
Not at all.
Okay. Is this building, as it was abandoned at the time, was it kind of a dumping ground?
It could be used as a dumping ground, yes.
And where your squad is parked here, that's the alley. That's not a street, right?
That is an alleyway.
This street over here to the left, that would be North 30th Street then.
Yes, it would be.
So to get here, you pulled into this alleyway right off of North 30th.
Yes.
The 911 caller, did you make contact with that person?
I did.
Did they indicate whether
Objection here.
That was
I was going
somewhat
to
of
make a make a hearsay objection, but he stopped his question.
Okay.
Did you did talk to the 911 caller?
I did.
Did you canvass the neighborhood?
I did.
And did you look for video cameras from houses or anywhere that might depict the area behind that abandoned building?
Anywhere in the immediate area that could have potentially caught this vehicle driving into the alleyway or behind the abandoned house.
That's what you were looking for?
Yep.
Were you able to find anybody when you were on scene here from those houses who had seen what happened?
My immediate canvas, not a single individual saw what happened, and nor did I find any camera footage around that immediate area north of it.
Okay, so you say north of it, you're looking, you mean north of Lisbon, fair?
Yes.
And are you aware of any camera footage that captures right behind that abandoned building at the time?
Not at that moment, no.
After you arrived, did you have other members of your department come out to tow the vehicle from that location?
I do not recall if we had another squad or if it was us that waited for the tow to arrive on scene.
So there was a tow that arrived on scene, fair?
Eventually, yes, that vehicle was towed from that location.
Where do you, what's the process for that? Where does it get towed to?
We call the city tow lot, and then essentially we wait for a tow to arrive. We get a tow number that's associated with the vehicle, and then if it's a safekeeping tow, it'll be kept at the city tow lot in a specific lot separate from evidence tows.
Did you at some point become aware on April 2nd of a leg that was found at Warnemont Park?
Yes.
Did you become aware that day or at a subsequent time?
Subsequent time.
Okay. And you're aware that that leg was found on the evening of April 2nd?
I do not recall what time that was recovered.
But this time, the time you went out to this burning car. I think it's on your body cam up here at the upper right. We're at 8:22 a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. I have no other questions. Thank you.
Cross.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, officer. So you testified that you were dispatched to this 2928 West Lisbon Avenue for a vehicle fire, correct?
Yes.
And had you ever been dispatched to vehicle fires in that area before?
No.
Okay, so, but this area that you described, you said that there's a lot of trash around there, correct?
Yes, there is.
And I mean, I guess we can kind of look at the video here on this frame. It looks like there's some residential homes, correct?
Just north of it, yes.
Are you familiar with this area through your, responding to calls for service?
Yes.
And I mean, have you responded to calls for service about potential drug dealing?
Objection relevance?
What's the relevance?
I'm just trying to set the scene of where this all occurred. The part of the city. I mean, the state on direct examination was talking about how it's a high crime area.
I don't recall that happening.
Or the trash, I suppose. I mean, if I can just move on.
Okay,
Littering's
just
a
move
crime.
on. I'm going to sustain the objection. Move on.
All right, but when you arrived after the fire had already been extinguished, correct?
Yes.
And you had mentioned that the trunk of the vehicle was ajar, right?
Yes, it was.
And it was in that condition when you arrived.
Can you rephrase that?
The trunk was ajar when you arrived, correct?
Yes.
And I guess we saw on body camera, it shows that you approaching the car, and it looks like you're writing down the VIN number?
That's what I initially did, yes.
Okay. And did you touch the vehicle whatsoever? Did you touch anything in the interior and the trunk?
Nothing in the interior, nothing in the interior of the trunk, and nothing from the exterior. When I opened the trunk, I do not recall if I put my direct hand on it or if I used my sleeve.
Okay. And you indicated that there was minor damage to the exterior of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, I did.
But it didn't appear that there was any fire damage on the exterior of the vehicle. It looks like it was more just interior, correct?
I knew there was interior damage. I do not know the extent of the exterior of it, if it was fire damage or if it was damage done prior to the vehicle being there.
What I meant was the exterior of the vehicle, there wasn't char marks on the exterior.
I do not recall if there was or not.
It appears that the fire damage is all the interior front seat and into the back seat, correct?
There was fire damage in the interior and the rear and the trunk.
And the trunk, but we could see on the body camera that there was still some belongings that didn't look like they were charred or burnt.
No.
And after you are looking at this vehicle, you said you canvassed the area, correct?
I did.
And what did that entail? Did you go to homes around the area?
Any houses around the area that could have potentially caught this incident on a camera or any sort of video footage.
And you weren't able to locate any video footage that captured the fire?
No.
And so you weren't able to identify any suspects that were captured on video, correct?
Nothing on the canvas that I conducted that day.
I have nothing further.
State.
Nothing else.
Thank you, officer.
Thank you.
State.
State calls Detective Alexis Krusek.
You just have to be in my lap. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Alexis, A-L.
Hi, JoJo.
I-S, Krusek, K-R-U-S-I-C. How are you employed?
Welcome.
Sheriff's Office.
What's your position there?
Detective.
How long have you been a detective?
Over 9 years.
Prior to that, what was your rank?
Patrol deputy.
Are you assigned to any specific position within the sheriff's department?
I am behind as well.
Deputized task force officer with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. And I'm on the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office bomb squad as a bomb technician.
What does it mean to be a TFO with the ATF?
I assist with federal cases ranging between firearms trafficking and arson cases.
And you have federal
Thank you for
jurisdiction
joining.
as well, correct?
Yes.
How long have you been on that assignment?
Since March of 2020.
So you were working in that capacity in April of 2024?
Yes.
Did you come into contact with a 2020 blue Honda Civic in April of 2024?
Yes, April 5th.
April 5th? In what capacity?
It was originally involved in a fire, now determined to be an arson. It was towed back to the Milwaukee Police Department tow lot, the City of Milwaukee tow lot, pending processing.
Was there a license plate associated with that?
There was.
What was that?
It was Wisconsin Adam Sam Paul 1711, I believe it is.
Would 1171 sound familiar?
1171.
Are you aware of who that vehicle registered to?
It listed to Sade Robinson.
So I'm on the fence,
At that
Jojo.
point,
I don't know if they
you
have
were
enough
aware that
evidence
Sade
to
Robinson
convict
was
him.
deceased, correct?
I don't know if he did it.
I believe at that time it was
Well,
still a missing
I don't know if they have
person.
enough evidence.
Who were you
I'll just say
with at
that.
the tow lot as it relates to your investigation surrounding this vehicle?
It's a horrible,
Milwaukee
horrible
Police
crime.
Department personnel, I believe it was Detective Amy Stolowski, ATF certified fire investigator Ricky Hankins.
But as far as
and
a
Milwaukee
strong
Police
case,
Department bomb technician commander.
I'm on the
Adam Islam,
fence.
And what was your purpose in being there?
assisting with the search of the vehicle.
I missed the last name, the bomb tech, Adam.
Islab.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, the crime lab was also present, 2 individuals.
What was the crime lab there for?
To assist with evidence collection.
Such as?
Collecting
what?
DNA swabs. They collected the items out of the vehicle, packaged them, and then they were turned over to me at the end of the day.
And you watched that happen?
Yes.
Did you observe the Honda Civic in its initial state at the tow lot before any searching began?
Yes.
And prior to your search of the car, and when I'm saying your search, I mean you and the other personnel that were there that day, did you have any information about whether or not someone else had searched the car on an earlier date?
No.
So you were the first search of this vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe the vehicle as you initially observed it?
It had heavy fire damage to it in all areas. The trunk was still pretty intact as far as vehicle condition.
Were you able to readily identify anything in the vehicle?
There was a blanket that could be seen on the back seat, as well as a brown and black purse that was on the floor behind the front driver's seat.
That's as to the passenger compartment. Would you say that the passenger compartment was the part that sustained the heaviest fire damage?
Yes.
What about the hood and engine area?
The hood had been cut, most likely by the fire department.
Can you describe the trunk?
The trunk was still in pretty pristine condition. There was a lot of standing water still, though, in the trunk of the vehicle.
Were you able to locate any items that were ultimately collected and placed on inventory from the trunk?
From the trunk, there was a black puffy style jacket. There were light ripped jeans, like light washed ripped jeans, white tennis shoes, and tan underwear.
The underwear, was that contained on or within something?
It was on the outside of the light wash jeans.
The bag or purse that you described, was that also recovered?
It was, but not in the trunk.
Did you find any keys? No. Did you find any cell phones?
We found remnants of the phone camera, the steel that's on the back of an iPhone that shows the 3 circles for your camera. We were able to locate that in melted debris via X-ray.
Sorry, can you repeat the last portion of what you said?
It was located in melted debris inside of the vehicle that we were able to locate by using an X-ray system.
Thank you. Did you find any weapons?
No.
Would weapons in theory be detected through an X-ray system?
Yes.
Were photographs taken?
They were.
So all of her clothes were in the trunk of the car.
I'm not going to object to the introduction of any of these photos. It's all car photos.
Thank you.
I'm showing you what's been marked exhibits 58 through 89. If you could just look through those and let me know what they are.
One at a time.
If you can just collect.
I mean, there's just so many scenarios. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that would have DNA. I'm just, okay. Okay, scenario. What if she left his house? What if she could have got carjacked on the way home? I mean, I'm just, throwing something out there. What if what if she was sitting at a red light? I mean, I don't know. There just could be some things that happen. It's freaking Milwaukee, okay? Things happen. This is not the safest place on earth. So, I don't know. Neo's going nuts. It's just things, something.
These are photos that I took during the.
There could be some other.
I'd ask that exhibits 58 through 89.
We're going to watch this trial tomorrow too, because I need to know. Well, that's the other thing. Like, but clearly her phone was left in the car the whole time. But that's another thing. Also, I want to know, was there no other communication on her phone after she left his house to anyone?
Okay, and again, this is at the tow lot.
I mean,
it is.
She's 19.
Exhibit 59.
19-year-olds use their
The
phone
passenger side
constantly.
view of the Honda Civic.
So there's no social
Can you see
media.
fire
There's no
damage to the
nothing.
exterior of this car?
That's so weird, right?
You can.
So that's a weird. That's a
where?
weird.
On the front or on the top
So-
portion of the vehicle doors.
Exhibit number 60, what is that?
The passenger rear corner overall of the Honda Civic.
So that's a little odd.
Exhibit 61.
It's a front driver's side corner overall view of the Honda Civic.
Did it appear to you that there was at least some sort of front end damage to that vehicle?
Yes.
Exhibit 62, what's that?
That is an overall view of the driver's side rear back seat.
So there's
showing the
okay.
face blanket.
Okay.
Okay, so
Okay.
the green and
That
blue
on that
right
note,
here, this is a blanket.
Yes.
that house
What
is not the crime scene
yellow,
though. Somewhere
material
else is
there?
the crime scene.
I believe that's part of the seat cushion.
Exhibit number 63.
That
An
has
overall
to
of the
be.
trunk view.
Where else is
And
the
I'm
crime
just gonna
scene?
have
Did
you
they
step
check
down
any
off
of
the
these other
stands and
places?
approach that, and if you could show us where, you said there was a jacket that was recovered.
They have
correct?
the track of her entire phone travel. Where is the actual crime
that was
scene?
a
Because it
black-
ain't his house.
What else can you see in that photo that you recovered?
At least that's not where he
Can you bring
dismembered
the microphone
her.
as far over as you can as well. Thank you.
Just saying.
I believe the jeans were underneath. the
Or
jeans.
Okay.
is her car
What
the
about
crime
exhibit
scene?
64. Can you describe what's depicted in that photo?
The winter jacket.
Can you point to that? what else is, just in general, if you can recall, what else was in there? There are lots of things in that photo.
There's a shovel here that was in the trunk of the vehicle.
What about that item that I'm pointing to here? What does that appear to be?
Windshield wiper.
Actually, what about this item here?
Oh, that is a bed sheet.
And did you recover that?
I did.
How about Exhibit 65?
I believe this is a photo behind the front driver's seat, and the purse was in the lower area.
Showing you Exhibit 66. What is that?
It's a black and brown purse that was located behind the front driver's seat on the floor.
Were there items that were contained in that purse that you were able to recover?
Yes.
Such as?
There was a laptop, an iPad, and some miscellaneous items. I believe there's another photo.
Showing you Exhibit number 67.
Yeah, those were some of the contents from inside of the bag.
Exhibit 68.
Additional items from inside of the bag.
Do you know what
Wow,
these
that car
items
looked
are?
destroyed. I can't believe that stuff was in there.
I believe there's going to be another photo. This is paperwork with Sade Robinson's name on it.
Showing you Exhibit 69. Is that the paperwork?
It's a closer view, yes.
That's a good purse.
Exhibit number 70.
This was an apron that was located inside of the trunk with Sade's name tag on it from the Wisconsin Club.
It looks like there's some cash, like loose bills of US currency.
Yes.
But Exhibit 71.
These were all of the items from that purse, all laid out.
Okay, can you describe some of the other items there?
Let's see. So there's 2 notebooks, comb, there's 2 photos, like Polaroid photos, miscellaneous paperwork, a planner over here, and a phone charging block.
Looks like some pencils and markers too.
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked Exhibit number 72. What is that?
That is an overall of the front driver's seat.
Exhibit 73.
This is a measurement that we took from the gas pedal of the vehicle to the front seat of the driver's seat.
Okay, and why did you do that?
To show the distance, because it seemed awfully far for an individual of her stature.
Okay, so at this point you were familiar with who Sade Robinson was, correct?
Yes.
Including some of her demographic information, such as height. Were you familiar with what she looked like?
Not before the search. No.
Okay. Showing you Exhibit number 74.
There we go.
These are clothing
Piece the
items
puzzles
that
together.
were recovered from the trunk of the vehicle.
Okay, describe what we're looking at here.
There's a black, that outer winter puffy style jacket, light ripped jeans, tan underwear, and 2 pair of white tennis shoes.
The one tennis shoe is burned.
Yes.
The jeans and underwear, were they like that when you recovered them?
Yes.
So you did not place them like that?
No.
Is there anything upon looking at that strikes you as unusual?
I think looking at how these were recovered, it could be consistent with somebody assisting in the removal.
How about Exhibit number 75?
Those are a close-up of the white tennis shoes that were recovered from the trunk.
Exhibit 76.
A closer image of the light wash jeans and the underwear.
77.
A closer image of the black winter style jacket.
What is 78?
This is an overall of the Interior components that were removed from the car.
From what part of the car?
All of the interior of the car.
So not the trunk, the passenger compartment?
Yes.
And was one of those items depicted in Exhibit 79?
Yes, this was recovered in melted debris that we had to pry out of.
Okay, and what is that?
We believe that is the rear part of a phone where your camera is. It's the 3 camera spots on iPhones. Consistent with an iPhone 15.
And you're familiar with that?
Yes.
But exhibit number 80?
That is an overall of the front passenger compartment.
And I should ask, that's the only part of a phone that you recovered in the car that was identifiable as something on a phone?
Correct.
Exhibit number 81?
So this is an item that is a stuffed animal of some sort that had an odor of gasoline on it. That was on the floorboard on the passenger side of the vehicle.
And you recovered that item?
Yes.
Why?
Because it had an odor of gasoline.
Exhibit number 82.
That is an overall of the front damage on the Honda Civic.
And that doesn't appear to be fire damage, does it?
No.
Exhibit number 83.
Another overall of the damage on the front passenger quarter panel of the vehicle.
Exhibit 84.
That's a close-up of the driver's side quarter panel showing the damage on the Honda Civic.
Exhibit number 85.
That is passenger side damage to the mirror, a close-up.
Exhibit number 86.
This is another image of the measurement that we took.
So driver's side again?
Driver's side seat, yep.
Are you aware of whether or not other measurements were also taken at a later time?
Yes, there was, not by me, but there were.
Exhibit number 87.
Close-up of the measurement.
And what was the measurement, if you know?
I do not recall off the top of my head.
Exhibit 88.
And this was the measurement from the brake pedal to the front driver's seat.
And are you able to say what that was? Are you able to see?
I don't know if that's 19 inches. But...
And exhibit number 89.
Okay, it shows 1 feet, 20 inches for the measurement.
You can have a seat. At some point during your investigation, your portion of this investigation, the car search, were you made aware of what Sade Robinson was last seen wearing?
Yes, once I recovered the clothing, I had reached out to see what she was last seen wearing.
And what did you receive in response?
I received a still image of Sade. She was walking on a boardwalk by herself, and she was wearing light wash, ripped jeans, white tennis shoes, and a black jacket, from what I could see.
I'm showing you what's been marked exhibit 240. You can identify what that is.
This is the image that I was sent.
I'd ask that 240 be received in public.
Any objection?
No.
240 is received. Go ahead.
Do the jeans that Sade is wearing in that photograph appear to be the jeans that you recovered?
They do.
And what about the coat?
Also appears to be the same.
And what about her shoes?
They appear to be the same.
And what about the bag?
From what you can see in the photo, it resembles a dark style bag, but yes.
Did you recover any white tops, shirts or sweaters?
No.
The DNA, the crime lab individuals who were taking DNA swabs, did you see them taking swabs of areas like the door handles?
Yes, they did.
Okay. All right, the items that you described that we've seen photos of, those were placed on inventory, correct?
They were.
And inventory is what? Just
Property with the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office.
Is there DNA on any of that stuff? I'm really surprised that this person left all this stuff in the trunk, but they really focused on the passenger seat. Something must have happened in the passenger seat.
Can you identify what this is?
This is the stuffed animal that had the odor of the accelerant from the front passenger floorboard of the Honda Civic.
So that's what's contained in that bag, correct?
Yes,
Is it contained in something?
a paint can.
What condition is that in?
It had been to the crime lab already.
Okay. I'm asking that exhibit 52 be received.
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
Showing you what's been marked exhibit number 57. What is that?
This is the brown and black purse, partially burned from the rear driver's side floorboard.
And that's already been opened, correct?
It has.
You opened that earlier today.
I did.
Can you pull out what's in it?
This is the purse that was recovered.
Well, that's a Coach. Man, that's a good purse.
Any objection?
No.
57 is received.
Showing you exhibit number 54.
Be right back. I gotta get the boys in.
What is that?
These are the light wash ripped jeans with the tan underwear that were recovered from the trunk.
I'd ask that exhibit 54 be received.
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
And I'd ask you to just take out the jeans.
Thank you.
Showing you what's been marked exhibit number 53. What is that?
This is the black puffy jacket from the trunk of the Honda Civic.
And could you open that up and show us what it contains? Thank you. Showing you exhibit 55. What is that?
These are the white Bob sneakers with burn damage recovered from the trunk.
Could you open that and take the shoes out for us?
And scissors.
Probably.
But did they do DNA on any of this stuff? They're showing it.
No.
Any objection?
No,
It's received 53 too.
I've moved in exhibit 53.
I don't object to that either.
You're not objecting?
No.
It's received as well.
Showing you what's been marked exhibit 56. What is that?
This is the white-ish yellow bed sheet, partially burned, that was recovered from the trunk.
I did ask for exhibit 56 to be received.
I don't object.
It's received.
And could you open that, please?
All the way open.
No, that's okay. That was found in the.
I'm
trunk
waiting,
you
I'm
showed us
waiting.
Where it was, right?
It was.
Okay, thank you.
Just have zero patience.
You testified that you didn't find any sort of top, a shirt or a sweater. Did you find a bra?
No.
Are you aware of whether or not the DNA swabs that you testified the crime lab was taking, that those were ultimately taken to the crime lab?
They were, but not by me.
I don't have anything further.
Oh, see?
So you were involved in other things in this case, but primarily a search of the car, right?
Correct.
And and this looks like a pretty thorough search, you were going through the trunk in the main area of the vehicle, right?
Yes.
Were there any identifiers for Maxwell Anderson in that car?
No.
Any ID cards or anything like that?
No.
There was obviously some clothing in the trunk area that you've testified to that belonged to Miss Robinson, obviously, right?
Correct.
And some measurements were done. You were present for that.
Yes.
Now, did you go to the scene of, excuse me, were you present at the scene of the burning car or no?
No.
Your investigation was done once the car had been towed back to a lot, right?
Correct.
Or maybe a building that you use.
Yes.
And do you know whether the fire department, well, by the time you got the vehicle, the fire department had already been in the car and hosed it down and opened the doors and things like that, right?
I can't speak to what they've done, but there was clear water inside the vehicle.
I mean, clearly they had put out the fire and cut open the hood and things like
Yes.
that, right? And in terms of the seat distance from how far forward or how far back it is, do you know whether the fire department moved it forward or backward as they're putting out the fire?
No, I'm not sure.
All you know is those measurements are what they are for when you have the vehicle at the lot, right?
Yes.
DNA swabs were done really throughout the vehicle, isn't that fair to say?
I
On
believe
various-
it was just the exterior.
The exterior driver's front door handle, right?
Yes.
So meaning that door handle that a driver would use to get in or out of the car was swabbed extensively.
Yes.
And exterior driver rear door handle, that was also swabbed.
Yes.
Trunk latch.
Yes.
What's a trunk latch?
How you open up the trunk of a vehicle.
Okay, so for this particular vehicle, is there a button in the back of the trunk that you would have pushed and it would have opened?
I don't recall.
Okay, it's something that a person would have to touch to open up the trunk though,
Yes.
and that was swabbed.
Yes.
And exterior passenger rear door handle,
That was done.
exterior passenger front door handle.
Yes.
So all of those things are swabbed for DNA correct?
Yes.
And I think you just said you didn't send any of it to the lab for testing. That was somebody else's responsibility.
Correct.
You said the stuffed animal that we've talked about had an odor of gasoline on it.
Yes.
Are you a bomb technician?
I am.
Okay, what's a bomb technician?
I respond to calls of suspicious items. I respond if there's a potential for a device, anything having to do with military ordnance.
Got it. And so when you say gasoline, you're using that phrase, are you using that in just the ordinary smell of gasoline is what you mean, right? Like anybody would smell at a gas station is what you were smelling, right?
Yes.
Okay. That's all.
State, were things still wet inside the car?
Yes, things had to be taken out of their original packaging and hung up to dry.
Nothing further.
Defense?
No.
Thank you.
I hope they're going to have some DNA people come up here.
Anybody need a break at this time? No? Okay. Next witness, state.
Special Agent Ricky Hankins.
This better be a DNA person. Because I'm gonna need to see something.
Yeah.
So far, all we have seen is Sade Robinson. That's it. And I know she didn't do this to herself.
State and spell your name for the record.
My name is Ricky Hankins, Hankins.
How are you employed, sir?
I am a special agent with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, also known as ATF.
How long have you worked in law enforcement?
I have worked for ATF since April 2001.
And what is your, are you a certified fire investigator?
I am.
What is that?
A certified fire investigator means that I have received specialized training in order to investigate fire origin and cause.
Can you just summarize what that is, the training?
The training for ATF was a 2-year immersion program where I had to take graduate courses from the University of Maryland. I had to investigate a minimum of 100 fire scenes under the mentorship of more senior ATF CFIs. I had to do a research project. I had to do reading reports. At the end of it, I had to take written tests. And I'm also an International Association of Arson Investigators, CFI, through their process as well.
How long have you been a CFI?
I have been an ATF CFI since 2009.
Back on or about April 5th, 2024, were you asked to assist in the search and processing of a 2020 Honda Civic?
Correct.
Where did that occur?
That occurred at 3811 West Lincoln, the secure impound lot for the Milwaukee Police Department.
Among the people present for that was yourself as well as Detective Alexis Krusik, who just left this room, correct?
That is right.
And then there were additional personnel present from the Milwaukee Police Department as well as the Wisconsin State Crime Lab. Is that correct?
That is correct.
After doing that search, were you tasked with conducting an origin and cause determination?
I was.
What is the purpose of an origin and cause determination?
An origin and cause investigation starts with determining where a fire starts. The purpose of an origin and cause investigation is to determine where a fire starts and how it started, to determine if it's an accident, if possible, or an intentional act. Sometimes we can't tell the difference and we have to leave a fire undetermined.
In this case, after you conducted that search with those other people, were you able to come to a conclusion as to origin and cause of this fire?
Yes.
Can you tell us basically the process? Take us through it.
In order to get to the final conclusion, the first thing we look at is origin. And to put it simply, when you're looking for the origin of the fire, we're looking at materials or locations that do not look like their immediate surroundings. So mass loss is different. So things are just burned away and there's not as much left of an area as its immediate surroundings. So there's mass loss, there's discoloration, all right? There's deposit, there's deformation, melting, warping. When we see areas like that, we explore those areas as potential areas of origin, keeping in mind that the greatest area of fire damage or greatest area of mass loss doesn't always mean origin. Sometimes that mass loss is caused by ventilation. So if ventilation comes in an area, that can cause more mass loss. So we explore first origin. Once we're comfortable with where a fire starts, then we look for what are the first fuels, what's capable of burning in that area, and what are our heat sources? Are there any accidental potential heat sources that could have come in contact with our fuel load? Are they capable of igniting what's in that area? Once we explore that and we test that with prior knowledge, sometimes we have to do fire research testing at our lab out in Maryland. We have a large warehouse that sometimes we have to rebuild complete structures and test fire to see which of our hypothesis might be correct. If we are able to come to a hypothesis that withstands all scrutiny and only one hypothesis remains, then we draw a conclusion.
Does this involve an assessment of the exterior damage as well as to the interior damage of the vehicle?
That's correct.
Can you tell us what you noticed when you did an exterior assessment?
Of the 2020 Honda Civic, there was oxidation to the sunroof area, and there was also oxidation to the exterior passenger side doors.
What is that?
Oxidation is discoloration. So one of those things I was telling you that we're looking for is the discoloration. So there's a whitening or a peeling of the exterior paint from those doors.
I'm going to put on the screen here for you exhibit 60. Doesn't matter what the video is. You're talking about this discoloration right around here.
That is correct.
Let's talk about the interior damage assessment. What did you observe?
When we're looking at the interior of the Honda Civic, we looked first at the engine compartment and then we looked at the trunk. The interior of those compartments, the engine compartment, there was no indication of direct flame damage. There was no fire damage indicating that the fire started in the engine compartment. Same with the trunk. There was a little bit of mass loss or flame damage to contents of the trunk that were immediately adjacent to the back seat. Well, that's because the back seat had burned away from a fire from the passenger compartment and had extended a limited extension into the trunk.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Looking at the passenger compartment, so the front seats, the back seats, we had heavy mass loss to contents as well as the seating, both the backrests, and there's more survivability to the seat cushion, but the backrests for the two front bucket seats and the backrests for the rear seat were uniformly consumed. And so it was very clear that the fire had originated inside the passenger compartment.
All right, and for the record, while you were talking, I put up exhibit 62, which has already been admitted. That would be an image of the interior compartment, correct?
Correct.
What can you tell us about the windows?
When I examined the windows, I had a lot of window remnants deep inside the window wells, indicative of the windows being at least partially open during the fire event.
Let's talk about excavation. What happened? What did you notice through that?
So like I said before, when we determined origin, and that being the passenger compartment, we started excavating, looking for what are our fuel loads. The back seat, I remember seeing a fleece blanket, which I believe we see here in this photograph. There were remnants of cardboard, remnants of paper material. I do recall, I believe, a purse in the back seat. There was also remnants of a Bic lighter I recall seeing in the back seat. And as we excavated further now into the front of the passenger compartment, I reached the area of the floorboard on the front passenger side. So front passenger bucket seat, right at foot level. During excavation, I located what appeared to be remnants of a stuffed animal, green in color, at least majority of it green that had survived. And as soon as I turned it over, I was overwhelmed by an odor consistent with the possible presence of a petroleum distillate. It smelled like, sometimes we can't tell what it is, but it could be gasoline, it could be lighter fluid, it could be any kind of petroleum distillate. But whatever this stuffed animal was appeared to have been saturated with it because it had weight to it. And it was an overwhelming odor that I experienced.
Are you able to say, when you were in that front passenger compartment, whether or not the seats would have been able to be moved after the fire was extinguished?
No, they were not.
How could you tell?
When fire occurs and is extinguished, it creates what's called protective patterns. So pretend that there's a fire up here at the desk that I'm sitting at, and this is more of a solid, not a light combustible. If this is in place at the time of the fire and the fire department puts out the fire and we move this after the fact, this is called a protected area underneath this item, right? So just like that example, if something is moved, a seat, for example, after the fight or after the fire, after the extinguishment, you would see a protected area or a dischargement or unalignment of the fire debris.
Going back to that odor of petroleum distillate, are you able to tell us what some examples of petroleum distillates are?
Oh, gasoline, diesel, lighter fluid, solvents, paint thinners.
Thank you. You participated in the, actually, before I go there, that item that you sensed that odor from was collected by the sheriff's office?
That's right.
You participated as well in the x-ray of the vehicle?
I did.
Did you observe any remnants of weapons or keys?
We did not.
What was the weather like on the day of the fire?
I believe it was light rain.
And is that something you would take into account during your analysis?
The weather in general, yes.
Okay. So to recap, go from front to back. The engine compartment of the trunk was not fire damaged.
Correct.
You could rule that out as the origin location.
That's accurate.
The trunk you also ruled out. How so?
Looking at the trunk, there was survivability, no direct flame damage to the majority of the trunk. We located remnants, if I recall correctly, bed sheet, female clothing in the back or in the trunk. No flame damage to those contents. If a fire originates in the trunk, there's going to be flame damage.
If the trunk is closed at the time of the fire, that would be an impediment because of lack of oxygen, correct?
Objection leading.
Why would the trunk being open or closed matter about the fire's ability to spread in the trunk?
In order to have combustion, in order to have fire, you need three things: oxygen, fuel, fuel, and a heat source. All right. So if you take away oxygen, there won't be fire. There won't be combustion.
Within the passenger compartment of the vehicle, while the window's down, there clearly would have been oxygen then, right?
That's correct.
Are you aware of, actually to finish up where I was going then, so that leaves us with the passenger compartment. Were you able to conclude that's where the fire started?
Yes.
All right, and just summarize how.
Based on the direct flame damage, the mass loss to the contents, as well as the seat cushions, was indicative of a fire coming from that area, originating in that area.
And are you able to come to a conclusion based on your examination, training, and experience as to how the fire started?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what your conclusion is and how you come to that conclusion?
Based on 3 main bullet points or data points, one being the presence of ignitable liquid, because at the time of my rendering of my report, I received a lab report from the Wisconsin State Crime Lab indicating a medium petroleum distillate was found in the stuffed animal debris. Witness statements is also something we take into consideration when we're determining origin and cause, and a witness statement was reported that they had seen an individual walking away from the 2020 Honda Civic after throwing what the witness claimed appeared to be a lit lighter into the driver window. And then the third final bullet point that was important for consideration was the registered owner had been determined to be deceased and not the driver of the vehicle at the time of the fire.
Are you able to give us any information as to how fast a fire started in that manner could spread in a car like that?
Quickly, ignitable liquid accelerates fires.
I have no other questions.
Okay, so to back up a little bit. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Just to back up a little bit, I think what you were saying towards the end is that before you even begin your examination of the vehicle, you read witness statements and do a try to learn a little bit about the circumstances. Would that be fair to say?
Not always before we do an examination of the vehicle. I believe I learned, I'm not sure when I learned of that witness statement, that would have been after the scene exam.
Okay, you prepared an opinion and cause report though, right?
Origin and cause, correct.
Origin and cause report, right?
Correct.
And you drafted that report and it has sections such as synopsis, narrative, and participants, right?
Correct.
And there's a section in there specifically entitled witness statements, right?
That's correct.
And that's because of what people say is important to know.
Correct.
As well as doing your own independent examination, because sometimes what people say is different than what actually happened.
Sometimes.
It's part of the reason why you go in and do an examination is to try to see if that version makes sense, for example, right?
We compare witness statements to physical evidence all the time.
And that's what you did here, right?
Yes.
Now, the bottom line, I guess the bottom line conclusion, if you will, is that the Honda Civic was lit on fire.
It was an intentionally set fire.
Not something that happens from the engine, right?
Correct.
And it's your conclusion that the intentionally set fire was a stuffed animal lit on fire and placed on the passenger side of the car. Do I have that right?
You do not have that right.
Okay, can you explain your conclusion?
So as I stated in my conclusion, it was the application of a open flame to ignitable liquid inside the passenger compartment. When ignitable liquid is used to start a fire or accelerate a fire, it's not pertinent for us to pinpoint exactly where that fire starts because, for example, if I poured gasoline throughout this room and lit it on fire after the fact, we wouldn't be able to distinguish where I actually put the open flame to the gasoline. Was it in the back corner or in the front corner? Because the damage is going to spread so quickly that the mass loss, the fire damage, isn't going to tell us where that poured gasoline, that poured ignitable liquid was first ignited. So my conclusion, if I believe my report is in front of you, is that it was an flame ignition of a liquid medium petroleum distillate inside the passenger compartment.
Something like gasoline.
Medium petroleum distillate was the lab report.
Right, and you said before on direct that could be gasoline. Use that as an example.
A petroleum distillate is not a medium, gasoline is not a medium petroleum distillate.
Lighter fluid would be a medium.
Correct.
What we use to light a grill, right?
That is accurate.
Okay, so your conclusion is that something like that was used, right?
Correct.
On a stuffed animal.
That included a stuffed animal.
Well, there was you made particular note of the stuffed animal, didn't you? That the stuffed animal had an overwhelming odor of the medium petroleum distillate, right?
That's correct.
Which tells you, based on your experience, that stuffed animal, you believe, was sprayed or doused with that liquid, right?
Right. I think where we're missing each other is I did not say, nor would I say that is the only location in the vehicle that had ignitable liquid doused or
Got it.
applied.
Right, the liquid could have been sprayed all over, as far as you know.
Correct.
Okay, you aware of any witnesses who saw someone spraying lighter fluid all over a vehicle?
No.
The only witness statement you're aware of is from a person who claims that a lit lighter was thrown into a driver's window from outside of a vehicle.
Correct.
And in fact, you found part of a Bic lighter on the back of the vehicle, right?
That's correct.
When you say Bic lighter, are you referring to the standard thing you would buy at a gas station? Is that what it looked like?
Correct.
The kind where a person would use to light a cigarette, right?
True.
You're, as a arson investigator or ATF employee, certainly you know that a Bic lighter, if a person lights it, the moment they let go of where their thumb would go, the moment they let go, the flame goes out, right?
Some lighters have like a locking mechanism where you can lock the flame down.
Did this one have that?
I did not recover it, so I did not examine that.
So you don't know?
I don't.
And but you do know that the 4 windows were all likely open at least partially, right? At least partially open at the time of the fire, right?
Correct.
And that's based on the uniform fire mass loss, right? Oh, no, I'm sorry. That's based on the debris that you noticed in the windowsills, right?
Right. The window channel had significant glass still in it.
How far down were the windows at the time?
We weren't able to tell that. That's why I said at least partially down.
So it could be anywhere from just a tiniest little fraction down to fully?
No, we had more glass in the window channels than just a tiny bit.
Okay, so you're
I
looking.
can't quantify it for you.
Well, in the pictures we saw.
Mostly up there. There are 2 right here.
Well, if we take.
So they have a lighter. Like, so did they test the lighter? I mean, I'm still looking for some DNA.
Thank you. If we take exhibit 61 for example.
And where'd this stuffed
what does
animal
that
come
show?
from?
How do the windows look there?
The windows are gone.
What?
The windows are not evident in that picture.
They're gone, right?
Correct.
And so when you examine the vehicle, the windows themselves were already gone, right?
Like I said, I was able to see down into the window channels inside the door.
And why would windows be gone? Is that because the fire department personnel would knock them out?
Or the fire could have compromised them and they failed due to heat.
In other words, the fire could have cracked them.
But they were also down.
Now, the seat, in terms of the seat distance being back, before you were holding up a Kleenex box and moving it around in front of you, weren't you?
Correct.
As a demonstrative?
Correct.
Okay, so I want to understand the seat location in the vehicle. Is that something that you examined?
I did.
You look at how far back the seat is on the metal tracks, right?
We did in this case.
Okay, and in terms of was the driver's seat all the way back as far as it can go?
We did not manipulate it to see if it was all the way back as far as it would go. We just made note of where it was at that time.
Okay,
at the time of the fire.
Okay, so you didn't note how far back on the tracks it was itself?
No.
But it's your opinion that it wasn't moved by fire department personnel because why?
Again, if it had been moved, we would have had clean parts of the track. So if the seat is on a track,
right.
Everyone knows that. So if you move it after soot deposits, after a flame impinges upon it, it's going to then expose a clean part of the track. We didn't have that.
Well, did you have clean part? Right. Were there parts of the track that were clean and parts of it that had soot on it, or no?
There was I don't recall the exact visual of the tracks. We could tell that they had not moved, the seat had not moved from the time of the fire.
That's fine. Thank you, that's all.
If you had not had the witness statements, would your opinion about where the fire originated have changed?
No.
If you had not had witness statements, would your opinion about it being a result of an ignition of an ignitable liquid changed?
No.
Was the fire incendiary?
It was.
Meaning what?
It was an intentional act.
Nothing else.
No.
Thank you. Anybody need a break now? Oh, I see some hands. Okay, we're gonna take a 10-minute afternoon break, and then we'll be back with you. So just leave your notebooks on your chairs, please.
Another break. Wow. How long is this? How long do they go? It's already after 4 there. Okay, I'll be right back. They're taking a break. I'll be right back. Okay, so we're back watching. We're on break. It's like friends. We were on a break. Whew. All right, we're still on a break. We're waiting. Sorry, I'm not trying to ignore people. Ugh. YouTube is a job. It is a job. It's work all day and all night. In case y'all didn't know. Darn it. That's not what I wanted to do. Nope. Okay, let me see. We are not back yet. Is that just for kids? All right. So, oops. Am I the only one who doesn't see evidence still? I guess I'm the only one. Everybody else still thinks that this is a good to go case. I mean, I'm just saying. I'm thinking that I'm the only one. I'm the only one. I'm still waiting for the DNA person or someone to say that he is definitely the one. But I will say, good point by Z, who, you know, said oh, I got to look back and see what she said earlier. But I mean, obviously she can't use her phone if he, I mean, she had no more social media, no more nothing once she went to his house. So that is a good point. Because that is odd. I mean, how would he, why, she's 19 years old. That doesn't make any sense that she didn't use her phone anymore after she left his house. So, yeah, so that makes sense. I can totally see that. So that's a good point that you pointed out, that if she had zero phone usage once she went to his house, that's something that I can jump on board with, because I mean, she's 19. No 19-year-old doesn't use their phone nonstop or isn't on any kind of social media or isn't texting or something like that. So, especially if she went on a date with someone and she left the date, I would imagine that she would want to tell someone, hey, I just went on this date, or, you know, like she either liked him or she didn't like him or something like that. So I would imagine. And also I did, Z, by the way, look up missing Black females up there in that area. And I'll be honest with you. So there's only a couple within her age range that went missing in 2022 and 2023. There's only one each year. 2022, one went missing. She was 16. 2023, one went missing. She was 16. And then there was Sade in 2024. But they all went missing around the same time. March, one went missing in March, one went missing in June. So, but they were 16 at the time. They would be 18 now. So, that, I don't know. And I don't know what the circumstances were of them missing. And that's another thing. Like when I went through the missing people and all missing people, there's only like a handful of Black people. And I mean people, not just women, just people in general. So I don't know if they're just not being reported or if, you know, so I don't know. So it's very strange. So when people say that nobody looks for someone or they're not taking it seriously or what have you, they're not being reported or they're not put on that list, or at least that list that I saw. So.
No, it's my understanding the court wants to stop at 4:45. Does Your Honor want me to just say this? If we're done with a witness at 4:40 and I know the next one is going to be long,
Just let me know.
Okay.
That's fine.
Yeah, what the heck? Why'd y'all take a break?
No.
Okay, we're ready. Okay, we're back on the record, same appearances. We're still on the state's case in chief, and I believe they're about to call their 24th witness.
Wow. State calls analyst Megan McMahon.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. You could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Megan McMahon. My first name is Meghann. My last name is McMahon.
How are you employed?
I'm employed as a trace evidence analyst at the State Crime Lab in Milwaukee.
What does that mean?
So trace evidence encompasses a variety of types of evidence submitted. It can include the analysis of glass, fibers, paint, general unknowns, and in this case, I analyzed evidence submitted for fire debris as well as physical fit.
What is physical fit?
Physical fit is the analysis of items that are broken to determine if they could fit together to form one contiguous piece.
Can you describe what your training, experience, and education is that allows you to work in this capacity?
So I have a Bachelor's of Science in Spanish from the University of Wisconsin-Madison, and I have a Master's of Science in Forensic Science from John Jay College of Criminal Justice. In addition to my education at the laboratory, I completed an in-house training program for both fire debris and physical fit. In general, those training programs encompass readings, lectures, hands-on exercises, and culminate in what is called a competency test, which is essentially a mock case.
How long have you worked in your capacity at the crime lab?
I've been at the lab in Milwaukee since 2015.
In your capacity at the crime lab, when you analyze something, you document it through a report, correct?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked exhibit number 438. Can you identify what that is?
Exhibit 438 is a copy of the laboratory report that I issued on May 16th, 2024 for laboratory case R24-952.
I'd ask that exhibit 438 be received.
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
And what does that report document?
So this report is a report of my analysis for item BD that was submitted to the laboratory for fire debris analysis.
What was item BD?
Item BD was one sealed paper bag that contained 1 gallon can that had burned debris in it that was reportedly recovered from a vehicle.
The number or lettering system, BD, is that how your lab keeps track of things?
Yes, when evidence is submitted to the laboratory, it's given a laboratory item designator. So we start at A and continue on until all the evidence for a case has been submitted.
Handing you what's been previously received as exhibit number 52. What is that?
So exhibit 52 is laboratory item BD for case R24-952, and I can tell that by this yellow sticker that's on the bag.
So exhibit number 52 is the item that you analyzed and subsequently documented that analysis in report with the exhibit 438 sticker on it.
That is correct.
Okay. Can you describe what you did upon receiving item B or exhibit 52?
Yes, so I first would open up the bag, open up the can, do a visual exam of what's inside of the can. In this case, I couldn't determine what was inside the can, so I called it burned debris. After that, I take a charcoal strip and I suspend it inside of the can, put the lid back on the can, and then I put the can in an oven. So what happens when the can is in the oven is anything that's volatile or will go into like a gaseous state, we'll do that and it will adhere into that strip that I suspended inside of the can. The cans stay in the oven overnight for approximately 16 hours. After the 16 hours is up, I take the can out of the oven, I take the strip out of the can, and I put the strip into a small vial. Into that vial, I add a little bit of solvent or liquid. What happens is anything that was stuck onto that strip that was in the can will then dissolve into that liquid. I then take the liquid and I analyze it on an instrument called a gas chromatograph mass spectrometer. And the data that I get from the sample that was analyzed on, or I analyzed on the instrument, I compare to a reference that was also run on the instrument under the same conditions in order to come to a conclusion if an ignitable liquid is present or not. So in this case, I was able to conclude that a medium petroleum distillate was present in item BD.
What is a petroleum distillate?
So petroleum distillate is one class of ignitable liquids. Ignitable liquids are classified rather than identified because there can be, because manufacturers market the ignitable liquids to their end use. For example, medium petroleum distillate could be the same liquid, but it's marketed as a paint thinner or as a charcoal lighter fluid. So for ignitable liquid analysis, we classify them as opposed to identify them.
Are there other classifications of petroleum distillates?
There are light, medium, and heavy petroleum distillates.
What are some examples of a light petroleum distillate?
Light petroleum distillate could be charcoal lighter fluid. It could be say like a lighter fluid that you would use to light a cigarette. Compounds that are smaller than what would be a medium petroleum distillate.
What's a heavy petroleum distillate?
So a heavy petroleum distillate, something like that would be diesel fuel or kerosene.
What about regular gasoline?
Gasoline is its own classification.
And is it just gas or gasoline is its own classification, or is there a title for it? It's not.
It's gasoline.
Okay. Items like paint thinner and lighter fluid have smells to them typically in your experience?
I would say that petroleum distillates have a smell. I don't know what, in general, when I receive liquid as an item of evidence, I don't know where it's coming from. So I couldn't tell you if it was a paint thinner or a charcoal lighter fluid, but it does have a smell.
Did you note any odor from item exhibit number 52, item number BD?
Because it was debris, I did not smell it.
Petroleum distillates, including medium petroleum distillates, are ignitable liquids, correct?
Yes.
And what would ignite a liquid such as a medium petroleum distillate?
A flame.
Okay, a flame from anywhere?
Yes.
Okay, so a flame from a match?
Match, a lighter.
Did they test the lighter for DNA?
Okay, in addition to doing the ignitable liquid analysis, what else did you do as it relates to this case?
I also received broken pieces with the request to determine if a physical fit was present between these pieces and a vehicle that was submitted.
What was the vehicle that was submitted?
I'd have to refer to my report.
You drafted a report?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked exhibit 437. What is this?
Thank you. Exhibit 437 is a copy of the laboratory report that I authored on May 10th, 2024 for case R24952.
Does that document what vehicle you received?
Yes, I received a Honda Civic, Wisconsin license plate ASP-1171.
And does that actually physically come to you at the lab?
Yes.
Who did you receive that from? What agency?
It would have been received by our evidence technician, so I'm not sure what agency submitted it.
Does the vehicle itself receive an item number?
Yes.
What item number was the Honda Civic?
The vehicle was item BQ.
What else did you receive?
So I received items BR through BV, through BV, and those were all broken pieces that were submitted.
I'd ask that exhibit 437 be received.
Any objection?
No.
437 is received.
Showing you what have already been received into evidence. I'll show you first exhibit 28, 29, and 30, if you can identify what those are, if you've seen them before.
So exhibit 28 is item BR for case R24952. And again, it has the yellow label that's put on at the laboratory.
And what is item BR?
Item BR was a broken mirror that was submitted. Exhibit 29 is item BS for laboratory case R24952. And item BS was a piece of broken black plastic.
BS, which is a lot of this
And
case
then
so far.
exhibit 30 was received as laboratory item BT for case R24952. There were 5 pieces of broken black plastic that are inside here. So when I did my analysis, I sub-designated them as items BT1 through BT5.
And what about exhibits 31 and 32?
So exhibit 31 is laboratory item BU for case R24952. And this is a piece of broken black and silver plastic. And then exhibit 32 is item BV for case R24952. This had 8 pieces of broken plastic inside. So during my analysis, I sub-designated them BV1 through BV8.
Why don't you start with item BR and walk us through what your analysis entailed?
So in general, with my analysis, what I'm first going to do is open up the broken pieces that were submitted, and I'm going to do a visual exam and a microscopic exam of those pieces and document what I observe. Then, if there are any of those pieces that look like they would fit together to each other, I would do that physical fit at that time. After I'm done with all of that, then I took all of the pieces and I went to the vehicle, which is in a different part of the laboratory, and I attempted to do a physical fit from the pieces to the vehicle. So there were 3 pieces that I was able to physically fit back to the vehicle.
And just as a preliminary question, to physically fit something together, does an item have to be broken?
Yes.
So if a piece of a car falls off but isn't broken, can you conclusively say that it comes from that car?
No. So in general, that conclusion might be something like detached but not broken from the vehicle. There might not be anything broken for a physical fit analysis to be attempted.
So it's fair to say that you're looking at how an item fragments when it's broken?
I'm comparing broken pieces to broken areas on the vehicle.
Okay, what was you said that there were 3 items that you were able to fit.
Yes.
What were those?
So I was able to fit item BT3, which was broken black plastic to the vehicle, the front grille area. I was able to fit item BS, which was a broken piece of the license plate holder to the license plate holder that was on the vehicle. And then item BU, which was in black and silver plastic to the passenger side fog light area on the vehicle.
What about the other items?
So items BV3 through BV8, so submitted broken pieces, I was able to fit back together to each other, but that piece, there was nothing broken on the vehicle for me to attempt a physical fit for that. The same thing with item BV1 and BV2. There wasn't anything broken on the vehicle for me to attempt a physical fit. And then items BR, BT1 and 2, 4 and 5, there was no physical fit attempted. So the vehicle was damaged, was burned. So for safety reasons, we didn't want to put it up on a lift. And the pieces that were not attempted appear to be interior pieces. So there was no more analysis done.
BV3 through BV8 are described as pieces of black glossy plastic, correct?
Yes.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but your findings were that all of those pieces fit together, correct?
Yes.
On the Honda Civic, item BQ, was there a part that was missing in the area where those items BV3 and BV8 would have fit?
So I was able to use that conclusion, detached but not broken, for the one contiguous piece that BV3 through BV8 formed. But again, there wasn't anything broken on the vehicle for me to do a physical fit for that.
Was there an area of the Honda Civic that was missing a piece consistent with what you put together for BV3 through BV8?
There wasn't anything there, but again, it wasn't, there wasn't anything broken on the vehicle.
Okay.
So it appeared as though, again, that piece fit in there, but I'm not able to do any more analysis in the sense of I can't say there's a physical fit because there was nothing broken for me to try to attempt to do a physical fit on.
And so that's where you come to the conclusion that it appeared to be detached.
Yes.
What about items B1 and BV2 that you described? Did you come to the conclusion that those items, when put together, appeared to have been detached from the Honda Civic?
Yes, it would be the same conclusion. BV1 and BV2 both appeared detached but not broken from the vehicle.
And again, that the area where BV1 and BV2 appeared to have been detached, there was the Honda Civic missing that particular piece?
The piece wasn't there, but I couldn't make a conclusion as far as if BV1 and BV2 were the pieces that belonged to the vehicle.
But the Honda Civic was missing that particular piece?
The pieces were not there, yes.
I don't have anything further. Cross?
Oh my goodness.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So one part of your, I guess, your role in this investigation was to test some burn materials, correct?
Yes.
And did they arrive to you in like the big gallon bucket or gallon bucket?
They arrived in a gallon can that was in this paper bag.
Okay. And when you're doing your testing, you're doing it at your lab, correct?
Yes.
And you said you didn't like smell the odor of the fragments or the burn materials, correct? Because you do like some sort of testing and you're able to determine that there's a petroleum distillate, correct?
In general, the only items that would be smelled would be liquids that are submitted. So because this was burned debris, I did not smell it.
But you have like instruments that tell you that it's petroleum distillate, correct?
Yes, the gas chromatograph mass spectrometer.
And can that determine whether something has like, I think they said a light, a medium?
Yes.
Okay. And you were able to come to the conclusion that, you know, this burn material it was ignited by like lighter fluid or paint thinner. Those are contained in petroleum distillate, correct?
I was able to conclude that a medium petroleum distillate is present. There are lighter fluids and paint thinners that would be classified as a medium petroleum distillate, but there also are paint thinners and lighter fluids that might not be, which is why it's just a medium petroleum distillate.
Those are just common examples, right?
Yes.
And like lighter fluid and painter fluid, those are things people can purchase at like a hardware store, correct?
I would imagine so, yes.
Like a Home Depot, a Lowe's, an Ace Hardware, something like that.
I would think so, yes.
And then the other part of your investigation was to kind of, I mean, I'm just speaking in layman's terms here, is you get pieces of what might belong to a car and you determine if you can draw that conclusion, if these pieces came from that car.
The pieces have to be broken in order to do the physical fit analysis. So what I'm determining is if the broken pieces would fit to a broken area on the vehicle.
And your conclusion was that these broken pieces belong to this Honda Civic, correct?
3 of the pieces physically fit back to the vehicle.
All right, I have nothing further.
State? Nothing. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I don't understand. That they're just basically
He would then recall Detective Donner.
Second, next box. Sorry. Second, next box. Oh. We have a different court reporter. We're going to re-swear you.
Oh, sure.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. You can please be seated, restate, and respell your name for the record.
Detective Joanne Donner, JoannDonner.
Detective Donner, as part of your follow-up investigation into this case, on October 1st of 2024, did you conduct an experiment related to the seat positions as they were known to have been found in Sade Robinson's Honda Civic?
I did.
Did that involve you going out to some car dealership in Milwaukee County?
It actually was in Waukesha County, Menominee Falls.
Okay.
Menominee Falls. I've been there.
And tell us what the purpose of that experiment was.
I volunteered one of my detectives who is 6'1", which is based on the same DOT height for Maxwell Anderson, and another deputy who is 5'1", which is actually 1 inch taller than Sade Robinson's DOT. I couldn't find anybody that was 5 foot, so she would have to do. What I did was then go out to the dealership and found a 2020 Honda Civic, same model and make of her car, same year, and positioned the seat according to those that you saw in the arson photos. Then I was able to place Deputy Balsamo into the seat to see if that was a comfortable
Sounds like
position
Karen
for her to
Reed.
drive in, or if it would work better for Detective Blanchard.
In going to the dealership or dealerships, if you will, at some point were you able to determine what the value of a 2020 Honda Civic is?
Yes, the average value is approximately $20,000.
All right, so you took a deputy who was 5'1" and a deputy who was 6'1"?
Correct.
And did you take pictures of this experiment?
I did.
I'm gonna show you exhibits 90 through 108.
Okay. Okay. Let's see.
Thank you.
Are those the photos from the experiment?
They are.
Move 90 through 108 in.
Any objection?
No.
Received.
Asked to publish, not all of them, but a few.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Detective Donner, what was the seat position of Sade Robinson's Honda Civic?
I had to base the measurements in the photos from the arson, just based on what the curvature of, if it had cushioning and foam. So I used the frame of the lumbar support that seemed to be the most accurate. That position for the back would be 42 inches, and for the front edge of the seat would be 22 inches.
Okay, so did you position the seat of the Honda Civic you used for this experiment to that same position?
I did, with the exception of the back. It is the manual style, and I couldn't lock it in at 42 inches, and I could only lock it in at 43. So it was 1 inch farther back on the back of the seat.
All right, and then did you have both deputies sit in that seat?
I did.
Okay. So the seat.
That's correct.
The one on the right actually testified in this trial.
Correct.
Okay. And then could you?
I don't have, still no DNA.
You pick out the picture of each of them sitting in.
This is reminding me of the Alec Murdaugh, because there was nothing connecting him other than there was nothing that, no other
I took several
explanation than
photos
him.
showing the arm extension and also the feet towards the foot pedals.
So this is kind of like that. Like there's no other explanation other than Max Anderson. His last one to see her. She didn't call anyone or text anyone. She went on social media. I mean, that doesn't make any sense. She's 19 years old.
No, they were not.
And your arms, exhibit 95, fully outstretched.
Fully outstretched, elbows locked.
When Detective Blanchard on the right here sat in that seat, how did that go?
Much better.
Right. I haven't heard the whole case. I'm just, basing just off this
Yes, they
little
did.
bit. But
Sat in the chair comfortably.
Correct.
Looks relaxed.
Yes.
Did you then have? What was her name again?
But if you're thinking,
Balsamo.
if you're looking at it like, who else could it be, right? Like it's
Balsamo.
Did you have Deputy Balsamo adjust the seat to a position where she felt comfortable?
I did.
And did you have Detective Blanchard sit in that seat?
I did.
Can you show us what that looked like? Here's exhibit 102. Scrunched up to the front.
Yes.
Attorney Vance Cruzan, can you use the mic, please? That's okay.
All right, and head not comfortable.
It was actually touching the ceiling. He could not put it back any farther. He had to be hunched over forward to fit.
plus the bus. Like he was on some kind of bus.
So if
I need to see
understand
that,
correctly,
'cause I heard about him being on a
all
bus.
you did was test the seat for.
I'm
well,
interested in
first of
that.
all, The car itself was burned away. The seats were burned away, right?
Correct.
The cushioning was gone.
Correct.
And so you're using the metal that would have been behind the cushioning for the measurement. Do I have that correct?
Along the sides, you can see there's a part of the lumbar that curves. That's what I was using to base my measurement, and then feeling through the vehicle that we used for the experiment.
Got it. And it was a manual seat.
It was.
Is that the same as Sade's car?
I do not know because her car was so badly damaged on the inside.
Okay, so we don't know if it was manual or automatic.
Correct.
But as I understand it, you used only 2 people for this experiment, if you will.
Yes,
A person who's 5'1" and a person who is 6'1".
correct.
And anybody in between?
No, I did not.
Didn't test any other sizes, 5'7", 5'6", to see how comfortable those people would be?
No.
Okay, different people sit with their seats at different comfort levels, obviously.
Correct.
You're not offering this as any sort of science, are you?
No.
That's all.
State?
Okay, just
No, nothing else.
Thank you, Detective.
FYI,
State?
I sit
State calls Detective Casey Donahue.
way back. I lean back. I'm way back. Mike always picks on me and says that I ride like a gangster because I lean way back. He can't stand it. He gets in the vehicle after me and he's like, gosh, dang it. Because I lay way back. And he hates that I drive like that, but I'm comfortable that way. I lay back and the seat is way as far up as it can go. But the back part is leaned way back.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the
And the
truth,
steering wheel is as high up as it can go. I have it tilted as high up as it can go.
state and spell your
So
name for
I don't
the
know.
record?
He doesn't know how I see because I can't see over the steering wheel.
My
I
name
can't
is
see over the
Casey
hood parks.
Donahue.
I'm laid way back. I got a steering wheel way up here.
CASEYDONAHUE.
How are you employed?
I'm a detective with the City of Milwaukee Police Department.
Are you assigned to the City of Milwaukee Police Department's homicide unit?
Yes, I am.
How long have you been a detective with the city?
I've been a detective for over 4 years, and I've been with the Homicide Division since June of 2022.
Did you assist in the investigation related to a missing person named Sade Robinson?
Yes, I did.
And when your department, the Milwaukee Police Department, became involved in the investigation, had you come to learn that her car was set on fire near the intersection of 30th and Lisbon?
Yes, I was.
And I have Exhibit 190 on the TV screen. Are you able to see that?
Yes.
Do you need a second to orient what the map's showing?
Yes, I'm familiar with that area.
Okay, we got Lisbon Avenue right here at the top, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then 30th Street, where my pen is here?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. The vehicle fire that we're talking about, were you aware that it occurred right where my pen's pointing now?
Yes, it was behind 2928 West Lisbon.
This entire map depicts a location within the city and county of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, right?
It is, yes.
Was one of the things that you were tasked with doing, trying to locate video from the area where Sade Robinson's car was set on fire?
Yes, I was.
Did you locate video from the address of 2900 West Lisbon Avenue?
Yes, I did.
What is 2900 West Lisbon Avenue?
2900 West Lisbon Avenue is a liquor store that is in the area.
Is it on this map?
It is, yes.
Would you be able to stand up and point out where that building is?
Yes. The liquor store is located right here.
All right. So basically at the other corner from where the car was burned.
It would have been just to the east from where the car was burned. Car would have been burned in the rear of this location right here, which the building is actually no longer there.
At the time you recovered video, the building was there?
Yes, it was.
I'm going to bring up on the screen in a moment here Exhibit 192. Were you able to recover video footage from multiple cameras that was of interest to this investigation?
Yes, we did.
What were those? Can you, using the map, please tell us generally what those cameras were and where they were facing?
Video.
Yes.
Can you bring the mic closer to you as well? Thank you, Detective.
We have video.
So
We
from the
see
liquor
video.
store, one of the cameras that we recovered video from would have been pointing in a western direction down.
Wait, are they in the same time
sidewalk
zone?
area and was affixed to the south part of this building. The second camera view that we had would have been actually on top of the roof of the liquor store, and it was pointed in a northern direction.
Basically pointed off the map here.
Yes.
You can have a seat, thank you. This video, did it have audio?
It did, yes.
Is Wisconsin in Central Town?
All right, Detective, I have on screen, I believe it was the first camera angle you described. So we're looking up at the date and timestamp here in the upper left-hand corner. It says February 4, 2024, 06:48:37, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And did you, when you were covering this video, ascertain whether or not the date and timestamp on this video was accurate?
Yes, it was in fact accurate.
The street,
I'm sorry, before we go any further, there's a brief matter, I think, could we just be heard at sidebar real quick?
Sure.
And what exhibit is this?
192.
Thank you.
Wait, this is February? What are we looking at?
State, please proceed.
Thank you. The purpose of reviewing this video is to see if you could find anything about how Miss Robinson's car was set on fire.
Yes, and if I could just clarify one thing quick.
Sure.
So if you notice the date in the top left-hand corner, it is going to appear in what I consider like European date. So it's going to have the day, then the month, and then the year.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you.
I'm going to advance.
I just had a brain fart.
The first video I have up, and for the record, the video title is extremely long. It starts with D2 and ends in 1900, and it's on the disc that's marked Exhibit 194. Sorry, 192.
Okay. You had originally indicated 192.
Yes, it is 192.
Okay.
All right. I'm advancing that video to 1:47. One of the things you were also looking for was to see if you could see her car driving.
Yes.
And did you in fact find instances in this camera footage of her Honda Civic driving around?
Yes.
I have the video queued up to 1:47. The date and timestamp is what, Detective?
If I could just, no. The date and time is going to be April 2nd, 2024 at 6:50 a.m. and 29 seconds.
What do you see?
If you notice towards the top of the screen, you're going to see a vehicle that appears to be Sade Robinson's vehicle.
Paused at 2:15. I'm going to switch back real briefly to the map. What we just watched was that vehicle, which here consistent with a Honda Civic, right?
Yes.
It traveled northbound on 30th Street through the intersection right here of Lisbon, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
That's what we just watched.
Yes.
And in a little bit, if we get there today, did you also recover a video coming from where that car came from?
Yes.
And where's that video on this map?
That video is going to be from the H-Bar Cylinder Services, and that's located at 1651 North 30th Street.
All right, so the video that you got from here actually would precede what we just watched, and it shows that car going up 30th, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Is that how you knew that car was the same one?
Yes, and also there's identifiable features on the car, more specifically damage, that we were able to determine that that was in fact Sade Robinson's vehicle.
And related to all of this, where is the 31st and Galena playground?
That is going to be located right here, approximately 1650 North 31st Street. That's going to be between the streets of Walnut, and then to the south is going to be Galena.
Going back to the video. I'm going to advance this clip to the 11-minute 58-second mark. The timestamp, we've gone up to 7:01:16 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm going to play until 12:14. Oh, turn the volume off, sorry. See the vehicle again?
Yes, I do.
Where's it going?
That vehicle is traveling southbound on North 30th Street from Lisbon.
I'm going to shift to the next video. The title starts with D2 again, and the last four digits are 3935 for the record.
And they don't have video anywhere else?
This video picks up at 7:19 a.m. Is that right? We're at the beginning? Okay.
Yes, that is correct.
I'm going to advance to 3 minutes and 44 seconds. 7:22:58 a.m.
Yes.
Playing from that time until 4:12. And in the upper right, you see the vehicle pull off of 31st Street?
Yes.
Where?
And now what's it doing, if you could point it out?
It's turning northbound on North 30th Street from Lisbon.
Paused at 4:14. So that timestamp is 7:23:31?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Gonna pull up clip D15, last four digits ending in 3307. Different camera, correct?
Yes, this is going to be the camera I was referring to on top of the roof. So this is going to be pointed in a northern direction. It does capture what is an L-shaped alley behind the address where the vehicle fire was located.
All right, so off to the left side of this screen is where that alley entrance would be, and you're telling me you can't get out onto this street that's on the right?
Not from there. This portion of the alley goes east to west and then turns to the north-south.
Point
So
out.
it's shaped as an L, which you can see would be like this. So the alley comes here, and you have to turn to go north.
I'm going to advance this video to 3 minutes and 3 seconds. The timestamp on this clip is actually in the lower right. And what time do we have?
This is going to be 7:23 and 34 seconds.
What are we going to be looking for here, Detective?
So you'll notice Sade's vehicle will pull up right down here and then conducts something like a Y turn to go back in the other direction.
That other direction being where it would eventually be lit on fire.
That is correct, yes.
I'm going to zoom in just to the left side of the video. Now I'm going to play until 4:24.
This is going to be the vehicle right here. As you can see, there's damage to the passenger side mirror. Hanging off.
Okay, hanging low,
Yes, like
playing it again at 3:35.
it's almost like it's dangling, just attached by wiring.
Paused it at 4 minutes, 20 seconds. And if I get out of the zoom here, you can see this is at 7:24:51 a.m., correct, Detective?
Yes, that is correct.
And the vehicle kind of, once it does that turn, very slowly kind of creeps forward. Is that fair?
Yes, and it goes out of camera view.
I'm going to go back to D2 ending in 3935 and cue the video up to 9 minutes and 49 seconds. Nine minutes, 40 seconds, sorry. So we're back to the original camera angle looking down Lisbon. This would be just a few minutes after that vehicle pulled off of the last camera frame, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. Playing at 9:40.
This is a pretty busy area.
Paused at 9:56. Did two individuals just enter the frame from the bottom?
Yes, these two right here.
Okay, one of them has a LeBron James jacket on, correct?
Yes,
And the other holding a large umbrella.
yes, that is correct.
Are you going to see them do anything in the upcoming clip?
Yes, when they get to approximately right here on the sidewalk, you will see them react to something that's happening over here. And at that same time, you're going to see a subject wearing dark clothing with a tan camouflage backpack. He's going to then cross the street as a city bus is passing him.
Heading south, the person with the backpack?
The person in the backpack is crossing in a southwest direction, and the bus is traveling westbound.
I'm going to play until 11:51.
There's the subject crossing as the bus going by. As you can see, this person has stopped and begins to back up. And you see the other subject up here begins to run backwards, or run back from where she came from. She then points in the direction of from where, or the subject walking from behind the building.
Who did that? Bravo! It's coming, it's slow! Now, come on, pick it up fast. Call an ambulance!
Says, call the police, call an ambulance.
Hey! Hey! Call the fire department! Hey! Call the fire department! Call the fire department!
Paused at 11:51. I want to go back
That other person just walked by like it was nothing.
to the point in the video. The audio doesn't seem to align up to the second with the video. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, that's fair to say.
But you can hear the words she is yelling, at least when you listen to this?
Yes, you can hear her say.
I'm going to object to him testifying to what another witness said.
I'm asking him what he hears. And he's already testified to some of it.
I think he's able to provide his opinion as to what it is, but the jurors should pay close attention to what they hear.
I'm going to play it again from 10:40. And actually, I'm going to go back even before that. All right, I have it at 10:30. That subject who walked
This person
out,
just walks on.
from the right side. Just
she's
to be
like,
very
"Whatever."
clear, right around the corner of this building up here, that's where her car was set on fire, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And between the building that this camera is on and the building on the opposite corner, there's just a vacant field there.
Yes, so there's this vacant field, and then there's two buildings prior to the corner.
The car is behind the two buildings at the corner, right?
It is, it's behind the building further east.
So from the location where these two women stop, would they have had a clear vantage point of where the car was?
Yes, you can see right through to the, it's like a rear parking slab behind this building.
The subject who walks out from there, he crosses Lisbon, correct?
Yes.
What street does he go down?
He then
I'm going to
goes-
object to the gender being used at this point.
I think.
Don't assume my
I
gender.
will sustain the objection, ask you to rephrase your question.
Thank you. The subject who walks out from the side there, what direction does that subject go?
The subject goes southbound on North 30th Street.
And going back to that other camera we're talking about, down 30th Street that you also recovered that we'll watch, are you able to pick up that subject when he gets to the intersection of 30th and Walnut?
Yes, so 1651 North 30th Street is going to be on the southwest corner of Walnut and North 30th Street.
All right, back to this video. I'm going to pick it up from 10:10.
Is there a way to turn it up at all?
I'm sorry?
Can you turn it up?
Up?
Louder?
I can.
No yellow backpack, don't care. Like, whatever.
did that.
He did that.
Travel. The car is coming. It's slow. That's what I think. 130, you call the ambulance. Hey. Hey. Call the fire department. Hey. Call the fire department. Call the fire department.
Pause at 11:39. What did you hear her yelling after that? After after you heard he did that.
Then she's saying to call the police, call the ambulance.
And where does she point?
She points in the direction where the subject walks off to, and she's pointing to where the vehicle fire was located. Or in a westbound direction.
All right, and then I actually have one other clip here to play. So the time where she's yelling, that's about 7:31:33, right? Up at the top left here. Sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
7:31 and 33 seconds.
All right, I'm going to advance the video to 7:35:34 and play from there. Pause at 15 minutes, 30 seconds. So by 7:35, the Milwaukee Fire Department is arriving on scene.
Yes, that is correct.
Now I'm going to show you what's marked as Exhibit 193.
They must be on Central Time.
While that's loading. I've got the map up here. And just to be very clear, the subject who walked across Lisbon Avenue would have came out on this side of the building, right?
Yes.
All right, and then he walks across Lisbon and heads down 30th Street here. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that is correct.
And does the video you got from this business or whatever this is pick up that same person walking?
Yes, it does.
Where does that person walk from and towards that we're about to see?
The person is on the east sidewalk of North 30th Street, and then he'll cross North 30th Street westbound on the north sidewalk.
On Walnut.
Correct.
Are there videos? The backpack is important because he's carrying a, is it a camouflage backpack? Is that what they said?
I have to load up the player, so just give me 1 minute here.
And this will be 193.
Yes. All right, first camera angle we're going to look at.
Oh, let's see.
So this camera angle is pointed in a west-northwest direction, and it's going to capture West Walnut, and this is going to be the north sidewalk of West Walnut.
Okay. What, and the date and time stamp up here on the upper right corner, April 2nd, 2024, 6:50 a.m.
Yes, that is correct.
Was that determined to be an accurate date and time stamp for this video?
Yes, it was. I believe it may have been 30 seconds off, but it was approximately the correct time.
All right, and I'm playing it from 6:50, I think it was 05.
Bless you.
So that's Walnut Street right there,
That is correct, yes.
and there's a vehicle coming.
Yes, as you can see, that's going to be Sade Robinson's Honda Civic.
Oh,
We know
dang it, I
that
thought we were
the
gonna see him walking.
Damaged mirror that's hanging off of the vehicle.
That I'm circling with my mouse right here?
Yes.
All right, so 6:50 a.m., the car is appearing, and this is what? What is this area over here? Is that the playground?
No, so this area is going to be like a wooded area. It then goes down to a set of train tracks that cuts through the city. And this right here is going to be a bridge that goes over the train tracks. And then the playground is located directly on the other side of that, just to the south.
That playground in that area, would you later be involved in recovering human remains from there?
Yes, I was.
Playing from 6:50:26. And it's off camera by 6:50:29. I'm gonna bring up channel 2. Me. Sorry, let me just, I have to reload this up. All right, I'm gonna bring channel 2 forward to that same time period, 6:50. Where does this camera pick up as to where the other one left off?
So the other one was pointed in a more western direction. This covers more of a panorama view and shows north and west. So this is going to be the intersection of North 30th Street and West Walnut. And this is the bridge that I was referring to, that the train tracks go underneath.
The car we watched in the last clip that was coming eastbound, is it gonna then appear on this camera?
Yes, it will.
Playing at 6:50:18.
Oh,
All right, and you see the car there?
Yes.
And the window is rolling up.
dang it.
Okay. Able to see anybody in the passenger seat?
No, and it appears that there's a heavy amount of condensation on the windows.
Continuing from 6:50:37.
Why is this person just driving around?
The vehicle makes a northbound turn onto 30th Street, correct?
They're just looking
And
for a
then
place
that's
to
where
dump the
we
car, I guess.
later pick it up on the liquor store video, the one we watched before this. Fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
there any other video of him walking?
All right, same camera. We've now advanced to 7:30 a.m. And from the Lisbon Avenue camera that we watched previously, what do we know happened around 7:30 a.m.?
7:30 a.m. is where you see the subject that is coming from the vacant field area and crossing Lisbon towards North 30th Street and continuing to walk southbound.
Do you pick him up on this camera?
Yes, you'll see him. He's going to be walking southbound on the east sidewalk.
Playing. I'm going to advance the video to
Oh.
7:31:43. All right, so that's not the same subject that I'm circling with my mouse here, correct?
No,
No, that's a girl.
Okay. How about over here?
Yes, this is
Oh,
going to be
oh.
the subject that crossed Lisbon. As you can see, he's carrying a very large backpack.
What race does he appear to be?
He appears to be a white male. You can also notice the soles of the shoes appear to be white.
That's a
bright
huge
white
backpack.
sole,
It looks full.
lighter colored than.
All right, I have it paused at 7:32:33 a.m. Just going to zoom in on him. The
Yes,
soles, you're
zoom.
talking about the shoes down here, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Dark pants.
Yes,
How about the top?
appears to be a dark hooded sweatshirt or zip up jacket.
And large backpack.
Yes,
And are you able to catch glimpses of his face there?
yes. He appears to be a white male, and also with the backpack appears to be a large military style rucksack.
Pause that video at 7:32:53 a.m. I'm going to go back to the other channel.
Ooh, more video.
And cue that video up to 7:33:22. What are we going to see here? Where does this pick up from where the last video leaves off?
So this is going to be further west down West Walnut, and it will take us further down the sidewalk area.
I'm going to play from 7:33:22 a.m.
Ooh. Oh.
As you can see, with the same shoes, pants.
No face.
Continuing to walk westbound on the sidewalk.
I go.
Until he's out of frame.
Yes, that is correct.
Judge, this might be a good stopping point.
I agree with you. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, Now it's even more important, my admonitions, right? So remember, no talking with anyone tonight, no looking at the media or researching anything, no investigation. Don't talk with each other as you leave, wear your juror badges prominently. We are going to kick up tomorrow morning, Celeste, at 8:45.
8:45.
So we'll have you talk with the staff relative to that. Feel free to bring with you coffee, water, and soda. Please leave your notebooks on your chairs. Have a lovely night. Just put this out of your mind until you return tomorrow.
Judge, before the jury's excused, I don't know if I moved 193 in or
Or
190.
Or 192.
I would like to move both of those in.
Any objection to 192 and 193? No. They are received into evidence at this point. Okay, have a lovely evening. We'll see you back in the morning. Leave your notebooks on your
Oh,
chairs.
it's getting good now.
It's supposed to be warm tomorrow. And I
Okay.
want to warn you, my courtroom, quite often, the regulation's not great, and it might be really hot in here tomorrow. So wear layers is a really good tip for you, okay? I'll leave the lucky ship.
8:45
We'll see.
tomorrow.
Have a lovely evening.
All right. It's getting good now. Okay. See, if I was on the jury, I'd be like, maybe now there might be something to this. Okay. All right. It has been a long day. We have had Karen Read and Maxwell Anderson. So tomorrow we will pick back up with Maxwell Anderson. So thanks to everybody who has joined this live today. It has been great. We had some new people. We had Gloria and we had JoJo. Hopefully y'all will come back tomorrow. We had some other people pop in. So hopefully you'll come back tomorrow. We are going to do this Maxwell Anderson trial. We're probably not going to watch the Karen Read trial. We might pop in and out of it, but we're not going to do that. We're going to do the Sade Robinson trial tomorrow. So come back tomorrow. We'll watch Sade Robinson and get into this evidence that the prosecution has on Maxwell Anderson, because I am very, very interested in it. See y'all tomorrow.